Welcome, my friends and enemies. Glad you are here. And we're going to be jumping into an interesting conversation, I should say, for basically gatekeeping, because everybody loves gatekeeping. I mean, it's so much fun, right? Like gatekeeping, everybody's favorite topic. I've paid attention to a couple. How many? Like I lost count how many streams I've watched in the last couple days. So hopefully we'll have fun to discuss it because I have a lot to say on it, but I've watched some very specific stuff about like the Warhammer 40K stuff going on with the female space marines, which sounds ridiculous because it is ridiculous, but people trying to go that route. So I have with me the Council of Light, or at least half of them, since I believe Arturian's working, and our favorite historian is currently busy doing whatever he does. What does Gadfly do? Is he still in school? Is that right?
I thought he was going to school for something.
He's in school. He has to take care of his brother and stuff, like, family stuff.
Yeah.
But we miss him. And Arturian. Arturian really needs to, get a life and be on streams more often. But he also needs to get some good internet too. But that's a different story. But however, we have with me the wonderful Keeper of all Gates, Unbearable 73, Matt.
Keeper of all gates and hater of all things French.
As do we all.
And then we also have with us the delightful Unknown Sage.
Although,
Yes,
Also known
right.
as the Unknown Gatekeeper. Also known as the loser who doesn't have a YouTube channel.
I don't hate attractive French women. I just don't. Well, I can't say that. I gotta be.
Well, they got crabs. There's
Well,
that.
you can say it. It's just maybe not ideal, I guess.
I don't know. I feel like I should gatekeep you saying anything about them. Just saying. The irony. Anyway, so I have a lot of thoughts on gatekeeping, and I know it's kind of specific towards whatever the specific topic area is, but what do you guys know about gatekeeping? Which I'm assuming is a lot, but I want to hear what you guys think gatekeeping is from each of you. So we'll start with you, Matt, and see like how do you define gatekeeping?
I think gatekeeping is evolved from a set of behaviors we evolved before we were even human, where you protect vital resources from invading tribes and other primates and whatnot. And we consider our intellectual properties extremely vital for our mental health. So we are very protective of them from those who would come in and grape them and destroy them beneath their feet.
So go to the barbarian, then.
Yeah, yeah. We'll Conan the Barbarian, particularly. What is left in life, Conan? So, it's like that whole, to crush your enemies, see the dream before you, and hear the lamentations of their women.
Basically, yeah.
Anyone who would do that to my intellectual properties needs to be kept beyond the gate.
Okay. What about you, Sage?
I was just going to go with keeping people that want to destroy your stuff out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I think there's two types
Okay.
specifically of gatekeeping, and this came to my brain after watching a debate between Archcast and who's a 40K channel, I believe. He has like the lower channel, then he has kind of just the talking channel, and Archcast is kind of the talking channel. But he had a debate with another guy who's in the 40K series, and they were taking opposite sides on gatekeeping. One guy being an extreme leftist, and Archcast being kind of center right, I think, maybe a little bit more right. They're talking about female space marines and all that kind of stuff, which is obviously a great topic to have because it's a strange. Long story short, one side, the other guy, not Arch, wants female space marines and doesn't think there's anything wrong with them. And on the other side, Arch is like, no, they don't make sense. Why would you use inferior soldiers or whatever?
Wait a
And the
minute.
guy's like,
Aren't there an order of female space marines? The sisters
No.
something or other?
they're not space marines. Space marines are the specific, like, they go through a specific gene modification to become practically inhuman. The sisters are a different, and I know very little, like very little about Warhammer, but from what I picked up from this, they're not Space Marines.
Okay, yeah,
They're
you're
like
right.
Space
Yeah.
Marine adjacent. They're not. They don't
Right.
have the super killer instinct, super power type
Yeah.
stuff that Space Marines
They're
have.
not
It's like
genetically engineered to crazy.
they're like the ODST to Master Chief essentially. They're hardcore, but they're not Master Chief level. They're not Spartan. And essentially they're like, well, we want female Space Marines for representation, and it's like, but the reason you want them is for representation, which is not necessarily healthy for the universe of 40k, because in 40k it's 40,000 years in the future, is from what I understand, and their politics are not exactly modern politics. Like at some point between now and 40,000 years from now, society, politics, and everything will change multiple times.
Yeah.
It'll go hard left, hard right, sometimes center, bounce all the way back and forth. There's gonna be wars, there's gonna be wipeouts, there's gonna be resets, there's gonna be a whole lot of things going on in 40,000 years. It's a long freaking time. And that's way more time than we have recorded history right now. So obviously, a lot could happen in 40,000 years. But in the setting, beginning of Grim Dark, there's a big. This is mostly for Sage to keep up with this, since I don't know if he knows much about it. But it's a grim dark fantasy where basically everyone's trying to mass murder and wipe out the humans, and the Imperium is basically a kind of a right-wing fascist. I think right-wing and fascist is just a silly combination, but whatever. A right-wing fascist government that's basically forcing. They basically turn the humans into soldiers that go into the meat grinder of war just to keep humanity alive, and it's basically.
To correct the historical record, it is possible for there to be a right-wing fascist government, but in all of our documented human history, every fascist government has been left-wing socialists. Just to keep.
I mean, maybe it's possible, but I would question what right-wing meant in that situation, because right-wing just doesn't.
Well, again, you have to get a very particular set of circumstances.
In typical traditionalism, it doesn't make much sense. I suppose it could probably make sense if
that's why I said it's possible in a particular set of circumstances.
Also, it doesn't work if you mean economic rights.
But every documented
typically
fascist government in our human
economic
history have been socialists.
Yeah, and that's always gone well. But basically, the talk was like, okay, well, it's very right wing in the Grimdark, and they're basically controlling the population and not giving them very much. There's not much. Well, maybe Matt, you can explain the 7 virtues in 40k.
Well, I would disagree. Like that the human government is right wing in Warhammer 40k. Well, all the trappings of communism.
It was described by the leftists that it was right wing. Arch kind of agreed with them. I don't know. Again, I'm very new to 40k. I don't.
But we don't need to get into the mechanics of 40k.
Well, I know,
talk about the gatekeeping aspect of it, because 40kers are big gatekeepers.
I know. But that's why I wanted to talk about this. Do you remember the 7 virtues? Like loyalty, honor.
I know that there are 7 virtues. I don't remember the particular.
Basically, there's 7 virtues, and basically half of them are like the emotional side, and half of them are the more hardcore side. And the Imperium utilizes like the 3 of them that are like super hardcore, but they don't give you like liberty. They don't give you all the extra stuff like that. And it's very much a fascist government, because the government is complete say about everything, because it's a struggle for your life. It's like, it's not progressive, because if you were progressive, you'd be like, well, we need to integrate the Tyranids, because yes, they want to eat us, but they're just like you and me. And it just doesn't make sense, because they're trying to eat you. Like, it wouldn't fit in it, because it's a grim dark. We're trying to fight for our lives. So certain progressive things in modern times would not.
To be fair, that's only what progressive means right now.
What do you mean?
Well, progressive and conservative are relative.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is that
relative.
The guy in the far left was trying to say it's okay to have that kind of content in the 40,000 year ahead in the future type of thing, which doesn't make sense, because, again, it could be 10 years from now and that all changes. It could be 20 years, it could be 50 years, 100 years, it could be 2 months, who knows? But everything could change societally, and it also depends on which culture you're talking about.
We talked about this before on the stream here. Basically, we're a scarcity-based society. In other words, our real world, and all these future settings like Warhammer 40k are post-scarcity. The only scarcity that's induced is due to war, not due to the inability to make food or whatever, you know. So if
Yeah.
if there was no war in that setting, it'd be like they'd make the food no problem, like the Star Trek and the Federation just replicates it or
Well,
whatever.
they have the technology and the means to go ahead and beyond, way past that.
Yeah,
If nobody was trying to slaughter them, the
yeah,
problem is people are trying to slaughter them.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that kind
Mhm.
of plays into the whole. We're barely holding on by the skin of our teeth, and you want us to have blue-haired, psychopathic women who want to be men, kind of things. Just doesn't make sense
Well,
when
just
you could
from the
just.
mechanical point of view of 40K, it doesn't make any like male bodies are more optimized for violence to begin with. So if you're going to genetically enhance or modify something, why would you take like an
Why would you pick the
inferior
inferior?
model? You
Yes. Why would
know,
you want an inferior soldier when you could have more? Like,
yeah.
well, then you can mass
Well,
produce them.
even
Like, but well, then why not mass
okay.
produce the
So if you were
superior
to
of the two?
genetically modify and steroid up a woman to be the same as a male space marine, she'd just be a male space marine with no penis. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the guy on the left, I can't remember his name, is like Rad something. But basically he was arguing that they just wave the magic wand and then poof, the females are equal in every way possible to the males. And I'm like, so they're superheroes? Like, I mean, because like if you've seen superheroes, you got like Supergirl who can just like lift a car, and then you got this other like you got freaking, I don't know, pick a random
But
DC
see
hero
that I
who
could
doesn't have
actually
superhero
I
strength.
can even go
It's
on
like
that because
he's like, oh, I'm a man who can't do it, but it's like, well, she has superpowers. That's why she can do it. But then you
yeah.
have like Space Marines. For what I understand, it's like a technological adjustment, like a genome adjustment. And if that's the case, you can't give somebody who lacks more. Even if you dumped so much testosterone into them, they still wouldn't be able to do it. But obviously, it's a little magic wand type of system that even Arch and the other guy couldn't figure out the specific. They just called it waving the magic wand or waving this. I call it the magic spoon, and just like stirring the pot, and then boom, you all of a sudden are a Space Marine because they go through. It's like I think the 12 to 14-year-olds before puberty, boys and girls, and then they can basically pick if they're going to become more manly or more womanly
Yeah.
based upon that process, and then they obviously go more manly because they want the best mass and strength and all that stuff. So you're wanting all the best stuff, but if you're going for like what their natural outcome, men will eventually just outpace them on average. There are exceptions obviously to this rule, but you're not going to know this at 12 or 14 years old. So you're looking at, what are my options? Well, it's going to be male, just flat. It's
Yeah.
going to be male because,
Well, there
and
was
also women have a higher value because they are what reproduces humanity. And if you throw all of
yeah.
your women through the meat grinder, humanity ceases to exist.
Yeah.
So why is this a good idea? I don't understand it. But
There
whatever.
was a movie called Soldier with Kurt Russell, maybe about 20 years ago now.
Vaguely
A,
remember
a
that.
lot of us when we watched it were like, whoever wrote this must have been thinking about 40K when he wrote it, because basically they take these children, these boys, and they raise them as little boys. They train them as soldiers from little kids. They give them drugs. They genetically enhance them, and they have multiple generations of these soldiers who go out and fight for the government in these wars and stuff like that. And a lot of us were like, this is
Basically, the Spartan
probably
program.
this probably was like it was Spartan, yeah. That like probably like going through this guy's head when he made this movie. The writer, 40K influence, and it makes sense, especially in 40K setting. Like, this is the thing, and it's the same thing with Lord of the Rings. They're trying to do. They're trying to take what the creators made and change it to be like it's like okay, if you want to play, Wokehammer 40K, make a game called Wokehammer 40K, right? You know what I mean? But
Well,
Warhammer 40K is what it is.
it would cease to be Warhammer if you take it out of the element of Warhammer. And that's
Well,
the funny thing.
but
Like, for
see,
example, Sage. I'm
these
gonna ask
cults
Sage real
don't
quick.
like that we don't want to play their games with them.
Well, hold on for 1 second. Sage, does it make sense to you as a non-40K hammer in a world where humanity is on the brink of extinction with everybody trying to murder you, like every single the Necrons, the Tyranids, the Orcs, like whatever types that there are available. And again, I have very little knowledge, but I have enough just from these two or so streams of the Warhammer specific gatekeeping to know that basically everybody in the universe is trying to wipe you out. You went from having like 500 or a million different planets colonized by humans down to a lot less. And now humanity is struggling to stay alive. Do you think that you're going to be playing social politics in that scenario?
Of course not.
Why?
because they're not conducive to survival.
Makes sense. But then you get to things like, okay, we want the best soldiers. Are you going to pick the stronger soldier or the less stronger soldier?
Stronger, obviously.
Okay. Now, there are female soldiers like the sisters, and there's a couple others, I think, as well. But there are female representation, and there's also there's like 7 billion factions, like subsets of each faction. Like it's kind of annoying how many different versions there are. But because they're like, oh, there's these guys. I'm like, I don't know who those guys are. What about these guys? I don't know who those guys either. Like they're just going through like a list of just the Space Marines, and then there's also sub factions on top of that are not the Space Marines, that they're like the Heresy ones, the other ones, and they'll like attack each other on site and all that fun jazz. And I'm like, it doesn't make much sense to try to just pile in a whole bunch of one particular type just because of their gender, because you want to feel represented, when it destroys the lore of the actual game and process. Like you're already playing a system that you know is not going to accommodate this. And you know it's not in it. It's not built in.
These cultists don't understand or accept that. And they've been conditioned that way. You know, when you try to, like the whole you know how the whole thing that orcs are black people? No, orcs are white people, just like everyone else in Lord of the Rings.
Well, the orcs are black people came from one particular person, and they're the racist for thinking that to begin with.
You know, it's there
we go. Better. Now, on the topic of gatekeeping, there are two types of gatekeeping, and we'll get to them as we go. Now, if you have a person who wants to join in Warhammer, or anything for that matter, we'll just use Warhammer as an example for now. We'll move into other stuff. But if you have somebody who wants to join into Warhammer, they're like, oh, that looks fun. Should they be allowed to join?
Probably.
Or should they be allowed to join without having an application filling in their political ideologies, their whatever social? They need to fill out an application or not?
They don't need to fill out.
Well, you would think they shouldn't, but unfortunately, a lot of people who go into a hobby now are infiltrators.
Yeah, I know.
They try to squeak in the door.
That's what I'm.
So they can accuse you of something and take over your bullshit.
Now
that's maybe is where the two types come in.
And they learned that from the French. Sorry.
There's two types.
I'm guessing the two types. Well, there's multiple types of French.
Yeah.
There's the kind that waves the white flag, and the kind that waves the white flag.
Yeah.
But
see,
no,
I think the gatekeeping has to probably you have in the hierarchy structure, the top people are the ones who make the games, etc. That needs to be gatekept. But individuals joining simply the hobby, that is a different type of, I don't know.
Well, there's a person who was apparently notorious in the community for doing like painting miniatures, but painting them with like trans colors. And I'm thinking, like, in lore, like Warhammer's extremely realistic, like hyper realistic.
Wow.
And you're like, okay, if you're going, well, I'm talking in terms of mechanics, I should say, in terms of mechanics. If you're in the battlefield and you're wearing the colors of trans flag or whatever, like the light blue, pink, and white or whatever the colors are, and you're walking around in armor with that color, you kind of sit out like a sore thumb.
They're kind of like how Queers for Palestine would stand out in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you did like Queers for Palestine and put them in Palestine, they'd probably get thrown off a building.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't make sense. But in terms of like them fitting in, doesn't make sense. But there's a person going around painting these and being like, oh, this is the thing, and people like Games Workshop are going, oh, well, this must be what everybody wants. And it's like, but no, that's not what they want. That's just what people say.
The people who own Games Workshop are themselves like the person painting everything in the rainbow colors.
Okay. Which doesn't make much sense because Games Workshop's usually really protective of their IP.
Well, no. And what happened is
but you can't be protective against
the original people who owned it years ago were the creators and owners. But now it's a corporation owned by people who think, oh, we just got to make money. But someone has convinced a lot of these corporations, oh, we'll make money because all these woke people will buy our stuff. They ain't gonna do it, you know.
Well, and that's the thing, is that's how you keep the corrective behavior. They come out with, trans soldiers, female space marines, whatever, and it's just like, okay, when that stuff comes out, everybody who truly loves Warhammer does not buy it.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't many people who would buy it. They will realize, the shops will probably crash and burn if they buy it. Like, go to your local game store and be like, don't buy this stuff because none of us are going to buy it.
Look at Dungeons and Dragons.
They have to buy it from the company. They can't just buy it and be like, I'm going to ship this back. Like, they have to buy it. So Games Workshop would make their money one way or the other. So if you're just going to your GameStop, it's like, don't buy this because none of us are going to support it. You're going to get stuck with a bunch of stock. It's going to hurt you financially. Don't do it. Put it on special order if somebody wants to order it or something. But we're not ordering this, so don't even bother. And if you have that situation, Games Workshop's like, why are no shops taking our stuff? Or why are shops not staying open after they do buy it? But why is no one buying this stuff? And it's like, for the exact same reason you might expect, because it's not what the overall majority wants. It's what the small minority that probably isn't even playing that much or paying that much into it. They're just saying, we want this, meh, and then they probably don't show up. It's like when people on Twitter are like, we want this in the Marvels, and they change the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe to go to that, and then those people don't even show up to the movies. It's like, well, yeah, what did you expect? But corporations, for some reason, can't understand that you make more money if you have somebody who's paying attention to what the fandom actually cares about and actually implements the things that the people actually pursue. It's like, I look to see X because it's in here. And you've got people going like, yeah, I've been monitoring this. This is what everyone's raving about. This is what they're all excited about. They want this new storyline for this character. They want this new interaction between these two factions. They want this kind of stuff to happen. And you're like, okay, it's within lore. This is what we want. That's what we should go with. And then they're like, we'll make buku bucks off of this. And then they implement it and they make lots of money. And they're like, I don't understand. Wow, who could have seen this coming? It's like, literally everybody.
Well, here's a case study.
Literally everybody.
Here's a case study for you, okay? Dungeons and Dragons. So go back about 5 years ago. Critical Role was playing Pathfinder in the early games. D&D was coming out with 5th edition. They went to Critical Role and said, play our game. And we'll give you the stuff for free. We'll sponsor you. They played 5th edition, and they sold millions of copies of those books to people who never even play the game because they wanted to understand the rules of Critical Role is playing with. Then Hasbro goes and messes up the open gaming license, prompting Critical Role to say, screw that, we're gonna own our IP. So they're making their own game now. And now Hasbro is desperately trying to sell D&D off. They'll just announce they're trying to sell it off. And some,
why would you sell out unprofitable branches?
Well, because once Critical Role goes to their own game, D&D is going to drop like a rock.
I wonder why. Why didn't Hasbro, I don't know, be like, okay, we're going to retcon all this stuff. We know we screwed up majorly with that last OGL bullcrap, but what we're going to do now is we're going to get in your good graces, and we hope you guys will give us.
It's not just the OGL though.
Too late. Too late. Critical Role announced they're switching to they're the big driver
I'm
in
talking
the
just
D&D
Critical
market.
Role. I'm talking in general. Like they burned D&D to the ground.
But see, the non-Critical Role fan base is playing 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3.5, or Pathfinder. So they're not. They're the only adoptees of 5th edition were some people who get every edition like me, or the Critical Role fans. Okay, so you factor those two groups out of it. There's a whole bunch of people who, like, I have a whole bunch of friends who I nowhere near whether I'd be playing with them, who are like, wait, they made something after 2nd edition, like that. It's like,
What, you living under a rock or something?
No, you know what I mean. They don't the same way no one acknowledges Highlanders 2 through 17 or the Disney movies or whatever. They don't acknowledge anything after 2nd edition. So it's like, and that's gatekeeping in a way, because and you got to be very careful in this woke era of that these cultists. Like, I was reading when I was looking around, I occasionally go looking to find a group to play in, right? And I was reading about on a Discord I go to once in a while where there's RPGs over there to see if any groups are on. And they were like, "Well, we got this one new gamer. It was guys and girls in the group. They've been established for a while, and we got one new gamer in there, and she's playing like a really weird character. She's like trans, wearing the colors, And when we're not, but and she's always role playing. Like even when we're talking as players, she's talking as our character, right?
Ooh,
And then they kept describing the instances of like she would get upset when like other characters, like a character wouldn't date our character in the game, so she was the player of being transphobic.
Oh dang!
And I'm like, my character's a stoic monk, wouldn't date anyone. It's like, but
yeah, they don't care about that.
You get these infiltrators who
I find it funny that they always choose always usually go for the tieflings.
I bet the tieflings,
the half-orcs.
Tieflings and half-orcs, yeah.
Yeah.
and they play like bards, so they can dress up in anything and roll like charisma checks and shit like that. So
seducing everything.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's not.
It's all the blue-haired people that do that. Generally,
the cultist infiltrators.
Yeah.
Sometimes they hide their blue hair until it's too late. Yeah. But gatekeeping's been around a long time. I remember if you're a fan of heavy metal music, back when it was more hardcore, like your band, like when Metallica came out, right? The Metallica fan would stand in the front, and when another band were on, they would turn their back en masse to them and shun them while the opening band was playing, and they'd be telling the crowd, "Don't cheer for them; they're not Metallica," because Metallica was like a thrash band, and the band they were playing for were like regular like rock metal bands or whatever. So then and Metallica was like, this is a little weird, but okay, But or when a lot of the you ever heard of 9 Inch Nails?
Doesn't sound.
They're like an industrial metal band. Okay, so a lot of us who were into metal knew who 9 Inch Nails was, and when I went to college for the first time, everyone bought 9 Inch Nails per Hate Machine, right? Even though the radio, because it charted on the pop charts, and me and my couple metal friends was like. They don't get these talking about being addicted to drugs and dying. They're like raving to this shit, I mean, and we're like, we're thinking we can't let them in because we just can't. They just can't. They ruin everything, Like people, I'm not opposed to people. If you buy a product like that person who paints their figurines in the rainbow colors, you own it. You do what you want with it.
Exactly, that should be totally allowed. But
you should, in theory,
somehow possible to not have those guys influence the whole hobby, let's say.
Well, you should be able to interact with people who are different from you in ideological, political viewpoints within reason, and like the example I gave with that I was reading that group where that person came in, they were like a cultist infiltrator, basically. You can't interact with them. But there are people who I would game with who I knew I'm like fairly conservative or libertarian. They were like left wing and Democrat, and we could still play the game together, but these cultist weirdos won't accept that, so you have to gatekeep them.
It's the universal concept of when we're coming here to play, we're here to play within the world that we're escaping to, because it's escapism is what it is, and everyone needs to agree that we're keeping real life stuff out of it because we're here to be friends and to play the game that we want to. They don't like that necessarily, but there are some that are like, yeah, I can agree to that, and then you have a blast. But here's where the two types come in.
The problem is that when they think escapism, they want their own stuff that they like to also be in the escape, right?
Well, they want to escape into the world they want, not escape from the world that we're actually actively
that's fair.
Even to get out of gaming for a second, think about religion. Like you have a lot of people of the left-wing variety or extreme right variety who want to impose their particular view of the religion.
If you bring this up, good sir, we're going to be here for 7 hours.
Well, you'll understand the point I'm getting at, right? So, like those right-wing, those crazy right-wing, the Westboro Baptist Church who protest soldiers dying.
I know who they are specifically because I live not far from them.
Yeah. So that's an example of a right wing kind of crazy, right? And you got the left
wing. Not right wing. That is not right wing.
They are far, far, far. Like They're like so far right they come around left again. You know?
I don't even think they're on the left or right spectrum. They're just on the nutty.
What I'm getting is there are these groups who want to impose their view on these religions, and I'm like, just go start your own religion. You know what I mean?
It is their own religion. They don't even use the same Bible.
No,
they
but
have their own written Bible. And everything.
But some groups then come in and like want to force gay marriage on the Catholic Church, for example. You know, or force whatever on whatever church.
Universalists is what you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe whatever you want to call them. And I'm like, just go do what everyone else did and make your own religion. And if not people like it, you'll have a religion.
Well, that's why they don't do it. And that was also brought up in the Warhammer stuff, was because like the reason people don't go off and make their own series is because no one will care about their series because it's filled with stuff they don't care about. They're there to escape, but the people aren't making a world in which you can escape to. It's a world in which they drag you further into the world you're in. And that's what people don't want. People don't want to go into a world. Like if I'm going into a game like Pal World, I'm there to capture pals, put them in my base, automate my base, have everything working out great, stop raids that are incoming, go fight bosses, go into dungeons, explore the gorgeous landscapes. That's what I'm there for. I'm not there to be like, well, this person has their head half shaved, it's purple hair color, and everybody's going to be trans or gay. That's not what I'm there for. I don't care who is there. I just want to play with the pals and fight the bad guys that are attacking me, or to capture the big ones like the Mountain Forest.
When Captain Marvel came out and they said this movie isn't for the male gaze, and we're like, okay, fine. No one wants it.
Nobody's going to show up. Yeah. But the funny part is that the women didn't show up because most of the people that showed up were men, even though they were not the ones coming. It's like, well, no.
That's because men are more into the superhero genre.
I'll go to Doctor Who, right? Doctor Who is a show
into romance and
stuff. It's a show by design for little boys primarily and their parents to get them interested in science and to get them into safe sort of adventure stuff. That's the classic Doctor Who, right? And so then you get what's been happening for the past 5 years, and no one watches it, and you're like, well, what you're sexist or whatever. Like, no, I'm not a parent, but I had a parent. I could very happily show them like the first 27 years of Doctor Who, even the first couple of Doctors now, and be okay with that. But I can't show them in stuff for the last 5 years.
Capaldi would be okay. Everything after Capaldi is a mistake.
There are some really kind of borderline storylines, and
that's I think.
Well, I mean, later Capaldi maybe, but that's not Capaldi's fault. I don't think. I love David Tennant's my favorite.
Well, I think Capaldi resisted. Capaldi resisted the woke stuff, and I think that's why they pushed him out.
Yeah, well, I mean, they wanted to get a woman in anyway, so it was a matter of time. True. But I love Tennant because Tennant's the one guy. He's the Scottish guy who has to play an English guy, play a Scottish guy, literally in an episode. So he's like literally just plays himself. I'm just like, this is fantastic. He's also a funny guy. But there's also other things like when you get into
he's less great in the new specials.
Yes, but that's
not his fault.
I think he politically agrees with a lot of that stuff. I don't care about his politics.
He himself is on the left side of things, so
I would assume so. He's an actor. It's just nature.
Yeah, exactly. But it's the writers who decide.
They're kind of closeted in the Hollywood get on your knees mentality. But it's more of like
there are actors who refuse. Eccleston, one of the reasons he refused to come back even now is because he doesn't believe in any of this woke crap.
I'd say that's one of the reasons, but there's a lot of other reasons.
There's probably a lot of other stuff.
Well, he's been open to it for the past couple of years. He said a couple of years ago, I don't like going back to redo anything. But the Doctor Who fans convinced me maybe to do a special or something. He made some comment like that. But now he won't come back and do it because he literally trashed the show, like the Monarch.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, anybody with a common sense brain would. But like when you get into things like what was it? Oh, are you guys familiar with Star Wars Theory?
What do you mean with theory?
He's a YouTuber.
He's a YouTuber. He's the biggest Star Wars YouTuber I think that's on YouTube. He's massively bigger than the Star Wars actual official account.
Yeah.
Like he's like 3 million or something like that followers, and like Star Wars is like what 200,000 or something. It's ridiculously different. But he's a guy who like does fan made stuff. Like he's got a Vader series coming out. He just released his own line of lightsabers that are custom lightsabers that you can order for like $175 or something like that. Like they're high quality, but they're also a bit pricey. I think they even have some like $300 ones. Like they're expensive, but they're good quality. And he's really passionate about Star Wars. That's why he's Star Wars Theory. And
Makes sense.
he's kind of recently been interacting with people like Mahler or Ryan Cannell from RK Outpost.
Yep.
And kind of meeting with like Gary from Nerdrotic, and that crowd is what he's kind of been getting into with. And he's kind of realizing like, oh wow, I didn't know that these guys were. I thought you guys were just like people who hate everything, but you're actually all really cool. And he's really chill about this kind of stuff. And he had a thing where he had a psychologist come on, and she was talking about, you know, women aren't interested in Star Wars. Now, I took this as, on a general average, women don't care about Star Wars, which is true. I asked my mom,
Okay.
anything fantasy or sci-fi, she doesn't care about. She'll rather watch her Hallmark episodes or whatever. And I'm like, Mom, that's fantasy. Just letting you know. But, like I've been trying to get her to watch Lord of the Rings with me for literally since it came out in 2001, and good luck with that. She ain't gonna sit down for 12 hours.
I just rewatched it with my younger sister.
Well, Mahler did a live, like a 7 hours, like a compacted version of it where they kind of skipped around, but they basically just got reactions. Critical Drinker was there and everything. And I basically rewatched it through that. I relived it through that because I can do it at work. And
Yes.
every year I watch the whole series, or I watch the behind the scenes or something like that because there's so much of it. But I've been trying to get her to do that for forever. But in this case, Star Wars Theory is like, hey, what do you think about this? And she's a psychologist, and she's like, women don't really care about Star Wars. She doesn't know anything about Star Wars. Like, that was her stance. And he's kind of just like smiling, kind of like almost laughing a little bit, like, oh, okay. Because we all know people that are females, women, that like Star Wars. There's at least one in every person's life that talks about Star Wars in some
but they're in a
capacity,
minority.
it's very small.
They're in a
Yeah,
minority.
They are, but for a woman who doesn't know anything about Star Wars, like I don't even think she knows how many movies there are of Star Wars. Like, she knows nothing. She comes from a world that doesn't. Yes, but well, I mean, you could say 3.5, and the half is 3 combined. But so, it's a little bit there. But she comes from a world where they don't know that kind of stuff because the average female population doesn't know, because they don't care. It's not their kind of movie. They'd rather go see a feminine type movie like Barbie, because that's what they're into. They'd rather go see Mean Girls. They'd rather go see the girly or the romantic comedies. That's their thing. Not the Saving Private Ryan, not the Star Wars, not, all those more hardcore type stuff, or even like kid-based ones like Star Wars with space wizards and light swords. Like, they just don't. It's not their cup of tea. They're not the big ones in Marvel. They're not the big ones in DC. It's mostly a male-dominated. But she made a blanket statement from her viewpoint that women don't care. And because Star Wars Theory didn't like correct her, like actually, glasses and fedora, and be like, hey, actually there are women that like the series. He didn't say anything. He just like, and then now Twitter just explodes like, he's a misogynist. He doesn't think that women like Star Wars. And it's like, well, no, that's not what he said. That's not what that's her viewpoint from an outsider. And apparently she got asked about an interview through like MSNBC or something, and she's like, did I screw up or something? Did I make a mistake? And he's like, yeah, there are women who do like Star Wars. And she's like, oh, I guess I made a mistake. And it was just like, it's all good.
Is it a mistake if it's just a generalization?
But the thing is, people didn't take it as a generalization.
Yeah, okay, fair
I think she took it as a generalization because that's what you do as a psychologist, and I took it as a
she
generalization.
probably has seen data about
that's what you do normally.
Hobbies women have, and Star Wars is probably not in the top 20.
Personally, I hate generalizations because I'm very much a technicality person, and I take everything from an individual. But I understand how a generalization works. Like, my best friend always uses generalization. I never use generalizations when we talk. Like, I bring out percentage numbers. I'm just like this.
Well,
if it's like more than 80, then you could say generally.
Well, no, not even that.
No, but when you're talking professionally, like say it's your physics, right? So I just said to be a physicist. I'm sure you talk in physics generalizations because you all understand the context of what you're talking about and bring up specifics when needed, right? Same thing in IT. I talk in general in IT with my coworkers or whatever, but when you talk specific, you bring it up. That's how professionals talk.
When you say like physics is accepted by the population, it's not
No,
everybody.
I mean within the context of his profession that he's in.
I know. I'm
You know?
saying in response to like a general content. Like if he was to say, if Sage was to go out and say physics is accepted by everybody, we know that's a generalization because
the generalization would be more something like people. We're pretty sure gravity exists, right? That's.
Or you might say, well, there's 4 states of matter.
It might be
technically,
okay.
We know technically,
there's 4 states of
bosine is
matter, none of them
condensate,
in
blah blah blah.
California. Hey!
Well, you know what I mean? Or there's 4 foundational forces, right? But technically,
or maybe like cosmic rays come from supernovas or whatever.
Yeah. So,
That's
but
not
in the context of
the full
professional
thing,
physics discussion,
it's a
you
generalization.
know when you have to be specific, right? That's
I
how professionals talk.
You guys are missing my point. It's like if you were to talk to just the average audience and you were
Yeah,
to state, hey, physics is accepted. Like you're making what seems to be a factual statement. Like women don't watch Star Wars. It sounds factual, like you're making a factual statement or an attempted factual statement. But what we all know is that, well, yeah, we all know that crazy cook that's just like, physics ain't real. It's a conspiracy by the government to control us with their mind cages. Like we all know those people. They exist. You might not know them well, but you know they exist. You see or hear them in some shape
but
or form.
nobody cares
so we
about
know
them
for
because
a fact,
they're in the minority.
but that's my point. Is that but we recognize that it's a generalization because not literally every single person exists.
See, people just understand that. That's a generalization.
But apparently,
as well, right?
in this situation, they don't.
No, but that's a specific
sane people
subject.
understand that. The cultists don't, and the cultists went off on him.
Well, yes, but I mean, he doesn't really particularly care. Like they'll.
Well, see, I don't know if you follow him before though. About 6 months ago,
I've been following him for the last couple months because I kind of rediscovered him. Like I knew who he was, but I was like,
I watch his videos once in a while. He's in the list of 1,000+ people I'm subscribed to. So
I was like, he talks about Star Wars stuff. There's not a whole lot of Star Wars I care about. Like I care about the Mara Jade stuff, and I care about Crimson Empire 1, 2, and 3. That's basically what I care about. I also care about some of the video games, but I don't know what he really covers. And I don't want to hear about Disney Star Wars. If I do, I go to Mahler because Mahler's got the long form, deep dive content that I like.
Yeah.
I don't think Star Wars Theory deals in that as much.
Oh,
he got Mahler on, which is what brought me on, and then they now have they have it called Star Grift, and it's their like weekly, like Monday event where they talk about Star Wars. And I'm a big fan of Mahler, and I like Theory as well, but that's what got me into it. And I heard about this from kind of the Star Wars Theory's little snippets on it. So
there's a bunch of people like in what we call the fandom menace, like that Star Wars girl or what's his face, the Gatekeeper Chronicles friend.
Drunk 3PO.
Yeah. All right. They are very much on the anti-woke side, right? Guys like Star Wars. This is about 6 months ago, 6 months, a year ago. Star Wars Theory or Echo Based Network were trying to stay out of the whole fandom menace thing and just be neutral about Star Wars. And about 6 to 12 months ago, the wokists started coming for them too. And I remember Echo Based Network changed the name of their channel, said we're not doing Star Wars stuff anymore. Star Wars Theory said I'm going to cut back my Star Wars content and concentrate on. He also does like Dune Theory or he has a couple other channels.
He has a couple lore channels and other things that are separate. Yeah,
I'm going to cut down on the Star Wars channel, concentrate on those. And that was 6 months ago. And this thing was
like those right wing extremists like Ryan Cannell and Mahler.
Well, then this thing happened with the psychologist, and now he's figured out that the people in the fandom menace were right. So.
Well, he's at the point where he's just like, I just don't care. Like I'm going to say what I want to say. If you don't like that, shove off. Yeah. I don't care if I have only one person watching my videos that agrees with me on something. That's who I'm making the videos for. Everybody else can shove off.
Yeah.
If you don't like who I'm bringing on as a guest, shove off.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the thing is like he's slowly growing into it. I don't really like the fandom menace as a whole because there's a lot of people on there that are kind of like loopy. But the Phantom Menace apparently went from Star Wars to like everybody. That's not nutto. And I was just like, I don't agree with that either. And I'm kind of with Gary from Nerdrotic on the whole, I don't like the community term as much as I like the fellowship term. Because you agree with each other, but you're not like down each other's throats if you disagree with one little thing type of thing. Like it's we're friends, like the Council of the Lights. We're friends, who share opinions, but we have our disagreements from time to time. It's not a big deal.
Let's see what we're saying.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I am, but
We're saying it, communicate. We're not like the French.
I don't know. I'm probably worse than the French because
Well,
weaponized autism. But
Tyrion might be borderline.
I'm literally borderline Belgium.
Yes. Mhm.
No, but like this gatekeeping stuff, like is a good productive tool to be used. I mean, they didn't gatekeep at the universities, and look what happened to them
What comes
now.
to the second. That's what comes to the second. Well, the admins went that way because they thought they could profit off of it. There's nothing anyone that goes there is going to say or do that's going to change it. I prefer when they were back before in the 1920s, before we got income tax, before we screwed everybody over with everything and all that crap. We had philanthropists. Philanthropists ruled the colleges because they built the colleges, they funded the colleges. If you wanted to go to school, they got paid for by philanthropists. You wanted roads, got philanthropists. You wanted hospitals, philanthropists. Churches, philanthropists. Everything got paid for by philanthropists. But what about my roads? Philanthropists. What about my economy? Philanthropists.
No, you had property taxes paid for roads and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's part of the government that did it.
No, what happened? What happened is
very much.
the left realized that they take
To
over
be
these
fair,
colleges.
though, back in the day, we used dirt roads, and they worked, I guess. So
Yeah.
The left realized if they take over these colleges and use government money to funnel all the kids there, they have an indoctrination train going on, and that's what happened.
You want to keep your kids sane? Homeschool them. There you go. Problem solved.
Yeah.
If you
Well,
don't have
it's
time
not
for your
easy to do here.
kids, if you don't, well, I mean, it is.
Well, I know there's a whole bunch of legal stuff here that blocks it.
Well, I know. That's because you live in a communist country.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Sage,
You live in a
we
communist
beseech
Hopefully,
you.
hopefully that will
Sage,
change.
come to
soon.
America, seek your freedom. We
Well,
welcome your troubled and you're free.
First,
You're
you
yearning to
must
be. What was
be
that
able
line
to
from
defend
Statue of
it.
If you
Liberty?
move to America, don't go to the East Coast and don't go to the West Coast. Everywhere else is moderately.
Okay,
Yeah.
but the middle is a desert, so
Well, no, you can go south. It's the Northeast that's the
The
problem.
Oh,
South
South
is
is-
desert. The middle
Southwest?
side.
is it
No,
not?
no. Central America, like, and I don't mean Central America like the continent. I mean talking like Central, actual in
Yeah.
America. That's where all the agriculture is. It's not a desert.
Ah, okay.
If you're going desert, you're going further west, like Arizona. It's all dry.
Basically, you want to avoid all the West Coast states, right? And you want to avoid
Yeah, no,
all
of
the
course.
East Coast
Who
states
wants to
that
be
are
near
above North
California?
Carolina.
Yeah. Well, there are some South states that are a little questionable, but I would say avoid New York, avoid California, avoid Minnesota,
Avoid New Jersey.
avoid Colorado.
Why specifically Minnesota? What's going on
There's a
there?
strong left wing.
It's- Very much it's turned to Somalia is for one.
okay,
And
no,
they're
that's
kind
not
of
good.
they're kind of adopting according to that, but also all those big huge riots that happened were in Minneapolis.
Wait, well, there is pushback. There's starting to be some pushback in Minnesota about that stuff now.
Well, I know also my wife's from
Yeah.
there, so that's why
Yeah.
that's why I know intimately what it's like.
But
It's a beautiful place. Don't get me wrong. Great weather. It's got snow a lot of the year, and I love that. And it's got like the alpine kind of aesthetic to it. I just absolutely despise their politics. Like it's an evil place. Also, Nick Rekieta from Rekieta Law is from there, so like I mean, you want to hear about messed up stuff, he'll tell you all about it. But from my personal experience going there, it's a nightmare to be there. So I would recommend not. If you go kind of like any of the central states except for Minnesota would probably, like if Texas seceded, they'd go with them, kind of a thing. Like they're kind of mentally of the same areas. You got like Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Oklahoma. Those kind of states
if
are
you
the
look at-
safer states to go.
if you
to
look at the
typically.
map of the counties in the U.S.,
Just don't go in certain counties. Those are the
yeah,
counties.
and you
Yeah,
go to the
okay.
counties that are
Makes
labeled red. It's like basically.
Like
But
if you
still-
look at the voting habits, if it's like blue, it's a place you probably want to avoid because they're probably either going to tax you into oblivion or you're going to get assaulted every single day. It's just one of those things.
Makes sense.
Big cities, big
I'll
problems.
think about it once it gets really bad over here.
That's
and of
usually when
course-
they won't let you leave.
Wow.
get your degree and get out. It's like, you know.
Yeah, once you graduate, you'll find like over here, like if you have a physics degree over here, you are highly sought after if you're going to be a teacher. Like where I'm at, we had 4 states all kind of like came together,
Teacher.
and there was one physics teacher, in 4 states that graduated in 1
Teacher,
year.
if you can do math at a PhD physics level, my professor, for example, back in second time in college, he had a PhD in applied mathematics, and he also had a master's degree in physics, right? And
Well, are you
he
going
made
for PhD
he
or are you
made
going for teaching?
Hmm?
Are you going for a PhD or are you going for teaching?
I'm not sure yet.
so he made
Because teaching, they will throw money at you.
he made
Yeah.
about $100,000 as a
I
teacher.
I was
right?
definitely going for a teaching degree at some point
He made
because it's
$100,000 or
always a
so as
good
a
backup.
teacher, right? He made $500,000 a year doing verified mathematical models for Wall Street companies' trading programs.
Mm.
If
Like,
you have
you
the
have
ability to do
options.
math at a
You
high
have
level like that,
options.
you have options. You know,
You have options. Physics
Yeah,
in general
physics, sure.
you'll have options, especially if you enjoy it. You might not enjoy the people as much, but that's a different story.
No, that's,
I had a friend.
I mean,
I
most
worked,
of the physics stuff is near universities, and that's generally maybe not a great place to be.
There are a lot of separate universities that are not of the hive mind kind of thought process
Yeah,
that you might
but
be
you
able to
need
get
to
into.
first
They
find out
they
which
even
ones
have
those are.
they have online universities and stuff as well, so you might be able to work from home. So wherever you decide to move, I could tell you in the DMs where the best places are to move in America because of their real estate costs and property value and all that kind of stuff. Where basically you move there, if you made $500,000 in a year, you literally have your house paid off. You'd have land. You'd have everything you own yourself. You'd have a big house compared to what the EU can provide to you. Like it's
Could be.
insane. It's night and day what you could make. Like it's crazy.
Yeah,
But
I
you'd
make
be basically set. You wouldn't have any mortgages. You wouldn't have any of that. You'd have property taxes, which, depending on what you buy, could be a couple $1,000s a year
Mhm.
where I live.
It does sound very
versus-
tempting.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
And you could have guns.
Yeah. Well,
But-
you would have to wait a while. I think to get a gun as an immigrant, you have to become a permanent resident.
well, I mean,
How do all the
become
immigrants get them then?
naturalized? Become naturalized. You'll be fine.
I'm not
It also
sure
depends
that
on what-
that's
it
true.
depends on what state you live
because I'm pretty sure
It
there's
depends
a
on
lot of immigrants
depends on
with,
what's-
with
There's
Depends on the
guns.
state.
Legal, yeah. I live in a constitutional carry state, so you don't even have to have a license. So there's that. As long as you pass the background check.
But I think you have to be a citizen or a permanent resident.
That the point of contention is whether the Constitution covers
No,
only citizens
but
or if it covers everyone.
There's a federal law that would cover non-permanent residents. That means,
Interesting.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah, but
gatekeeping
if a
guns
state
over
says
there.
shove off, that's a different story.
well, the thing is, they don't want people like a lot of kids come here to go to college, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and they realize a lot of those kids coming to go to college are pretty crazy people, like of a certain
Yeah.
Middle Eastern variety.
But the difference is they're not going to be they're not going to be they're going to be on a visa. They're not going to be here on a permanent status. They're they're probably not going to naturalize.
So they
If
didn't
you
want
can
them
be here to naturalize.
But they
then
used to be able to buy guns, and they can't, and haven't been able to about 20 years.
When you say naturalized, what do you mean
You're a citizen.
specifically?
you basically become a citizen. You're an immigrant.
Okay, yeah.
Comes here to become because
So that's just officially legal stuff, right?
well, like I was born out of the States, but my parents are naturalized citizens. Like they are citizens automatically.
And because he was a minor, he became a citizen, but with them.
I have
Okay,
dual
yeah.
citizenship, put it that way. But basically, I am essentially I was born in America despite my not being born in America because my parents are American citizens. We just lived out.
Well,
of the
no,
country.
you're still a naturalized, not a natural born, because you weren't born here, so to speak.
No, because the way the law works, my
where were you
parents
physically
are
born?
Canada.
So yeah, then you're not a
Yes.
natural born, you're a naturalized.
Sorry for your loss.
Well, back then it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
It got way worse now.
The basic difference, he can't run for president. That's the only difference.
No, I could because my parents are actual legitimate. They are natural born American citizens.
Yeah, they are, but you're not.
But because of them, I am.
Well, what was one of them
I'm
a
not
citizen?
Canadian, but I am.
No, what I mean is, okay, I'm asking, was one of them a citizen before you were born?
What?
Was one of them a citizen before you were born?
Both of them were.
Then you're a natural born American citizen because you were born of a natural
Yeah, that's what
citizen.
he was saying.
That's what I'm saying.
The whole
Yeah,
time.
I misunderstood. I thought you said they became citizens after.
No. I'm saying they moved. My brother and I were born, and then we came back but they were themselves citizens of America.
Yeah.
Therefore, I have everything, but I also have dual citizenship, so I could do Canada or America. And screw Canada. Like, it's a beautiful place, but man, freaking Trudeau.
Yeah, let's not go there. It's a
Yeah.
silly place.
We're gatekeeping from Canada too now.
Nice upgrade. I gatekeep the freaking Canadians, and Star Wars Theory is Canadian, which is funny. But
Well, who was it?
Girls-
Viva Frey
Girls-
left Quebec. Viva Frey, the lawyer, he took his whole family, grandparents and everything, and went to Florida. He said, "I'm done with Canada. I'm just done with it." You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just also recently learned that apparently my latitude is way high up in north of Newfoundland.
Where are you?
Netherlands.
Oh yeah, you're.
But I never realized America was so far south.
Where I was born is probably equivalent to where you are in terms of like across, but But I would gatekeep Canadians just as much as I would gatekeep illegal immigrants from the southern border, just because they're psychopaths. They're more psychos than the illegal immigrants coming from the southern border.
Yeah, that's.
I do think that the government does not do a great job of streamlining, people who want to be legitimate citizens. But I also realize that we can't handle the entire population of the world in America. Like, that's just a given. We don't have the space and we don't have the means.
That'd be correct.
People say we do, but I'm like, if we have the means for that size of a population, we're processing all of our food. It's all unhealthy. It's not good.
See, the people who say we do are either in the cult or they're listening to that cult masters who want to turn us into a third world country so they can rule over us.
We're a third world country. What are you talking about?
No, we're not. Well, I mean,
Anyway.
New York City and parts of California might be third world countries now, but the rest of us
Like,
still okay.
everywhere's getting bad, dude. Like, everything's
No, it's
falling
not.
apart everywhere.
Nope, no, it's not.
I mean, all my friends in all the different places are like, here's what's going on. I'm like, that doesn't sound good at all.
Those are probably all those Democrat-run cities in Democrat-run states, but in safe Republican states,
Which is everywhere. I used to be in a Republican state. It's no longer a Republican state.
Oh damn!
which one?
But it's all over the world, right? Well.
Despite 95% of my state is red, we're now blue.
Which one? Colorado?
No.
New Mexico?
Nope. I'd rather not share that information if I can help it. I can tell you in DMs.
Virginia flipped. I know Virginia flipped.
I'll tell you in DMs if you still want to know later on, but I'd rather not post that kind of information.
Well, I know. Yeah, I know I get through process of elimination, so I'm not going to do it. But the states I know flipped.
I mean, I'm sure anybody could try. But they have to get me to accept.
I'm not trying to guess. I'm just saying in general politics. Yeah. New Mexico will probably go back Republican over the next 4 years.
Well, Carrie Lake ever gets her election, maybe.
Well, no, she's Arizona. The New Mexico situation, they're being compounded because the illegal immigration situation and that crazy governor has gone full like socialist dictator. She's trying to ban guns by executive order and stuff like that. So there'll be a rebound there.
That will never pass, but that's beside the point.
Well, she passed it in the sense that she hasn't passed, and she's trying to enforce it with the state police, but the county governments are saying, screw you.
That's what I'm saying. Like
they're gatekeeping her, basically. They're gatekeeping her.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Back to the gatekeeping. That's what the two are. The two, like, one is people coming in to enjoy a fandom, regardless of what their background is. They could be super woke, super not woke. They could be super left, super not left. They could be whatever it might be. They could be right, left, center, whatever. Letting them come in versus not letting them come in. I think that's bad gatekeeping. Like, you shouldn't gatekeep enjoying a hobby.
Agree.
But when it comes to things changing in whatever your hobby is, like I like Lord of the Rings, you start bringing in LGBTQ characters, I'm going to have a problem because that does not vibe with the lore. That literally is not going to ever appear in the lore naturally. You have to force that in there. Look at the freaking Tolkien Society, and oh my gosh, I still have to make those videos.
And then all those groups like Tolkien Society, One Ring, and all that, they used to be solidly, decent groups of people to talk to.
OneRing.net specifically. OneRing.com's cool. OneRing.net is psychopaths.
Yeah. But I remember 20 years ago, we could have nice Lord of the Rings chats. We could disagree about stuff, but we could chat. And now you go there and they're like, crazy.
Gondor is an allegory for transitioning.
How?
Yeah.
Read the paper.
What?
It's wild. It's wild.
Because you have to transition across Gondor to get everywhere, I guess. Like,
Frodo and Sam
Yeah,
are
that doesn't
gay
make any
lovers
sense.
because they frolic, and the
To be
word
fair,
gay
I know
appears
that
in it.
theory. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because the modern, I have a whole video I want to do on
Because
presentism.
platonic friendships don't
I
exist
don't have
anymore.
enough time to make video, guys. Like, I need this channel needs to be fully funded, and I will just sit here and pump out videos every single day. I would do this full time, hands down. I also need an editor, so editor and pump, but basically full time paid
well, it's like
job and an editor. I can pump
like,
out videos every single day.
are either of you guys watching Reacher?
Yes,
Not yet.
I love Reacher.
So there's a
It's-
character
my
named
to watch
Neely
list.
who's in the book, some of the books, but not as many of the books as she's going to be in the TV show. And there are all these freaks who want her and Reacher to be romantic partners. And I'm like, no, doesn't happen in the novels. Neither of them are like that.
Are you talking about the asexual one or whatever? Or not?
She's not asexual. She likes men. Neely, the black woman. She likes men.
She's
but
kind of
she's like
romantic.
she's not. She's like Reacher. She's very stoic. So her and Reacher.
That's what I'm saying. She doesn't show her sexual interests.
Well, when she's interested in someone, she does, but we've never seen that.
I've never seen it, so I consider her aromantic.
We're not going to see it, but you might see it next season because the book it's based on is not one of the books she's in, so they're just adding her in as Reacher's sidekick.
Well, yeah,
Those things generally are probably fine as long as it's naturally fitting in the story. Right?
Well, that's the thing is like even some of the woke stuff could fit in a story if it's not the focus of the story. It's a byproduct that came in naturally. Well, yes, they're saying it needs to be there because of a representation, not because it makes a good story. I'm not really
the bad time.
And you get people arguing like, well, why is Lois Lane and Clark Kent's romance in there? That's heterosexual supremacy or some BS like that. And it's just like because it's part of the story, and that's kind of normal. Like LGBTQ stuff isn't as normal as people think it is. Like from a naturalistic perspective, it's not normal at all because it can't reproduce. But if you're looking at it from a societal standard point, it's like, well, in some societies it's very normal. In other societies, it's absolutely not normal. Like,
yeah, I mean, statistically,
some of Europe and the rest of the Western world, it's kind of accepted to some extent. The rest of the world does not have the same attention.
No, but generally, I think it's accepted, but you shouldn't. It's slightly.
There are a lot of countries it's blatantly outlawed.
Yeah, sure. But back in the day, it was much more just tolerated.
Well, don't you know, according to the woke cultist weirdos, the United States is the most horrible place on earth for people?
What?
For woke people?
According to these woke cultist weirdos, the U.S. is the most horrible place on earth if you're gay or black or whatever.
They want to live in, Palestine, right?
Palestine, yeah.
Ship them off, boys. Ship them off. They might get bombed by their own guys.
Ooh, yes.
But yeah, like, and the second is like we have the gatekeeping of keeping people out completely from a hobby. Then you have the gatekeeping of keeping them from being able to change what the lore states.
Yeah.
That's good gatekeeping.
I think I agree with that.
I generally speaking agree with that.
It's that generally as gatekeeping people out of the
however
center.
I'm willing to let people form their own set of the lore to do their own thing.
Yeah, sure. They can split off. They can
if it's your own, if it's your own, like if you and your little buddies that all agree on the same political whatever want to push that into that thing, you do you. It's your own. It's your own homebrew, whatever. Like you can paint your miniatures whatever colors you want or whatever. But if you're going into like a group of people who want to immerse themselves into the lore and the universe world of 40K or anything for that matter, whether it be D&D or whatever, like it's like why black elves don't exist in Tolkien's world because they don't exist in the Tolkien's world.
Yeah,
but they do exist in D&D, and the people who don't want them in Tolkien's universe because they don't like it's because they don't want them because they don't like them because their skin color. It's because it's not lore accurate, and they want to immerse themselves in lore accuracy. But then they go over to the D&D, and they're like, "Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Like, yeah, play black. I'll play a black elf. Why? I don't care." And somebody go, "Transracialism? Now you're just culture playing whatever. Get out of here." But like, it's the same people. They're like, "Why is it okay here but not over here?" It's like, well, because one, it's not in the lore. The other one, it's accepted in the lore. Like, it's not that complicated. But
Mhm.
people make it that complicated. People say, "Oh, this is racist. This is this." It's what I was like. No, it's not lore accurate. It's that simple. But if you're in the 40K scenario, or maybe Age of Sigmar, and it's not accepted because that's not how the lore works, then that's how it is. Like, they were mentioning one of the new Age of Sigmar books. It's about
Yeah, Age of
Bretonia.
Sigmar is a bit crazy though.
Well, no, they have like a new one, like the Lady of whatever, and it's basically this high elf that's like mind controlling a bunch of the Holy Grail knights or whatever from Bretonia. Hi, sister.
I mean,
Sorry.
yeah.
No.
But that's
It's
separate,
a newer,
isn't it?
it's a newer book, but apparently
So this is
like,
not the Lady of the Lake.
I think it's the Lady of the Lake. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
apparently
but
she's now.
that's not recent.
Oh, it isn't
Or is
recent.
it the change that's recent?
The change I think is recent. Like she was, I guess, human or something like that. Now she's, I guess, a high elf that basically.
I think
This
she
is what
was
I hear from
always
Art.
a wood
Again,
elf.
I'm fairly new to the Age of Sigmar stuff. Like I know like Vermintide, I know Warhammer, Total War, but apparently this
Yeah,
is
okay, maybe in
something-
Sigma, but in fantasy before that, it was always an elf. I think.
well, they're
Well,
supposed to be
for a
no,
long time, at least.
Bretonia is supposed to be humans, and they're
Yeah.
I don't know if they're allies with the elves or whatever. I don't know the political situation between all of them.
It's complicated.
It's complicated, and I don't know what it is, so that's where we're running with it. So apparently, according to Arch and
You might think it's a
Counterpoints
human,
and-
but it's actually one of the elven gods. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, but basically what happened is it was supposed to be like chivalry, the Bretonian Knights, the holy, I guess they're called Holy Grail kind of knights or
Mhm,
something. They're supposed to be like
Knights,
the
yeah.
best of the best, and they're supposed to be like really
You get
powerful.
to drink from the grail.
And apparently they're now just puppy dogs for guard dogs for the elves, and that's apparently a big problem because that's not
Yeah, no,
how
that
the world is
doesn't
set
work.
up. And it's like, okay, don't.
But
do
that's
that
why
'cause
everyone
it breaks
doesn't
immersion.
like Age of Sigmar, because it basically rebranded the fantasy thing into a whole different set of stuff.
Sorry, the puppy's whining because
They're complaining about gatekeeping.
Yeah.
Actually, she's sitting at the gate right now, so probably yes.
Like, stay out of here, man. Stay out of here.
No, she's trying to get out, but I have to wait till my wife gets home to let her go hang out upstairs because I'm keeping her down here because she'll chew on stuff because she's only 4 months old, and she's also got kennel cough, so I have to take care of her, which is why I disappeared earlier. But
Get one of those giant hamster bubbles so she can't cough on anything. She can run around where she wants.
well, I only have to keep my other dog away, and then we have to wipe the entire house down after she's okay.
That
But
sounds fun.
I took her to the vet right before this. That's why everything's good. But as for like the gatekeeping stuff, I think, sister, goodness gracious, just ignore that. But in the gatekeeping community, it's like, okay, there are certain things that we care about, like Wheel of Time.
Mhm.
We don't want this whole thing where like Robert Jordan writes this little itty bitty tiny snippet about pillow friends, pillow pals. I call them. And it's like people take it like
And
it's
there's a
full-
type of pal you can catch in Power World.
Yes, it's a pillow.
Even the dogs are upset about the pillow friends.
I can. She's trying to squeeze her out at the gate, and she's getting stuck. Sister, you're gonna make the gate fall. Oh my gosh, she broke through it.
Oh no.
I'm gonna have to go fix that before
Yeah,
she.
but I've recently been re-listening to the audiobooks for the first two books, and there's every now and then there's like this one sentence that I think, oh, they went hard on this one
Well,
in the show.
if you want a podcast recommendation, I got a podcast recommendation.
Ooh.
Tales of a Red Arm. You should listen to it.
Okay.
They
Where can
do
one
kind of
find
like a. It's like a everywhere podcast. Find it.
Yeah, no, okay,
Spotify,
sure.
everything. Podbean, or was it Podbean? There's a couple of them. Whatever the major ones are, I found it on all of them. But basically, it's just a read along, but like diving into like specifics, like details about characters, situations, how the characters are tied to each other, something that might connect to something later on in the series. It's like 180 some episodes in, and it's I think book 4. So knock yourself out if you want that. If you guys want to talk about Wheel of Time real quick, I'm gonna go get my dog. Or she breaks the gate. So I'll be right back.
We'll occupy time somehow.
Sure.
Well, just consider the concept of Wheel of Time and gatekeeping what's currently going on with the TV series and stuff.
I mean, that
I'll be
gate's
right
already
back.
breached, sort
So
of.
we need to gatekeep the French from the Wheel of Time. Number one.
Yes,
Right?
exactly. But they don't know English anyway, so it's probably
The
fine.
Wheel of the Time.
Yeah.
Oh man. But this gatekeeping. I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good thing as long as you're not a jerk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Excluding people because you don't like them, that's
What were the cancel
that's
culture?
generally not a good
Cancel
thing.
culture bullshit. It's
But excluding things that don't fit because of, for example, law reasons or maybe certain specifications that need to be. I don't know where I was going with that sentence.
I'm back. I just had to pile a bunch of toys on her.
Cool. And that works.
So, where were we?
Wheel of Time, gatekeeping, I guess.
I don't know what you guys were talking about before.
Well, we weren't really.
we were just
You
trying to
didn't
chit
say
chatting
it.
and wandering around.
We said two
Famously.
sentences and then you came back. So
Yeah. We did clearly establish, however, that the French must be kept from the Wheel of Time.
exactly. Yes.
I don't know. At this point, I think the French might improve if it's the show.
Yeah. No. Now you mention it, probably.
But like,
But then you
what I
get
said
this
earlier-
whole weird other thing, so it's still not great.
But like what I was saying earlier about like the pillow.
The Perrin, the actually baby.
Viva la Francia! Pow! I mean, the Kyrian are the base of the
The
French.
multitude
Well, I mean,
We have to have the
Close
Kyrian we gotta
enough.
gatekeep out. I'd say we have to gatekeep them, but they already have the 4 gate, so.
Yeah.
But I know. Sorry.
Actually,
I got dad jokes for days. So,
nice.
but like with the Pillow Friends comment, they took this one little thing and they're like, they're all full blown lesbians. I'm like,
And
actually,
also,
no.
it doesn't even say that Pillow Friends necessarily is a sexual relationship.
I think Robert.
It
Jordan
implies
himself-
it.
I think Robert Jordan himself implied it. Matt might be able to.
Well, I'm
up
going to go to
information
that.
and
I
confirm
know
Robert
because
Jordan
I think
thingy,
specifically it says that Pillow Friends can
They
be.
found
the
comfort
compendium.
in each other, and I don't. That could imply sexual. That could not imply sexual. In some situations, it's kind of confirmed. Like the one Grace
Some,
that
sure.
tries to get with Elida, that was
Okay,
considered a
so-
romantic relationship. But it's
I'm on,
also because some people hate men, like the Reds or certain
Mhm.
Reds, and then there's others that were just like, "I'm here." It's the same thing with like the
But
Spartans.
also the
They're-
whole Pillow Friends thing, it's only once mentioned specifically by a character that might not know the exact nature of the relationship between the two characters.
Yes, but we do have one actual lesbian relationship, which is the one of the Sea Folk women and a noble woman, I believe in Kyrian. It might be in Andor, but I think it's in Kyrian. I could be wrong. It's either Andor or Kyrian. It's basically a noble woman and the Sea Folk lady, and Rand basically ties them up and shoves them under a bed, and that it's like they're having like little hidden romance going on. We're like, those are the only real instances of lesbianism in the entirety of the series, but they make it like literally the whole TV series. It's like, lesbians everywhere, and they get to like, oh, Swan and Moraine had these weird, kinky, sexual lesbian relationships where they're kissing in the corners in front of everyone, where anyone could see.
Okay. So
That's not how any of those relationships worked at all.
I'm on Theoryland, right? Okay, so I searched for Pillow Friends, didn't get anything out of this. I searched for lesbians, right? So this is from 2001. Robert Jordan asks a question, and he goes about Sir Leia, and he goes, "I don't remember how he got on the subject, but at one point he may have mentioned the whole lesbian issue, something to the effect of, well, you put 15-year-old girls in tower filled almost entirely with women, with their hormones raging on overdrive, keep them away from men because you can't afford to lose any one of them. And what do you think is going to happen?" I think this answers the question of whether there are really lesbians in Randland and if they're intentional. I think he's equating the same thing to what happens in prison to the tower. You know what I mean? When you isolate male and female in prison.
Here's the funny thing. Okay, so I'm on the Wheel of Time wiki and on fandom. It
Yeah.
says Pillow Friends, the term pillow friends refers to a homosexual relationship between two individuals. I would say that's better as some, but again, it's a wiki, which means anybody can do whatever they want with it.
Exactly. That's not very.
Here's another one.
You
Here's
need to
something.
do the compendium.
Hold on.
Source.
Well, the compendium, I have the compendium over there, or the companion, I should say.
So
I don't know what it says specifically, but hold on, let me finish it because it actually it basically posts, but also counters what people believe. So, it's most commonly between two women. It's the most prevalent in the White Tower. Novices and accepted commonly enjoy these relationships as comfort during the hardships of White Tower training, and that are viewed as a thing of girlhood and are almost universally abandoned upon gaining the shawl.
Mm-hmm.
Some attempt to continue the relationships as Aes Sedai. I don't know of any recorded ones that continue it afterwards. I have no recollection of any that continue it.
So here's another Jordan.
On a friendship level, but also Heart Friends and Sean Chan is the equivalent of Pillow Friends, if that helps you.
In 2005 on his blog, he goes, for Jaffras, I have gay and lesbian characters in my books, but the only time it really comes to the open is with Aes Sedai, because I haven't been inside the head of any other character who are either gay or bi. For the most part in this world, such things are taken as a matter of course. Remember, Katsuan is surprised that Shallan and Ailili, however you pronounce that, were so hot to hide they've been sharing a bed, even knowing how pure and proper the Carhanian are on the surface. Well, for many, it's just on the surface. That's another comment of his. Jordan,
yeah, I see that the author clarification of, well, you put 15-year-old girls in a tower filled with almost entirely women. Their hormones are raging on overdrive, keeping them away from men because you can't afford to lose any of them. What do you think is going to happen? That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. But he also says pillow friends are not just good friends. Oh, they are that too, but they also get hot and sweaty together and must sheet something fierce.
No, I just.
Here's another interesting. Okay.
It says pillow friends then used for young women at the White Tower who formed a romantic attachment to one another. Behavior associated with this appellation generally ended when one or both parties were wasted ashore.
So, is RJ trying to insinuate that the Red Aja is made up of lesbians? Then Jordan comments, Jordan said he doesn't know how this idea caught on. The Red Aja does have women who hate men, but not all do. He went on to say that this is the bad
opposites accepted get hot and heavy with each other. How did they come to the conclusion that Reds...
And also, the Reds are constantly stated to hate men.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it naturally follows that the group that hates men but have sexual feelings are probably going to go with the only other option, which is women.
Jordan says they don't all hate men. He said,
there are some normal ones, I guess.
And he also had some bad logical jumps that just because a woman hates a man, that means she's a lesbian.
Well, but nobody says that all Reds are lesbians. They just say that Reds are probably heavily lesbian.
I think Jordan is saying that's
there is probably indeed some selection.
I'm not saying I agree with Robert Jordan.
Well, maybe not bias,
or just because you hate men means you're a lesbian. I don't think that, but I'm saying it logically follows that if pillow friends are a thing before they choose the Red, but then they choose the Red afterwards, they may not discontinue those relationships, which is what some things in the wiki are implying. And I agree that they could afterwards, but there's no like the list in here shows a bunch of people where it's like known pillow friends: Swan Sanche, Moraine, Damage-Red, Alil, Ryotan, and Shalon, Din, Dogara, Morningside.
That's you guys know what Theoryland is, right?
Let's say.
Vaguely.
I'll put the link to it in our channel.
Like Elida and Madani was the one because Madani was sent to by the separatists, if you will, the rebels, to kind of coax Elida into being run-ins. Galena and Tarna were apparently known pillow friends. Karuna and Bera, Sayen and Pavara were considered ones. Then there's suspected pillow friends: Galena, Casbin, and Tarava.
But suspected should be Moraine and Swan.
Well, I think they said they were. I think that's one of the ones. No. Like, they were pillow friends.
It's not confirmed. Elida, I think, or one of the Aes Sedai.
Elida outright says at one point she slept with a woman.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about Elida said something about Moraine and Swan being pillow friends, but she doesn't know. It's an unreliable narrator. who mentioned that.
I don't recall
Yeah.
in New Spring any examples of them pillow
And
fighting.
we know the perspective from Moraine and Swan in New Spring, and they definitely did not show any such proclivities.
But here's the thing: even if they were, my
It doesn't
point
make
is
them
that
lesbians.
exactly because somebody who's and like even look at Robert Jordan's quote. When you put 15-year-old girls in a tower filled with almost entirely women, with their hormones raging on overdrive, not their desire to be lesbians, but their hormones raging, which means it's not their brain functioning. It's like if you were to put a bunch of boys, horny boys, in the same
It could
room,
be that
they're
brain.
gonna
I don't know which hormone.
they're gonna make decisions and think based off of their hormones, not off of reason and logic or whatever, or even natural relationships. But then you keep them away from men because you can't afford to lose any of them. What do you think is going to happen? Basically, it's saying you could have a bunch of girls do a bunch of things that you might consider lesbianistic. Like, I mean, even think about it this way. You have the old school style, like I think it was in the 80s and 70s were particularly popular, where they had sleepovers and then the girls would practice kissing with each other because they wanted to prepare for their boyfriends, but they didn't have boyfriends. So they would practice with each other. And the idea was like, oh, that makes them lesbian or that makes them bisexual. And it's like, well, no, they're saying I have this desire to do this with guys.
Mm-hmm.
I want to practice for real, but I don't have a guy to practice with. Well, what do? You kiss a girl. And it's like, okay, does that make you a lesbian? No, that just means that you're practicing with the girl. Now, could they be bisexual or gay? Maybe, but you'd have to have more substantial facts than other than, well, they kissed a girl. It's like, oh, okay, that doesn't really mean it. If you kiss a pillow, does that mean you're sexually involved with your pillow? No.
Yes, actually.
That's where pillow friends come from. But but it's like, just because one thing happens doesn't mean the other thing follows. So then we're sitting here as the fandom going, hold on. We want everybody to enjoy Wheel of Time, so we're not going to stop you from coming into the Wheel of Time fandom over as a whole. But when you start spouting that this is the thing in the lore, we're going to gatekeep and say, no, that's not what it means, because it doesn't mean that without you reading into it. And you reading into it isn't enough. Woo, that was loud.
Yeah.
Sorry to everyone who heard that. But like, having all that being said, it's like, okay,
maybe you should edit a warning in the video right before it.
Warning. I'm hardcore.
Yeah.
I am not an editor. Somebody wants to be my editor, hit me up. Leave a comment, I'll reach out. But yeah, like if we're gonna sit here and say, well, even if it was hypothetically even like a smidgen percentage, like if it was a 0.01% chance it was in fact the fact that they're lesbians, bisexual, or whatever, and there's like there's a list on this thing of like, here's let me go back up. There's known pillow friends, suspected pillow friends, then there's first sisters and or sister wives or equivalent ambiguous relationships.
So I'm going
like
to
Amy,
gatekeep that.
Dorinda, Elaine Chircan, and Avienda. Avienda have no, like, nothing in the entire series.
Well, no, they are first sisters.
If you read Jordan's comments, like I linked the lesbian
first
search,
sister,
right?
The fact that they have the same.
He says these characters exist, but
that's because of the bond, right? I don't know.
Yes. Well, like they do first sisters through, I believe, the
weird bond,
the Aiel customs and stuff. Like, because there's first sisters, sister wives, and stuff like that. But even though they're equivalent because they're with the same guy, that does not imply that they have romantic feelings for each other. It's heavily, like, ridiculously implied that they have romantic feelings for Rand. Min, Elaine, and Avienda all have heavy, like crazy high levels of romantic feelings for Rand, to the point where two of them are guaranteed to have kids with him. And Min, we don't know if she ever does or doesn't, because we don't see anything about her future in that. But we know that Avienda has kids with Rand. We know that Elaine has kids with Rand in the futuristic sense. I mean, we know from Elaine because she's actually pregnant with them. But Avienda at some point is impregnated at whatever stage, and even if it's early stage, like last minute before the last battle and stuff, she has 2 to 5 kids or something with him. Like she has kids with
A
them.
lot.
Yeah,
But
I
I'm running out of time, so let me get this in.
Oh, sure.
So in his comment about I linked the lesbian search from Theoryland, and one of the comments he basically says that
There's
he
3 of
has
them listed on this wiki, but yeah.
he has gay and bi characters in the setting, but it only comes up with some of the guys to die. And what I think he's saying is, if it was relevant to a character, one of his 2,000 plus characters, that they were gay, he would have put it in the story. So the characters who like Avienda, whoever, they're not gay because he didn't write them gay. Because in other words, like maybe
It's fan
Statistically,
theory
30 of
stuff.
those would be gay or lesbian.
maybe some other character is gay, right? Homosexual, right? To be
Well, the 2 posted is Algarin Pendulane. I don't even know who that is, and Lord Balgarier.
Algarin is the guy who Rand sleeps over at. After the cleansing of Sidene, he chills
Oh,
at
you're
his
saying the
house.
mansion? The mansion?
Yeah.
yeah.
Isn't that where he learns to
But,
use Death Gates?
Point I'm getting is
'Cause
one
he
of
gets
those.
attacked?
There could be some of
That's
those
where he
2,000
learns to use Death
characters
Gates, right?
that are homosexual.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It
I
could
thought he was
be.
Lord, but yeah.
It could be some of those 2,000 characters are homosexual, but it wasn't relevant to the story, so Jordan didn't bring it up. So,
But even if he did bring it up, he would bring it up in terms of like this guy has
it's
a
relevant
boyfriend.
to the story.
And it would mention that, and then that would be it. And it's just
And
like,
that's
no,
why.
we're gonna make 5 episodes about those 2 guys, and that's it. And it's just like,
But that's why they can't make Moraine and Swan gay, homosexual, because Jordan didn't write them that way. In other words,
Well,
now
they can do it, but then
if they had taken one of
have
the
to stray from the
characters,
story.
like who we know weren't heterosexual. I mean, like we know that Elaine's heterosexual, for example, so they can't do it hard. But let's say they take
Well, I mean, bi is also possible, technically.
But I'm saying take a female.
Well,
is there any female character that never gets any relationship, like Varen, like for example? I think Varen's ever in any relationship, right? Maybe they could have made her gay as a gay character
the
because
certain thing that kills her. What?
well, it wouldn't have changed the story. For example, if they took a character who never demonstrates that she's straight in any way in Jordan's story and say, okay, we'll make this one gay just for a little side storyline or whatever in the show. That would have been.
They don't even do that. It's like, okay, well, we know Moraine ends up with Tom, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, she's gay, and it's like, well, but she ends up with a
Well,
man, so at best,
Wait a minute.
she'd be bi.
Yeah.
Like
Doesn't make any sense.
at best. But here's the thing:
At best,
is
yeah.
that when Moraine and Swan eventually kind of meet up again, right? There's not like they're going, "Oh, let's get in half in the sack." Like, no, they're just friends. Like, literally from New Spring when they're with I forget what the Amerlin's name was at the time, but when the
That's a good one.
what's her name that dies given the prophecy?
Guitarra Moroso.
Guitarra Morosa, yeah. When she does that, they're just friends from literally that point on. Nothing sexual is even implied.
Which is why it's
they're just good friends that are always together.
Below friends, and not a confirmed one.
But what they do is they take that implication, or even if it was even if it was written, it would be like a little slim, a very short period. But if they take that little piece and they go into the show and they're like, hey, we're gonna make this a major plot point for some reason because they want that in there as content that they believe in, that normalizes it, and we're saying gatekeep. No, because that's not part of the story. It's not required for the story to move on. Even if you made a quick comment about it and just said, hey, remember when we were like 14 years old? You know, creepy, you know, hanging out with each other, doing that type of stuff together. You know, we're past that point. And here's the funny part is novices were notoriously like, what, 6 to 11 years old or something like that?
6 is a bit too young, though.
Well, I mean, that was like, I'm saying as the
novices, they start at 11, I think.
I thought 11 was when they kind of cut off because you had to be young.
I don't think they would manifest the power until they're teenagers.
Yeah, the spark I think only happens like 11, 12 or something.
No, is it? I thought they had a bar for it. But again, 15 books. There's a lot of information.
So I gotta go, guys.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep the French out of everything, and we're all good. Later, guys.
Later.
Yep.
But yeah, like if you have a certain age group, because they were saying it had to be young enough to be able to learn whatever, which is why they were saying
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can't have older women.
But
and all that
Nynaeve is
jazz.
like 20 something, so that's too old.
Yes, 20-something is too
And
old, but they were also kind of
Egwene,
that Egwene
is
and Elaine
16
were
or 17, I
a
think,
little
and she
old,
is
but they were too powerful. They were like 17 or 18.
fair enough. But that's a
That's
more
considered
correct age.
that's considered well, no, that's not considered the correct. It's considered right on the brink of being too old.
Yeah, okay, sure. But then it's definitely not
Like
6
they
to
barely
11,
made it
right?
in there, huh? Well,
If
yes, but I'm saying
17, 18 is on the
I'm
brink,
saying
then
the
11
range. I'm
isn't.
not. Well, I mean, again, if it was 6 or if it was 11, it doesn't even really matter. They were saying it needs to be young enough to be able to basically be molded by the Aes Sedai.
Yeah,
11's
okay,
where you're
fair.
starting
I
to
think the
hit closer
spark
to puberty.
happens at early teens, which is, I think, 12-ish.
I don't recall, and again, 15 books, I'm not going to memorize all of it. I don't recall them saying a specific age is when the spark happens. They just say the spark manifests, but it also manifests at different time periods with different girls and boys, when obviously related to
Yeah, but
the
I think they mentioned specifically that it generally
and
happens.
they might. I'm not going to make the claim. I'm not going to die on that hill. It's not a big deal, but they get really young. What I'm saying is if you're looking at like 14 and under, and then you start talking about pillow friends, and you're getting excited about it.
Yes, that's a bit sus.
A bit sus. Bit sus. Now you're getting into freaking.
But I think
Stephen
that's
King
probably what
territory
isn't
and
happening
pedophilia.
because the novices generally are much older than 6.
The novices are going to be however old they're going to be for how long it takes them to graduate. Like,
Yeah, no, fair enough. But
you could be there for 50 years. You're still a novice, but
you could expect at least that normally until age, let's say 20, they're probably still novices.
potentially, yes. But again, if they, it's when they get there that they say they're too old or whatever. That's why Nynaeve was too old, is because she got there in her 20s.
Yeah, I specifically remember Nynaeve being mentioned
I
too
think
old.
Nynaeve's closer to 25, honestly.
Yeah, 25.
She's considered a bit older than the rest because she had to be old enough to take care of Rand, and Rand's he's like 19 or 20.
No, I think he's 20 in the beginning.
Well, it depends on what part of the beginning, because lots of time passes and Chuck leaves. Like it's months from them leaving the Two Rivers to getting to Shinar is like what, 4 or 5 months. So whenever their birthday is, because it's not like they announce it's my birthday. We don't know. They could have upgraded. They could have gone up in that time period. But from the point, I believe, when he announces himself as the Dragon Reborn to the end of the series is like 2 years. That's allegedly the window. Before that, a lot of time passes, because I think it was 6 to 9 months happens from when they leave by south of Kyrian to get to Tomon Head, because it took longer than if they were to travel on foot, but they experienced it all kind of instantly in a quick speed run. That's why, like, Ingtar was having his little crisis thing, like, I walk in the night, that kind of thing. Because all that happened, and they saw futures and different things happening in different timelines in that portal time period, but it actually took them longer than it would be if they actually just traveled.
So actually, wait a moment. If they lived through all of those,
it was like a flashback.
Are they technically okay? But
the time frame is like 6 to 9 months.
Yeah, but in that in between time may be distorted somehow, right? So they took 6 months to get there, but in those 6 months, maybe they lived through like 1,000,000 years. I don't know.
No. Like they experience almost like a multiverse level of different alternative worlds. Like what?
Yeah, they do. But
the mirror.
I think they specifically also. Well, maybe it's just a weird way of narrating,
because I think it's Varen. Is it Varen? Yeah, I think it's Varen who states that when they get there, like, comments on the nature around. Like, we're in autumn.
Yeah,
we were like in freaking spring.
It takes a bunch of months.
It
sure,
it took this many months to get here.
But during the flickers, it's narrated in such a way that it seems as if they are actually living through that
Yes,
alternate
well,
universe.
it's them seeing a possible world and living through it, but in a
Mhm.
compacted time.
Yeah, but they live through it, sure. But do they? I assume they remember, because at the end they're all like, "Oh my god,
They remember
everything happens."
portions of little things and whatever. It's the same thing with like when Matt gets the whole thing and he
Mhm.
gets his holes in his memory filled up with battle generals and all that stuff. He can remember every single one of those lives, getting his final last breath taken from him on field of battle, or taking someone's last breath, on winning battles and wars, losing battles and wars, the fluctuation of all these generals. He can remember those things as if he lived through them, but he
Mhm.
didn't actually live through them. He's not actually thousands of years old. It's just he has the memories of that. So that's the same concept where you're compacting these memories from possible worlds, like in this world. And some people argue this is the reason, like, you have all these multiverse universes, and then the Dark One has to win in all of them for him to be able to break out. And this is the one where he doesn't break out. See what I'm saying? So, like,
Yeah.
Rand has to give in this world because it's allegedly the last remaining world the Dark One has to get. And
Mhm.
all the other ones, he's collapsed humanity, he's collapsed everything and unraveled it.
Well, that
Trying to unravel
assumes
it.
he goes to all of the alternate ones, right? We don't know that.
Well,
It
he's
might
allegedly in
just
all
be a
of them.
specific selection.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's allegedly in all, the Dark One is in every single one of these
Oh
multi
yeah,
worlds.
sure. But he
And
might
in
not
all
have
of
won in
them,
all of them yet.
he's it's the whole I win again, lose Theron thing, where he's
Yeah,
showing every
but
single
that's
population.
under the assumption that during the flickers, Rand goes to every single alternate universe.
No. He only has to go to a couple. But
Yeah, no, I know that.
what that implies is that there are all
But
these
that
other
means that there
worlds.
could be more in which the Dark One hasn't won yet.
Well, in the timeline that they arrive, that's the difference. So if you're not living the entire age when you're
Mhm.
going in there, you're only living a portion of it before it moves you to another
Fair
verse.
enough. Yeah,
But
could be.
if that world's already past that point and the Dark One's already won, you're living in the prior time of that in a lot of the situations, and others you're living in the post. So it's not a specific time segment that you're in, but you're experiencing a little bit, a snippet of each of those different ones. So
Mhm.
it's like I saw myself in 1,000 lives in 1,000 different worlds, and I experienced these things. That's why like people that went to that experience were like legitimately traumatized.
Mhm.
And that's the case where it's like, okay, in
Especially
those
those that do
snippets,
weird stuff in the other timelines.
yeah, a lot of weird stuff happens. And it's like, okay, well, did this stuff actually happen this way? Did it happen another way? It's kind of irrelevant, but people think that's why there's this multiverse of all these dark ones trying to break out. And if he breaks out on all of them, this is quote unquote the last bastion universe or of the multiverse, where if he breaks out here, he breaks out everywhere, and all of time gets unraveled.
Mhm.
Because Dark One has to win in all of them. I'm pretty sure that was Robert
So,
Jordan.
yeah.
He has to
Well,
win, he has to win in all of them
I
to
don't think
actually
we
truly
know
break out.
specifically if that was something
I'm
Robert
pretty
Jordan
sure
said.
it's a Robert. I'm pretty sure it's a Robert Jordan
It's
response.
very
But
likely, probably.
I can't remember the exact source, but I do remember that being stated, and it sounded like it was like a meetup questionnaire kind of thing, where they're like, "What happens if this happens? What happens if that happens?" Blah blah blah. And so I think that it leans. Did she escape? She did escape. Dadgummit. I need to fix that.
Yeah.
um, she got upstairs. Um,
Anyway, I just
I,
looked it up. Rand technically becomes 20 in the Great Hunt, somewhere around chapter 44 or something.
yeah, because a lot of months happens between
So
Emma's
in the
Field
beginning,
and
he is
Shinar.
19 years old.
Yeah, and I believe Egwene is 17, 16 or 17. I believe it's 17 because she's a couple years younger. And Matt and obviously Perrin are the same age as Rand
Mhm.
because their birthdays are within weeks of each other, and so they have these starting ages.
Egwene's
But
born, I suppose technically you could say 2 years later, but it's 2 years and a bit. And I don't know if the bit is more towards the end of the year or the beginning, because it just says the year and no day.
so the date of birth for and this is where it gets a little funky. but the date of birth for Nynaeve is 974 NE.
Yeah, that's like 24 then, 23 maybe,
974.
depending on
Let's
when.
see. Oops, come on. Randall Thor is 978. So
978, yeah.
okay, so 20,
Specifically in November, though.
23 to 24 years old would be
Yeah.
what she would technically be.
And that's too old for the White Tower.
Well, it's too old to be a novice.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is why
They generally
straight
only
into
accept
it.
novices.
Yeah.
I think the fast track was purely because of they couldn't miss.
Well, she was
the
already
chance of her
partially
power.
trained. She knew enough to be able to be advanced into it. That was
She
why
knew
that was kind of
nothing.
a big thing. No, because like through Moraine and Swan and all that stuff. Because remember, before they
Oh,
actually
during the
got to
trip? No, I don't think you can call
they
that training.
well, no, like they tested what her power strength and her competency. So her competency was high enough to where she could handle enough, like she could channel when she was angry, and she could
Yeah.
competently form weaves and stuff without anyone else's help because she did it when she was younger, when she was like 7 years old. Actually, I'm pretty sure, didn't they say that like when she was like 7, she channeled to, like,
Seven?
because she was
I
sad?
don't think 7.
Well, it's when
She
Egwene was
channeled
sick.
when Egwene was sick. When was
Okay, well,
Egwene sick?
Egwene is 6 years younger.
Yeah.
So
if
at the
Egwene
age
was
point,
a baby at that point, then she would maybe be 7 years old.
I don't remember when Egwene was actually sick with breakbone fever.
Maybe it's in the timeline. Let's find out.
I doubt it. They're not going to mark that thing. It's this one little thing. Let's see. I don't know if there is a timeline on here. I'm just waiting. Like, I'm surprised they don't have the stole of the Amerlin seat and then be using it like a pride flag thing.
Yeah.
So her birth was 981. What was Rand?
Rand's 978.
So 3 years old. So she's 16 at the beginning of the series.
Yep.
No Aja. I don't see anything about a timeline on the wiki, but who knows?
Let's see. The wiki only has like one line, and that's a quote from the book, but it doesn't say anything about when. I assume there's a bit more text surrounding it. Nynaeve calls Egwene the child in it, so could be
I'd like to point this out. She has no talent with healing, though her healing weaves seem to favorably impress the head of the Yellow Aja, Egwene. Just throwing that out there when you can resurrect the greatest healer ever.
Yeah, wait a minute.
You can't do that. Just saying, that's kind of lore breaking. Let's see. Grew up. Blah blah blah. Blah. Yeah, it's okay. Activities. Oh, activities considering. Okay, a chronological.
I have the world chapter 21.
Stop shifting around, you stupid wiki page. When Trollocs evaded the truth. This is before, guys. That's how this works. And the tower. Maybe to the waist, some to the hall, blah, 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 blah. I was trying to see. Maybe it would be under Nynaeve. Because Nynaeve's the one who brings it up. So, I'm going to be very broad. I don't know what any of this means, but okay. Let's see. Nynaeve Almira. Activity. Oh my gosh, the ads are ridiculous. Hunt for the boys. Healing that cannot be healed. Cleansing cannot be cleansed. Recovery. I don't know which one of these would be, but we're gonna go to healing what not gonna be healed. Oh no, that's Men channeling. Cleansing what cannot be cleansed. They said the Extimony Olivia with an A. It's
Okay,
Olivia
okay.
with an O. I don't even know how you messed that up.
In the chapter 21, Nynaeve says, I thought Egwene was dying. I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler.
Toddler. Well, that leaves her under 3 years old.
No. I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler, when her mother was busy. And I started crying because I was going to have to watch her die.
Yes.
So that's
So
a past relationship.
Yes. Well, she's referring to
So
when
she's
she was
older
a child.
right now.
Okay,
it's a flashback, sort of.
She's 6 years, or was it 6 years? 6 or 7 years older than Egwene, right?
Mhm.
Egwene being a toddler means she's 3 or younger.
Yes, but she's not a toddler when she had breakbone fever.
That's what's implied with the setting, though.
No.
Okay, reread it again.
Blah, blah, blah. It's terrible to watch breakbone fever. Child was so blah, 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 blah. Mistress Baron told me fever would break in another day, 2 at most. But I thought she was doing me a kindness. I thought Egwene was dying. I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler. When her mother was busy. And I started crying because I was going to have to watch her die.
Because the I used to watch her could imply that she's relaying. Okay, let me see.
No, but that's...
What was the chapter? What book?
Chapter 21.
Book
and
what?
then the first one, Eye of the World.
Okay, book 1, chapter 24?
21.
21.
To me, it implies that Egwene was sick, and Nynaeve was there, obviously.
I'm trying to see if I can find it so I can read it.
She heals her. Why? Because she was angry she was going to die. And that's only because she had a past relationship with Egwene, because Nynaeve used to look after her sometimes when she was still a toddler. That makes sense, right?
Hold on. I'm pulling up my book, digital book. I want to read the line so I can get full context out of it. Eye of the World. Here we go.
It's somewhere near the end. Well, halfway.
You said chapter 21.
21.
I'm going to pull this over here so I can read it on the biggie. Okay. T. Mistress Barn taught me well. Who said I was too young? Unlike most women, blah, 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 blah. Of course, you do not know. Why would you suspect all of your life you had heard about listening to the wind and it gets blah, 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 blah. I don't want to hear any more of your lies. Perhaps as many 8 or 10 years ago. The age varies, but always come young was something you wanted more than anything else in the world. So perhaps as much as 8 or 10 years ago, which would put her at 14 or younger.
Or 13.
Well, 14 or 12.
13.
Yes. 10 or 8 years, not 10 or 9 years.
Because,
10 or 8 years.
Yeah, but 10 is the maximum.
I know.
So
I said
20,
if you take 10.
From 23, that would go back to 13.
13. Okay, 13 to 15.
13,
yeah, in that range.
14, 15, that range.
There was something you wanted more than anything else. You got a branch suddenly followed you, blah, blah, blah. You spent nothing as much time, but a week or 10 days later. Well, now, it does say perhaps, so she doesn't necessarily...
Perhaps, yeah, but
sure.
perhaps means that that's the most likely.
Perhaps fever and chills came on suddenly and you put you to bed and disappeared for only a few hours. Some of the reactions, blah, 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 spell of dizziness. It's just like, I'll go further. If you use the power to heal Perrin or Egwene at some point, an affinity develops, you can sense a presence in someone you have healed. And Barrelon, you came straight to the Stag and Lion, blah, 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 blah. Who was it? Perrin or Egwene or both? Egwene. And then we get to the part where blah, 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 blah.
It might be a specific time.
She had breakbone fever. She kept her head down and spoke to the ground. I was still apprenticed to Mistress Baron, and she set me to watch Egwene. I was young and didn't... I was young. That's all we know so far.
But that's...
I didn't know the wisdom had everything well in... I didn't know the wisdom had everything well in hand. It's terrible to watch. Breakbone fever. The child was soaked
Mhm.
with sweat. Now,
So
child
Egwene is
literally,
probably pre-10.
I was gonna say child literally means anywhere from 1 to probably 10ish. Actually no, it'd be 1
Well,
to 11 because
it
preteen
could be
turns
more.
into something else. Well, no, I mean 12 would be the latest because
Teen
13.
generally you would say from 10 to 20-ish.
But you would say child if you're like a super old adult. You wouldn't say it if you were younger.
Yeah, okay, sure,
It's
but
it depends on the
Nynaeve's
context.
not that much older. So
Yes,
child
but
probably
she's
in
pointing
this
out the
case.
child. Well, I mean, she's limited by how old Egwene is to how old she is.
True.
If she was 14 and she's 4 years older, that means Egwene would have been 10 in that regard, if that was the case.
Yeah, but she's more than 4 years older, I think.
The child was soaked with sweat, groaning and twisting until I could not understand why I didn't hear her bones snapping. Mr. Sparn had told me that the fever would break in another day, 2 at most, but I thought she was doing me a kindness. I thought Egwene was dying. I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler and when her mother was busy. And I said, okay, so yeah, that could lean towards I used to watch her and now not. I do
And
find
that
it funny.
builds up the fact
I do,
that she has a relationship with Egwene.
but
and
she says,
thus-
I was young and I didn't know the wisdom had everything well in hand. How do you know that the wisdom had everything well in hand? Because breakbone fever was really bad and there was no guarantee.
50% death chance? I don't know.
But
Maybe
she said,
it's a really
but
good.
she says, I was young and I didn't know the wisdom had everything well in hand. How could
Mhm.
she possibly know everything was well in hand, especially if she believes that she
But
was doing her a
maybe
kindness?
the wisdom told her later.
Yes, but there was no guarantee either. That was the thing.
Maybe
It's
it's
like,
a really good wisdom. I don't know.
now you're just surfing for stuff, aren't you? But when I started crying because I was going to have to watch her die. When Mr. Barron came back an hour later, the fever had broken. She was surprised. That's what it's like. She was surprised. Now it could be
Yeah,
that
because
happened
it
so
was
fast.
supposed to take longer. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It could be because it was happened so fast, but it could also be because
Yeah.
she was not expecting it to happen, but she made over more than Egwene, and I always thought she believed I had given the child something and was too frightened to admit it. I always thought she was trying to comfort me to make sure I knew I hadn't hurt Egwene. 1 week later, I fell on the floor in her sitting room, shaking and burning up by turns. She bundled me into bed, but by supper time I was gone. So it's very hidden what her exact age would be.
Mm-hmm. But I assume
Because
it's older than 10 at least.
I could agree with that based off of what it said. Now, the perhaps as much as 8 or 10 is the unreliable narrator of Moraine.
Mhm.
So it just says it always comes young.
Young, yes.
But young is there. There's not an early.
But she
stage
knows
for young.
exactly
This
how
is-
old
this
Nynaeve is.
She
And
does.
she's guessing probably in
Again,
between this range.
It's guessing and perhaps, and she thinks maybe 8 or 10 years.
Yeah.
But she's also shooting in the dark. It's maybe Perrin or Egwene, but she thinks Perrin or Egwene due to the fact that Perrin and Egwene were together.
But as
and
a
she can
trained
track them.
Aes Sedai, I assume they have statistics on, the white probably have.
And
I don't know.
They might, but again, this is the same issue with like everything else in the world. Is like nothing is exactly the same with everybody. There's always a rule
Yeah,
to the
not fair,
exception.
but that's why
or
it's
exception to
a
the
bell
rule, not a rule.
curve, right?
There's always a rule to the exception. I mean, exception to the rule. And so she's saying perhaps because she can't
Perhaps.
guarantee it. She's not saying it was definitively between this
No,
or this time
perhaps,
period.
but that's because it's a probability range, and
Yeah.
perhaps is the guess for likely the most likely age.
But here's the thing: is when she says perhaps as many as 8 or 10 years, Nynaeve doesn't confirm nor deny. She just says, "This is when I remember her going and turning ill, and me being concerned with her living or not."
Yes, but we also know.
But she never states which one of those is true. Was it 8 or was it 10? She doesn't state. It could have been younger. All she has to do is remember. All she has to remember is that Nynaeve or Egwene was sick in the severe instance, and then that she got miraculously healed, and that the healers were surprised. That's all she has to do is remember that. She doesn't have to state which one it was. It could have been younger. It could have been much older as well. It could have been 5 years
But
ago.
we know Egwene is definitely older than a toddler.
and that's the thing is I would assume older than a toddler, but it's also saying like I hung out with her or I watched her when she was a toddler.
Yeah, okay, sure. Older or equal,
I would
but
say
likely older.
I would say that Gwyn was within 1 to 3 for her to be watched by Nynaeve. But why would she stop watching her as she got older? Because 4 to 6 could still have somebody watching her. So I don't know why that would change in that time period, especially since Nynaeve seems to be inside of the two rivers and an actual like inside Emmons Field. She's not on the farm outside. Egwene's obviously inside Emmons Field because her dad and mom. So they're not far from each other. So why would she just stop watching her one day? If she was watching her that time period to where she got attached to her, she would probably be moderately close.
To be fair,
it's a hypothesis. It's not a guarantee. But
to be fair,
when she says it happened to you when you were young, well, how old is young? Moraine's like 40 something at this point.
Is that it's past tense that she looked after Egwene when she was a little baby, specifically when her mother was busy. So I assume that when Egwene is sort of more self-sufficient, let's say, that stops, allowing it to be past tense. Maybe.
Well, because when she says, I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler, when her mother was busy, she could be mentioning that in the present, not at the time of it actually happening. That's where it gets a little iffy, because
because it's double past, right?
It could be both. I'm willing to cede. I'm willing to cede that she could have been older, but the way it's worded, and because he keeps it kind of questionable, because when she says I was like, she's like, oh, it was about 8 to 10 years ago, right? And you're like, you were young. And then she comes back with, I was young. She didn't say I was 8 at the time or I was 15 at the time.
Yeah,
it doesn't
okay.
state what that is. So we're stuck with.
But that also could be that.
Window.
That could also, of course, be because it's correct. So there's no need to correct her, right?
Well, it's a correct statement, but it doesn't help us understand what her age was, which is why when I say like, if she was still a toddler, it
definitely not
sense.
6.
I mean, if she was a 3-year-old, she'd be 7 at the earliest.
No, but Nynaeve is much older than Egwene.
4 years, or no, 6
7.
years. Sorry, 6 years.
7.
Is she 7?
7.
Because she's 4.
Egwene was 16 in the beginning.
She's 4 years older
and
than
Nynaeve is 23 or 24.
1916. 3. Okay. Yeah, it'd be 7 because Nynaeve is 4 years older than Rand, who is
7
3 years
years
older.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 7 years.
7
so
at minimum. It could also be 8.
She'd be about 10 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
I'm running on energy drinks right now. 10 years old. 10 o'clock at 10 years old.
Yeah.
10 years old, 10 o'clock. She could be 10 years old, and Egwene could be at 3. Which is still, I mean, that's about novice age. And again, if you leave the fact that there's always an exception to the rule, and we already know that Nynaeve is exceptionally more powerful than the typical, so she's not normal by any means.
Yeah, sure.
She has,
but exceptional in one way does not necessarily mean also
I agree.
definitely
I fully
exceptional
agree.
in the other. In fact, it's probably less likely.
This is only the time she mentions the healing aspect, not the only time that this manifested.
No, but it manifests the first time in such a way. Because this is the first time because she has the first channeling sickness effects after.
I'm hooked on the whole. I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler when her mother was busy. To me
that seems to imply, if it is in the past version, it's a double past to me.
It could be either I used to watch her as a kid, and now that she's older, I had an emotional attachment to her and I didn't want her to die. Or it could be I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler, informing Moraine of the time period and saying she was a toddler and then her mother was busy.
Right, but then it doesn't really, you missed the reason why she was crying.
But it says, and I started. that's the problem, is that it's a conjunction, so it's like a continuation almost.
Yeah, but it seems
When her-
connected, right?
When
She's
her mother was
crying
busy, was
because
interjected. Like
she
if you
looks
read it,
after Gwen at
I
some
used to
point.
look after her sometimes when she was a toddler, and I started crying because while she was looking after her because her mother was busy, I thought I was going to have to watch her die. That's why it could go either way, and you have a really good case for your stance of her being a little bit older, so I can see the point.
Mhm.
I'm not going to die
Okay.
on the hill, but that's what I want to explain.
It's of
Why
course, yes.
it
It's
looks in
not
the way
a
because
guarantee.
we have young toddler. we have terms. None of it's being specific, and all we have to really stand on your point is Moraine saying perhaps 8 or 10 years.
Well,
And
no, not
90,
necessarily, right?
well, it says perhaps as much as 8 or 10 years ago. The age varies, but always comes young. But it's like, okay, well, what's young mean to Moraine? What does young
Yeah.
mean to the that's the age. It's so ambiguous that you don't really know. So it's like, well, could it be younger? Sure. Nynaeve doesn't say yay or nay. Moraine
Mhm.
doesn't confirm yay or nay. It's just, here's an event that happened when she was young. That's it. That's all it states. But it doesn't state was young enough or whatnot. We just know that now she's too old to be brought in as a novice.
Mhm.
But we also know that Nicola, I think, was 14 when she was brought in, if I remember correctly.
That
13 or
fits.
14.
That fits the Spock being.
If I remember,
at that
if I remember,
point.
yes, and she's really powerful. And then they also bring that. If you go back to Pillow Friends, she was in a pillow friend relationship with what's her name, Areola or whatever her name was, the hunter for the horn wannabe. You remember who I'm talking about?
What you mean for you?
No. The wannabe, the girl who wore breeches because of Brigida. So
I don't know.
let me
Is
go
it?
back to it.
It's not Els, right?
No, Elsa Grinwell's somebody totally different. All right, so Nicola Treehill and Ariana Nurmasiv. So Ariana was accompanied Nicola Treehill and Marrigan above the River Serpent when they were fleeing from freaking ads when they were fleeing from the riots in Samara.
Oh, when they
She's
steal the
young.
boat.
Yeah, she has young with blue eyes and dark braided hair. She is 5'4". She is free with her tongue, which often gets her trouble. She was born in Candor. She went to Ilion to fetch her younger brother Gwyl home. I don't know where they get all this stuff, but he had run away to become a hunter of the horn. She never found him, but instead ended up taking the oath of the hunter herself. She set out to find either Gwyl or the horn, which she knew she never really believed the horn of Valir existed. On her travels, and she was chased out of several villages, robbed once, and beaten several times. She meets Nynaeve Almira and Elaine Tracan on a River Serpent boat and decides to go with them for safety. She develops a friendship with Brigida Silverbow, spends most of her time with her. She is very jealous of any other woman spending much time with Brigida, and she dislikes Nynaeve and Elaine in particular for pretending to be Aes Sedai. While in Saladar, she has few friends aside from Nicola, and the Mistress of Novices thinks this is the reason for her disgruntled and troublemaking. Ariana admires power and warrior skills as evidenced by her training to get Brigida and land a teacher. Ariana and Nicola try to blackmail Egwene with the knowledge that she pretended to be Aes Sedai while she was still accepted, and are both severely reprimanded for it. She's also blackmails Morel and Nassau about concealing land Mandragoran, and is again busted by Egwene. She is an all of Lan and his swordsmanship. The Wheel of Time companion reveals that Nicola bonded Ariana as a warrior, illegal though as it was. I don't. Maybe it's when she bonded her. I don't know. She runs away with Nicola to the White Tower and takes a job in the stables. When Egwene is captured, she and Nicola tell the stories about her to the Tower novices, making her a hero in their eyes. And she says her final fate is unknown. However, because Nicola died, Ariana was her word, and can be assumed that she dies as well.
So why are we talking about this person again?
Because she's considered, if you go to the Pillow Friends, she is considered a suspected pillow friend with Nicola.
Ah, okay.
And Nicola was 15-ish years old. Now I'm going to check real quick. Ariana, how old was she?
Older than
they
Rand?
don't have an age for her.
Oh no, wait, that's the other one. Never mind.
I don't know who you're referring to, but they don't have an age.
Nicola is born before Rand is born.
Really?
Yes.
Nicola Trio?
Well, according to the Wikipedia, it's 974. Rand's 978.
But which direction is it going? Is it going up or down?
Well, up, obviously.
Well, you say obviously, but look at AD and BC, dude. They're backwards. They're apart from each other.
Yeah, this is in the same general.
They're in the same time,
period.
but which direction is it increasing? Is
It
what
goes
I'm saying.
up
It goes
because
up.
the first book is 998.
So she's 974, and Rand is
Born in the same year as Nynaeve.
okay. That doesn't make much sense. Why was I thinking she was 14?
I don't know.
I thought it was something about her age or something like that. I'm not sure. For whatever reason, I thought she was younger, but I'd have to remember something else. But point being is they're considering them a relationship together just because she bonds her as a warder, even though they're just friends that we can tell. So what gave them the idea? I don't know. Their relationship.
I mean,
in
it seems
the wiki
likely
doesn't even
that
make sense.
she somehow is emulating Elaine's bit with Brigitte.
Brigida.
Yeah, maybe. Does it have an official
But
pronunciation?
Brigida and well, it's what's the I mean, technically yes, but I'd have to whip out the companion and. Well, actually, hold on. I'm gonna whip out the companion. Excuse me while I whip this out.
I don't know. I disagree with a lot of pronunciations.
So they could make a freaking look at the thick boy. They could make a book this size just off of name pronunciation,
Mm-hmm. Well, no, there's a bit more in there.
which is supposedly in here. Well, I know there's. I'm just saying, like 2,000 characters, places,
Mm-hmm.
like the
And
world,
most
individual
haven't
places,
got,
rivers. Like
pronunciation
you got
guides.
geography, you got clans, you got the Aiel alone would take up half of this.
True.
Let's see. We're looking at Brigida.
Did
Did they do first or last name? I think they. Let me see.
know. It's either in the B or in the S.
Oh, let's see. Brigida. Brigida. No, they don't tell you. It might be in one of the books. Let me grab one of the books real quick, because whatever book she's in, they typically have the enunciations and pronunciations in the back. So
That could be the Great Hunt, maybe, but not likely.
I'm gonna go a little later.
Probably later, yeah. I'd say maybe book 7.
Crown of Swords.
Well, I don't know the exact numbers.
I'll just go later because she's in the later ones. 1 second. I mean, she's in every
7
one.
sounds
So
about when they.
she's yes, but she'll be in all of them. So I think.
Well, yeah, sure. In the later ones, at least. Hmm.
All right, I checked. Believe it or not, there is no enunciation or pronunciation in there.
Interesting.
And she's not even in whatever, like, the glossaries typically relate to very specific people in that book. It doesn't hold every single one of them, which, I mean, makes sense. It'd be that much to the book.
Yeah, no, exactly. There's a whole bunch of pronunciation guides.
I don't even know if I don't think the wiki has the pronunciation.
I mean, if it does have it, that seems a bit weird if it's not in the books, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I don't know. See, on the wiki it says Birgitta.
But based on what? If it's not in the companion,
It doesn't tell you. It just says Birgitta
And it's
Silverbow,
not-
Birgitta.
hmm.
Here, I'll send you the link in the chat, in the private chat. It's literally the first thing there on top. It says Birgitta Silverbow,
Yeah, okay. I see.
Birgitta. Now Birgitta is how I always say it because that's Michael Kramer's way of saying it, and apparently he talked to
That's fine.
fans and had everybody kind of guide him in that.
I generally pronounce it as Birgitte because that's how you'd usually pronounce words that are spelled like that where I come from.
Well, I feel like that's wrong because it is.
Could be.
But
is
yeah,
it
like,
really?
I don't know,
I don't know.
where.
I'm
I
a
don't
bit
know.
suspicious about where this comes from because you just said it's not in the books that you looked at.
Yes, but Michael Kramer and Kate Redding both said that they would meet up at fan expos or whatever, and the fans would be like, "No, this is how you pronounce this thing. This is how it's supposed to be pronounced."
Yeah,
Like
no, that's fair.
they change it throughout the
But that's only for the confirmed
audiobook.
ones.
Well, we don't know
If
which ones are confirmed.
Birgitte doesn't have a confirmed pronunciation, the fans couldn't say, "Oh, you're pronouncing it wrong" when they first used Birgitte.
But the thing is, I could have sworn the early books had the glossary where it would say their name and then they have the pronunciation.
Yeah,
next
but
to
not all of the characters do have pronunciation guides.
it.
Some
Well,
just miss it.
when is Brigitte officially?
She's introduced the first time in the Great Hunt.
Okay, well let me grab the Great Hunt and see if it's
And in the
there.
Great Hunt, I know Michael Kramer says Birgitte.
Michael Kramer, goat. Be right back.
I'm going to check my PDF.
All right, we are confirmed. That's how it is in the glossary.
Which one?
Yes, Brigitte.
So it is in the Great Hunt, but not in the later ones?
Well, I think they're doing it when they introduce characters because the glossary is pretty small and pretty much
True.
all the books. So I think it's like Galad
Okay,
and
yeah.
Gawain are going to be when they're introduced, not in every single. Because I mean, thousands of characters, even hundreds of main characters. You're building a big glossary every time you're filling in because every single time you're adding more information of what's going on. Because if like Brigitte's introduced in the Great Hunt because of the Horn of Valir coming out and everything, then you have all of her exploits afterwards. Every time the glossary comes out the next book, you have to cover all the exploits from prior times. So it makes sense why they're not in all of them.
But if the name's in there, then it's no extra space to just put the pronunciation behind it, right?
It's not behind it; it's literally right next to it.
Yeah, that's behind.
Oh, yeah, but I'm confused what you're asking.
So if you have in whichever book you just picked up before the Great Hunt, it does say Birgitte,
Powers of
right?
Midnight it didn't have Brigitte mentioned at all.
Oh, it did.
That's
Okay.
that's
But
what
the
I'm
companion
saying is-
does.
The companion
Or also
mentions
not.
it, but none of the companion does not have pronunciations in it. At
Oh,
all,
none at all.
period. None at all.
Oh,
I went through pages and pages and pages, and none of them had it.
That would
It's the
explain
name.
it.
It's the name in black, and then a paragraph of whatever
yeah.
information.
Okay, perfect.
So the companion is not the enunciation or pronunciation of each of the characters. The books have it in the glossaries, but it's only apparently for certain characters and only in what appears to be the characters as they are introduced. Because ideally, if you're reading the story and you meet Birgitte in book 2, Well, you'd be like, oh, well, how do I say this? You'd flip back to the glossary. You'd be like, okay, Birgitta. Oh, here's Birgitta. Oh, Birgitta. That's how I say her
Mhm.
name, and then move on.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you're an author, or not author, if you're the voice, I want to say voice actor, but the narrator, you would need to know these kind of important details, especially in a fantasy setting.
Especially when there's weird names, yeah. But for example,
Different cultural names.
let's see, do we have a
Like
character here?
Barrelane, you'd need one for Barrelane because it'd be like Burrelane or Baralane or Barhulane, or
True.
it could be a billion different ways to
But
pronounce it.
what
Like
about,
Galad.
for example,
Galad, you'd
Belair?
think it'd be Galad, huh?
There is I just scrolled through the glossary. Apparently, the first Aes Sedai advisor to Andor is Belair or something. I don't know. It doesn't have
The
a
Fresh Prince
pronunciation
of
guide.
Bel Air.
No, it's Ball and then air. So it
Well,
could be
most balls
pronounced.
have air in them, so that makes
True,
sense.
true. But how do you pronounce it? I don't know
That's
because it
another
doesn't
thing
have a
that
guide.
I found to be wild because who's the guy?
Secretary to Pedro Nile, Bulwer 7. But
Yeah, Balwer. Yeah, is it Sebastian
do I
Balwer?
pronounce it correctly? I don't know.
It's Sebastian Balwer.
7.
Balwer's it's seven Balwer. Thank you.
7 is
Balwer's
Bulwer.
Bawler, I believe. Baller. It's not.
WLER? No.
No, that's how it's pronounced. Baller. Seven
be.
Baller.
Could be, but I would say Bulwer.
I'm not saying what it's spelled as. I'm saying what it's spelled as the pronunciation of it. Like Birgitta. There's no.
Oh, yeah, but this
G-E-E.
one doesn't have a pronunciation on my end.
Well, you're just not looking at it right. Michael Kramer said 7 Baller. So
Yeah, okay,
maybe
but he can say a
maybe
lot of things.
it's been a hot minute since he's not a major character, so I don't remember it exactly. But I remember 7 Baller sounds
Could
right,
be.
but maybe it's not. But like
How do you
who's the
pronounce
guy?
Buried Belmedar? I don't know.
I I'd have to read it myself. Didn't know the character and all that. What's
That's Demandred's old name.
what's the guy?
Beidemon.
Apparently. Oh yeah, that guy. Okay.
Some random guy from the Age
Do you
of
know
Empires.
this is going to tie in really, really weird? So, do you know who LeVar Burton is?
No.
He was in Star Trek. He did Reading Rainbow. I don't know if you guys have that in Europe.
Doesn't sound familiar, so I'm guessing probably not.
I mean, he was born in Germany. But he was in Star Trek Generations and stuff. He's the guy with the little visor across his eyes, or the yellow outfit. But he's been in a couple things. But essentially, there's an article on I think it's PBS, and he's an African guy, and he's very leftist leaning.
Okay.
And
Where is this going?
I'm going to compare it to Wheel of Time. Give me a second.
Okay.
So he found out that his great grandfather or great great grandfather or great great grandfather, whatever, fought in the Civil War, right?
Okay, yeah.
And he was a white dude and a Confederate.
Ooh.
And he's like on record going, I was about to fight you on that, but now that you're showing me, I can't. And I was just like, the ironic that the guy, he's kind of racist, right? Like he dips on white people pretty hardcore.
Mhm.
And the finding out that, like, because he's like, oh, white people own slaves, and it's like, your own great grandfather was white, possibly owned slaves, and was a Confederate to boot, and fought for the Confederates.
Mhm.
That's like, yep. And that was from like an ancestry test and all that jazz. Like they backtracked.
And
it all
that's
the way back
ignoring
to
the
it.
fact that there were black slave owners as well.
But it's funny because he's black as black. Like he's not mixed. Like you can tell. Like
Yeah.
and I'm from the Wheel of Time perspective. It's interesting because the first queen of Andor was black,
Was
like dark
black.
black.
Yeah.
And what was her name? Ashara, I think.
I don't fucking know.
Ishara. I'm gonna
Andor.
pump that in. I think this. Yes, Ishara Castlane was
Sure.
the first queen of Andor, ruling from the founding of the kingdom FY 994 to her death FY 1020.
So, of course, if the
26
majority of the
years.
population is white,
But that's the
if
thing
not
is
all of
that
them,
this happened during
that
the War of
gets-
the 100 Years, during Arthur Hawkwing's empire failing.
Mhm.
So she took a firm hold on a small portion of it, succeeded. But here's the thing. Morghese and Elaine are technically direct descendants from
direct
her.
descendants, yeah.
And they're not even remotely, they're pale white.
No, but that's perfectly logical if you
But
have
all
a
of the
majority
nobility
population.
in Andor are direct descendants of her. Like all the major houses. They're
Yeah.
all directly descended from her. But you'd think that if
But
you
there
have
need to be more people than just her. It's not just cloning all the way down, right?
yes, which but the thing is if she like if
So if she
depending on whatever the ethnicity was at that time,
married a white guy, then
Yeah.
half of the blackness is already gone.
potentially because this
And
is
if
the
that's
weird,
half gone,
biology is weird, dude. Like biology, you could have a black woman and a white man and have out nothing but black babies. You could have nothing but
okay.
white babies, or you could have mixed babies. Like
but at some point,
biology is freaking
because
weird.
it's probability, right?
Yeah,
At least half.
one would assume it would get bred out, but the thing is we don't know. I don't know if it states who she marries, because if she married a black man, well,
Yeah, but we
then
don't know.
it's black and black, and then it'll go down and
But
being
it is
higher
perfectly
chances of being black.
reasonable that that's that most
Because
Andorran
it says
nobles are white.
Ashara is depicted is in a stained glass window. Ashara is depicted as being very dark skinned, much like one of the Atha on Mier, who are extremely dark, and she is full of authority as any Aes Sedai. And here's Ashara's family history. This is kind of ironic. Hawkwing was unusually harsh in his treatment of the kingdom after it capitulated in FY 963, marking the beginning of a period uncharacteristic ruthlessness called the Black Years.
Wait a minute.
Oh, the irony. And he had the nobility of Aldasar dispersed to the remote corners of the continent, blah, 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 blah. After he fell in love with a woman who would become his second wife, Tamika. Tamika's an African name. And
Okay,
too.
Soren Marrowfield is apparently Isha Castellane's lover.
General Sauron Maravale,
And do we have a description of his appearance?
a man of common birth who became a soldier.
Common
What
birth.
matches as common birth during the latter part of the rule. His abilities were noted, and since a Hawkwing promoted strictly by merit with no regard of noble birth, he was rewarded with numerous promotions and decorations. Hawkwing came to regard Maravale as his finest general during the latter part of his life. He was assigned to take command of the army besieging Tar Valon. He became the lover of Ashara. Is it Castlane?
I would say Castellane.
It sounds almost like Cadswain, so it's getting right there. The daughter of Endor Caslane, the governor of the imperial province of Andor. A year later, Hawking was dead from an unexpected illness, and his empire began tearing itself. Maravale stubbornly insisted on maintaining the siege until Ashara persuaded him that the siege no longer served any purpose, and Maravale lifted the surge and pledged his loyalty and life to Ashara, whom he married, and then they returned with his army. Nationality is unknown. We know nothing about him in that term.
Left to their daughter to become the second queen of Andor.
He was assassinated in 1017, and Ashara died 3 years later, with their sons also dead in war, and it was left to their daughter, Alysande, to become the second queen. Let's see what she's got. Presumed, but not confirmed, to be Alysande Castellane. What do you mean presumed, but not confirmed?
What?
If she's the daughter of Ashara Castellane, then she'd be Alysande Castellane. It says she's the daughter of Ashara Castellane and Sarah Maravale, so that she's a
maybe it's presumed but not confirmed that maybe that she went with the name Maravale.
But you'd go off of the queen, not.
I don't know.
It's literally the history of Andor that you would.
Yeah, but I didn't write this presumed but not.
Why
confirmed.
didn't you read this, that gummit? You bloody son of a goat.
But
Uh,
Soren Merivale is definitely the father, according to this.
I like this. The
And
date of
he came
Alessandra's birth
from.
is not recorded, but it says FY 1035. Or no, that's the year of death. It's
Hmm.
1035. But it was presumed to have been after FY 994. In that year, when her mother convinced her father to lift the siege, they were recorded as being lovers, not spouses. But then it says in the previous one that they got married.
Yeah, but not yet at that point. So
Well,
that's
maybe not. But she'd still be related to her mother. And she was the only child, so whether she was a
yeah,
bastard
but
child or not is
no,
irrelevant.
it's the date that's not recorded.
No, her birth
And
is not
that
recorded, yes. But that's
the
the thing.
date
If she's
of her birth.
presumed, I know,
But
presumed
the
but not
date is
confirmed.
presumed to have been after that year.
Yes, but my point is that if they were not married or otherwise, it wouldn't matter
It wouldn't
because
matter,
it'd still
sure.
be her mother. It'd be mother's daughter.
But that's
regardless.
not being disputed.
Well, apparently it is because it's presumed but not confirmed.
Yeah, no, but that's
because it says they are in that year they are recorded as being lovers, not spouses.
yeah, but it's the weird thing is that it's presumed but not confirmed to be Castellane. Right?
But she'd be a Castellane if her mother is a Castellane.
Yes. And we can definitely
we say that because if it was a man, it'd be a bastard child, so it'd be
Mhm.
potentially off of the mother. But if it's a woman, it would still be hers.
the woman is definitely always the mother because that's obvious. You don't know who the father is, right?
Yeah.
But you definitely
So
do
she
know
would-
who the mother is. So it's how can you have it presumed but not confirmed to be Castellane's daughter?
But
It
here
doesn't
we
make
don't.
sense to me.
But again, we
But
don't know.
that's
either
not
way.
important because we know that Surin Merivale is of common birth. And Andor, the
anybody.
population there is white, generally.
Yes, but from what we understand, he's not from the
he
region that
not?
Andor came. No, it doesn't. It says we don't know. His nationality is unknown.
Fair enough. But
So it
we
just
still
all
know
it
that the
says,
Westlands is
all it
majority white.
says is that he was part of Hawkwing's command, and that Hawkwing gave him basically promotions and stuff because of how the promotion worked. Because
Could be.
Hawkwing doesn't do. He does it strictly by merit, no regard for noble birth. So he's in Hawkwing's empire. That's
Mhm.
all
Yeah.
we
Okay,
know.
that's fair.
Anything
but we know
else doesn't make
Hawking's
sense.
empire is the Westlands.
Yeah, is Randland.
And, well, Randland's the world, right?
Well, there's Randland the continent and there's Randland the world.
Okay, fair enough. I thought the continent
like
was
Earth
the
and Arda.
Westlands.
I mean, the West is what certain people know it as, but we call it Randland to separate it from
Fair enough.
Shara, Shan, etc.
Yeah, okay, Randland. But we
Rand
know that
never
the
took control
population
of
of
areas.
Randland is at most black, probably Mediterranean, right?
Well, wait, who, where, what?
You don't have that many black people in the Westlands.
Well, here's
any
the
at all.
screwy thing. It's because Manetheren was multicultural, that we don't know how many cultures were in it or whatever.
Yeah,
And
but we know that the
sea folk-
population of the
sea folk are
Westlands
the only
is
ones we have that are guaranteed basically perma-black. Like, they don't
Mhm.
have whites among them.
But we know Tyr,
They have
Iliam,
lighter skin
and
black, but they don't. And they have dark skin black, but they don't have any whites that we can tell. European type.
yeah, but they are unique.
Before that, Manetheren might have, but the sea folk have been around
Might have.
allegedly since the breaking.
But probably not very many.
Well, all we know is that when the breaking happened, because this was
Yeah, they got spread out, but
I believe
since
it's
we
book
know
4.
that
No, the sea folk
all of
were
the
people that-
borderlands,
they ran to their ships, and then the waves went up and were going nuts. And then by the time the waves calmed down, the world had changed, and they just decided that we're going to hang out on this little island out here. That's how the
but
sea folk came about.
But
They
are
could have
almost all
also
white.
split people. No, the Borderlands have a little bit of Asian, a little bit of.
I consider them whites because I'm a good critical race theorist, right?
There you go. They're white privileged, so there you
Exactly.
go.
No, but when I say white, I mean not dark skins. I don't think you can
So,
call
so what we're
Asians
saying
dark.
is minority. In other words, dark skin versus not.
No, Asians aren't dark skinned, right? They're a slightly different
They're
tint.
darker than white. They're yellow.
But is that darker though?
Yellow is
I'm not
darker than
sure.
white.
Yeah,
White
but
is
not,
the
we're
highest.
also not
Anything
white, right?
anything not white.
This is not
is
white. This is
darker
sort
than,
of beige.
but that's darker than pale. This is the whole argument with when Elida grabs Rand's arm, slides up his shirt, his long sleeve.
Yeah, but that's because
and
he's a
notices
ginger.
there's a different color. Yes, but what I'm saying is that she makes the comment that people from the Two Rivers are darker of skin, not dark of skin,
Yes,
darker
but she
of
only
skin.
sees that after doing the sleeve, right?
Yes, but what she's saying is that the people
That
in the
means
Two
the
Rivers
rest of their skin color is basically similar.
Sage, follow along. Darker means there's a spectrum.
Yeah.
There's bright white down to dark as.
So
dark
white
as-
is only the very tip of the
No,
bottom.
no.
No?
There's a spectrum of white. There's a spectrum of dark. There's a
Right,
spectrum
but
in
why
between
is
of different
Asian not in
aspects.
the spectrum of white?
Because okay, if you look at it, have you ever gone to get paint anywhere?
Sure.
If you take white and you take yellow and put them up, which one is
Yeah,
darker?
but it's not really yellow, is it? And it's
Bright
also not
yellow
really
and
white.
Dark white is still brighter than yellow, the brightest yellow,
Could be.
because that's how colors go. Like if you
I get that, but
if you do white to black, like not racial, just
but they are
purely
very
color
similar
palette.
when you also put an African next
Well,
to it.
yellow, that's in comparison to black, it's closer to white. Yes,
Yes,
but it's darker than white.
sure.
But when
But that's
the
minor detail.
the reason we came, or at least I came to the conclusion, I think you agreed with me when we had this discussion. The reason I came to the conclusion that the Two Rivers was more Mediterranean-like, they're darker of complexion, but they're still lighter of complexion than those that are not. So I have kind of a historical thesis, or not thesis, theory about like the comparison of Andor being Britain, Kyrian being France, Tyr being kind of Spanish, Ilion being kind of Portuguese. What's the guy's?
Apparently, Ilion has Dutch accents.
They have it's a mixture, but they're more or less Portugal.
I think it's more Greek, maybe Ilion.
The way they're described leans more towards Portuguese, but again, they're multicultural. That could be a little mixture.
They have a literal Venice.
This is a. Well, I'm not saying it's a 1-for-1. I'm saying the general overview of it is
the architecture is very Roman, Greek.
Well, like the architecture for Tyr is Vietnamese, but they're definitely.
Or are we talking specifically
Spanish?
Okay,
I'm talking phenotypes.
Right. Phenotypes, sure.
So, and I'm not talking height, hair, eye color, that kind of stuff.
Height's less important because that can vary.
Well, Kyrian is all short people.
Yeah,
Kyrian are short people. Like the whole group. You see them, they're short. Kyrian,
the Kyrian, sure, but that doesn't say anything about skin.
Yes, but that part is also covered in that. They're pale.
Fair enough, sure.
So they're pale and short. That's Kyrian. That's French. But the French also adds to other things. But overall, the French and British rivalries.
But that's what I was saying. Darkest you have in the Westland is almost likely at its darkest Mediterranean.
No, you got Terabon, you got Aerodamon. Like
maybe that's more Arabic.
Well, there's one of them's Indian and one of them is more Arabic.
Those are Indians.
I think it's Terabon.
Are they more Arab color or more like South?
Well, Aeroddamon's known for their horses being beautiful, like Saudi Arabia. Their veil, or not the same type of veils, but there's the way they're described is closer to kind of a Saudi Arabia, near Middle East kind of description, where Terabon has a little bit darker of a skin. I think I could be wrong. It could be switched. It could be Terabon, Saudi Arabia, and Aerodamon is more India.
I think Terabon is more south, so likely
it is south. It is southern to Aerodamon, but I'm talking about their phenotypes.
Yeah, but that likely depends strongly.
It's a little bit weird. That's
Well,
why
it's a little bit weird. That's sure. Fair enough.
it's a bit weird. But my point is that the relationship between Kyrian and Andor is that of France and Britain. Andor's notoriously has very British
Okay,
feel about
golden
it.
hair, brown eyes are not an unusual combination for a Terrabona. Unique linguistic. Okay, I don't care about that. Blah blah blah.
I'd have to go over
It
all
only
that.
mentions
There's so
hair and brown eyes. Golden hair, brown eyes.
golden hair could mean it be bleached from the sun. It could be a whole bunch. There's a lot of things. That's the problem.
It
Is that
probably means blonde, right? Naturally.
probably, but the rest of the description doesn't always match. Then again, it's a bit weird. So like even though Tyr is more like Spain and it's described phenotype wise as Spain, Julian Sandor is a darker. There's exceptions to all the rules, but I'm talking the general population. That's typically what they lean towards. Kyrian being kind of a French with the politics, the infighting, but also trying to claim Britain. You know, the French 100-Year War kind of thing with Britain. That big historical event. They're also kind of like, well, we have the shared, royalty.
Andor and Kyrian are definitely right.
They're definitely very much the England and France of Randland. But with that, what big empirical group, Imperial. There you go. Imperial group.
Yeah, that's a different.
What imperial group is Mediterranean, but also kind of has something to do with Britain? I'm literally giving you a softball, dude. Come on.
What?
Historically, Britain, what Mediterranean group has a pretty decent amount to do with them?
Well, Britain was all over the Mediterranean.
But Britain's not in the Mediterranean.
Well, technically, yes, it is.
No, the Mediterranean's Greece, Italy.
Yeah,
North
but it
Africa.
has bits of the Mediterranean, a part of England.
I know. Why would that be, Sage? What imperial group had something to do with that?
I'm not sure what you mean with imperial in this case.
Imperial, like empire.
Are we talking the Normans? Probably not, right?
No, older than the Normans.
Okay. Britain at some point took over.
What empire ruled the world is notorious for going.
Well, Rome, sure, fat, but that's not related to Britain.
No, because they went there. They had people settle there. Welsh. Had Hadrian's Wall and all that. Do you not remember this in history?
Yeah.
Come on.
But the Romans were everywhere. That's like saying the Dutch are related to the Romans.
But they were the people group that were Mediterranean that went there, or they had, I should say, a portion of them were Mediterranean, because it's
barely any.
A large portion of Italy is in the Mediterranean.
Well, yeah, okay, sure. Italy is mostly Mediterranean, but
yes,
not many.
And they're also notorious for being like the Greeks, which is slightly darker skin because of the Mediterranean.
Yeah,
more so than that of the Germanic peoples.
Were the Germanics they recruited in Gaul?
Yes, but I'm saying the Germanic tribes and peoples were not of a darker skin tone.
Also,
they were more of a paler. But what I'm saying is that these Mediterranean groups being in a Britain-like territory, and this is a theory, but it makes logical sense from the part that Robert Jordan pulls from historical events and belts them. We already know that there's this rivalry between Britain and France in history, where they had lots of wars, and we're always trying to succeed each other and who gets to be the king or the queen. Guess what other groups in
always is a bit of strong trade.
Up to a certain point, there was like the War of the 100 Years and all that stuff. Like,
yeah, but that
France attacking Britain, Britain attacking France. They go back and forth.
That's only after the 1500s.
Yes, but they have a historical in that regard. Then you have this group of people kind of hidden off in the middle of nowhere that were kind of planted there from another empire, the Menetherin, that kind of are in Andor's borders.
Okay. Dodgy connection.
Theory, but when you also put in they're of darker skin than a pale redhead.
Yeah, but that's practically everyone, right?
Yes, but also remember there's things like Matt seeing a black person for the first time and saying they look exotic. Well, obviously that means they're not black.
Yeah, sure.
Because he's not seen somebody of that complexion before.
But
If he
pale,
had, then it wouldn't. If people were black in the Two Rivers, then he would not think it's exotic. He'd be like, "Oh, that's like Tom from Home, or that's from like Billy
yeah, but
or
see,
Sally."
if you have a ginger, so super pale skin,
The one ginger in all of
Mhm.
town, and his mom is
their
noticeably
skin
the
color
one redhead in all
stands
the
out
town.
even here in the Netherlands, which is
Yes, but he's
pretty far
also a
north
shepherd,
European.
and he's out in the sun all the time, so he would
Yeah,
get
yeah.
sun darkened.
Sure,
You know that
but the
sun
rest
darkening
also
happens
does.
because, well, even Senbui, he's sun darkened
Well,
because
he's
he's a
extremely
thatcher.
sun darkened, huh?
Yes, because he's a thatcher on the roofs all the
Mhm.
time. It makes sense. It's like a permatan because he's always on the roofs.
Yes.
It makes sense. But also with age, your leathery skin's going to retain a color a lot easier than somebody who's younger where their skin's constantly refreshing. That
Yeah.
makes biological sense. They're like,
Mhm.
no, there's an old root. I'm like, well, here's a root. It can be dark or it can be light. And they're like, oh, well, which one is it? Like when freaking what's his name? Daniel Green?
Yeah, but he went out
literally
and
goes
grabbed
out.
the dark root, as if there aren't light roots.
My point. No, he well, he was it light or dark? He picked one of them. I don't
He
remember
picked
which
the
one.
dark one.
He picked the dark one. There are
Yes.
light roots, which is
Mhm,
funny
exactly.
because like you'd know this if you do anything about trees, but apparently he doesn't.
Mhm. If you
He went
go
with a
outside,
pocket-
you can
he
see
went out with
them.
a
maybe.
pocket knife, and it's like I'm gonna cut this out.
Why does he have a pocket knife? That doesn't seem like something you would normally carry around.
Well, I mean, it was outside of his apartment, so he just grabbed a pocket knife, went out and did it. I mean, it's America,
Yeah, but
dude.
why a pocket knife instead of just some garden equipment? Or does he not have a garden?
Well, I believe he lives in an apartment complex, so probably not garden equipment.
That's fair.
I'm not sure. I'm not for sure. Maybe he has a house, but I think he mentioned it outside of his rental property. Which
Yeah,
is
I don't
what I would
recall.
assume.
But he
And
picked a
that's the
dark
case.
root.
He picked a root out of whatever was
And
nearby, and
I
who knows?
assume-
Maybe he went through 5 or 6 of them until he found the right one that was gnarled
It's-
enough for his taste.
I mean, I can see him doing a random one.
I don't consider roots below ground to be gnarled. I consider them just alive. I consider roots above ground to be gnarled, but they're also covered in bark and stuff. If you peel the bark off, what color are they?
Well, it depends on
White
the
or
tree.
green. Yeah, if it's new, it's whitish green, like the new liveliness of growing. If it's
And
dark
also the
because it's
type
super
of tree.
old, and the type of tree, like a redwood's going to have reddish looking thing. It's like,
Wow, who would have thought?
but like it's that we see these comparisons, but we also see these other things that people don't take in consideration, like Matt seeing a black person and saying that's exotic. Well,
But I don't think you need to
exotic if black
necessarily
people
go
live in
all
your
the way to
territory.
Mediterranean.
Well, no, I picked Mediterranean because the comparisons of it.
Yeah, okay.
Again,
it's significantly different, I guess.
It's a theory. It's a theory, but it makes logical sense. You have this empire, Manetheren, which did take a bit of Andor, not a whole lot of it, but a bit of Andor, a little bit of the Almost Plains, Terabon, Arad-Daman, Gildon, Mirundi. Mirundi is almost universally
Would you
Irish.
call it an empire, though?
Yes, Manetheren was massive. It wasn't an empire in terms of it covered the entire known world, but it was a massive country. And typically, if it's a massive country, you consider it kind of an empire. I mean, we could say it's empire, not empire, or whatever, but it's like it as big as it was.
I mean, I don't know the exact scale of the region, but
there's been images. Let me see if I can find it, but there are images of potential. Hey, look at that! I can spell it. Manetheren.
How big is the Two Rivers region?
There's Manetheren the city, and then there's Manetheren the nation. Let me see if I can find the image I was normally thinking of. I don't think I'm gonna find it. Let me see if the image here. Okay, here's
on
one.
the Aratol page. There is an image with all the old countries.
Well, here's a. Oh no, not inspect, you poodoo. Here's a JPEG. Look at that. Manetheren basically takes up the mountains of. I guess it might not be an empire then. It could be just a kingdom, but
it's not that much. It's one of the smaller ones, actually.
Yeah, but I've seen some maps that took up a lot more space. I don't know which ones are accurate. I can't even tell if this one's accurate, but that's
True.
what's showing it. This one looks like it's all written in. But essentially, I like how the Tarvalon is this diamond.
Yeah.
But like this whole thing with it was a very successful, very wealthy and rich place with multicultural is what is assumed from what I remember of.
Yeah,
the
multicultural, but that's because it has little bits of everything.
Well, that's what multicultural means. Yes.
Yeah.
But we know certain
But
bits.
is it
of that-
multicultural or multi-ethnical?
Ethnic? Well, usually ethnic, or in the state of the world after the breaking with tribalism and everything, homogeny kind of became the thing. We know homogeny exists because if you go to the Sea Folk, they're homogenous. If you go to the Kyriana, they're homogenous. If you go to the Andor, they're homogenous. Consistently, there are exceptions.
But see,
because there are
normally
merchants.
countries back in the old days, right, which this sort of technically counts, even if it's in the future. I guess maybe
if you take the psychological perspective of the behaviors of people after, say, the Tower of Babel story, people found people with the same language that they could understand and were afraid of everybody else, and that's how they created countries and fought.
Yeah.
Like,
but they all speak the same language anyway here, so.
Well, no, when the Tower of Babel they did before, and then God goes and
Okay, sure, but here in this case,
I'm saying from the language changing, they joined up with people they could understand and fought against people they didn't understand, because what are humans afraid of? What they don't understand.
Yeah.
It's a standard behavior. Now, one could say you're
that
just looking
barely
into this too
applies
much.
to the Wheel of Time because everyone speaks the same language.
No. I'm in the Tower of Babel. It's strictly like language.
Yeah, no, sure. The Tower of Babel, but I'm talking about
the ethnic things. But what I'm saying is that the breaking happens, and people
and everyone
go
speaks
and
the old
join.
tongue.
Well, people join a tribe of people that they could find, because like if everything, like imagine the breaking is like the world being a rug and it just shuffled, just like you take the rug, everything's changed. Mountains are in places there weren't mountains before.
Yeah, sure.
Oceans are where oceans weren't.
Well,
Everything's
I don't
changed.
know how this is relevant.
Because there's you finding survivors, and you either feeling safe with them or not safe with them. You form cities, you form villages.
Nations are formed
come out of that.
Similar people.
Yes, and somehow in that time period, by the time we get to the modern time period, everything is extremely homogenous.
Yeah.
Cultures are extremely homogenous. The places
but
that
cultures
aren't
change much more easily than ethnicity.
No. But we're talking like the way phenotypes are described, like the Kyrianan paragraphs, not only of their phenotypes but their styles, a whole bunch of things. Like everything about them is very heavily brought in, but it's like Kyrianan are short. This is universally accepted. That's a gene thing. Like it's been that way for a long time.
Yeah.
There aren't tall Kyrianan that are their natural birth. They'd have to come in there from somewhere else and basically take citizenship to be tall.
Yes.
But then you wouldn't look at them and say that's a Kyrianan. You'd say that's an outsider. But they're like, no, I'm a citizen of this country. Just because you're a citizen doesn't mean you're natural born. So natural born would imply all these people have a familiarity with the culture. Andor's notoriously tall, which falls in line with Rand's heritage. Rand is not seen as an complete outsider. He seems abnormally tall for an Andorman, but it's not unknown for Andorman to be that tall. But he's also Aiel, which are tall, typically really tall, and thus also the hairstyle matches similarly, slightly, to that of some Andorans. But we also know his mom's from Andor and is of royal line, which means goldenish reddish hair isn't too far out of the possibility. Goes to the Aiel waste, marries a gold to reddish haired tribal chieftain. They have a kid who just happens to be a tall reddish gold hair, really tall Aielman Andoran.
Almost as if genetics exists.
Genetics. It's crazy. But
see.
But Andorans are known to be tall. Kyrianan are known to be shorter. So those are traits you can't just shuffle in a short time period. Like you have to have that for a decent time period. But we also know
Yeah,
that
but
even though
you do that
Ashara was
through.
black, none of the known nobles we know of are of dark enough skin to
Yeah,
be
but
black.
that my
It was
hypothesis
bled
there
out completely.
is because maybe Ishara might have some sea folk heritage,
Potentially, yeah.
and
The sea
most
folk
of
aren't the
Andor,
only black people, but they
yeah,
are the only
most of
homogenous
Andor,
black people I can think of.
most of Andor, well, let's say practically all of Andor right now is white.
For all intensive purposes, for generalized, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Individually, there might be an exception, but for the
Since
overall
Andor
majority, yes.
existed from when Ishara founded it, let's say, up until now, that means the population likely hasn't moved much
I don't know
to
how many
different
years from
countries.
Ashara to Morghese there was. That's
I don't know,
because they have different year system.
but they do.
That's the
That's
problem.
annoying.
Well, they have FY versus NE.
Let's say probably 1,000+ years.
Okay, well, Ashara only ruled for like 17 years. Her daughter only ruled for like 13 years, and it just keeps going like that in a stagger because they're getting
But you have a
assassinated.
whole bunch of generations, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
all
really
nobles
easy.
It's established that all nobles
Oh, right.
in Andor are direct descendants
Yeah, but they're also all white.
of Ashara.
Well,
Yes.
we should.
Well, they're closer to white
There might
than
be
not.
some
That's the assumption.
mentions nobles that maybe there's one black.
Well, it's like
one
going.
somewhere.
It's like coming to America, having like LeVar Burton being African, and he's a descendant of a white person, but like flip that. It's like
Yeah,
coming over and being like, my descendant's black, and I'm about as
but the
white as white
probability
gets. And I am
with
about as
4
white as white gets.
generations,
So
right? So if Ishara's husband was white, and the
then
majority of
you
the
have
Andorans
you
are
have a
white,
33% chance your kid's white, black. Or actually, no, you have
why
a quarter percent chance
33?
it's white. It's a quarter percent chance it's white, quarter percent chance it's black, and then 60 or and 2 or
50?
50% it's mixed.
Yeah.
But those percentages are not guaranteed that just because it's a higher.
They're not
means that's what you're
guaranteed,
gonna
yes, but iterate over those a bunch of times.
And assume that they kept going into white families because they married white people,
because the
then
majority of people are white in Andor.
It would push. But now
It
the question
would.
is that was my same argument for Manetheren, because Manetheren was multicultural, presumably multi-ethnic.
Mhm.
So it's like, okay, give
The
them the top.
majority must be white.
And I said, well,
Of the
no,
survivors, at least.
I said give them the top 7 main populations, phenotype, ethnic population. So like Indian, Asian, African, European, Native American, blah blah blah. Like just give the top 7
homogenized,
mains,
sure.
and then take all of Manetheren, give them equal amounts, and then we base it off of the numbers based around like, okay, we know that the army of Manetheren was like roughly 100,000 people, and the typical, and this is where we bring history in, because this is also supposed to be
but
our
I don't
world.
think that tracks entirely, because the population of the 2 rivers is not anywhere near what you suggested it was, right? According to your calculation.
We'll get there. We'll get there. So Manetheren has an standing army of roughly around 100,000 troops, give or take a couple thousand. The typical system for a kingdom is to take 10% of their total population to make a military, because you don't want to destitute your entire economy and everything else. Like, you can only sustain a certain army size of a certain army size. This has just been historical for pretty much all of mankind. 10% of your population is what you would have in your military on average. Like China being
10%?
a billion population, you got 1 million soldiers, whatever. That's the assumption. So across historical boundaries, which Robert Jordan pulls a lot of historical comparisons, we know this. 100,000 means that it's about 1 million population total in Manetheren, which could make sense considering the size. The average population of all these places combined would probably be a couple, tens, 20s of millions. Considering how many places did we say there were in there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus Tarvalon. So there's roughly 10
Where do you
plus
get
Tarvalon.
the army size? Is that
Where do you
mentioned?
get? I believe it's mentioned somewhere. I don't remember off the top of my head. Let's see. We do know that most of them. No, boy. Let's see. Military. Freaking ads. Golden Age government. Military. The army of the the sword cannot be broken.
That's not Manetheren.
I'm not seeing it. It was the most significant military force in the Westlands during the millennium after the breaking of the world. The nation was known as a staunch defender of the Compact of the 10 Nations, and his military would be renowned for its unflinching opposition to the Shadow, earning the moniker of the sword that cannot be broken. The greatest warriors of the era flocked to Manetheren for the chance to be selected as worthy induction into the legendary Band of the Red Hand, baby. A company of heroes and blade masters that had defended generations of Manetheren nobility, the Band of the Red Hand's history was long and storied, and the company engaged in innumerable exploits. Sadly, the majority of the records related to the band were destroyed in their upheavals, blah, 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 blah. It's not saying here. Let's see the fall of Manetheren. It might mention it. King Thorin!
I'm exploring Oakenshield Doom here.
I know, right? What's up with that? Yeah, the Armerlin seat, Tetsuan, had stopped the reinforcements, acting out of jealousy to Eldrin's power, and then they stripped her of the staff and stilled her for her crime. The world would have been a different place. I'm not remembering where I saw it, but I remember seeing something about it. I'd have to find it again, wherever the heck I found it. But even presuming a decent-sized area, they are considered the strongest, and 100,000 honestly probably low, if anything. But considering the fighting force constantly fighting the Shadow, it's reasonable to be 100,000 troops if they're constantly fighting the Shadow.
Could be. But they were the most significant force, not necessarily the most populous. Right?
Well, significant.
They were significant because of their elite soldiers. Right?
No, the significant military. It said significant military force. It did not say significant military specializations. Their military is world renowned.
But their military was world renowned because they were that good at fighting.
Well, they had a small group called the Band of the Red Hand that was known as renowned fighters. The Band of the Red Hand was not the entire military. It was a special elite force of the military.
Fair.
And people were like, "I'm a blade master. Please induct me. I want to be this legendary group." That's what they were known for. The military as a whole was considered significant, which typically implies larger. It was much larger, as the larger of the forces available. And 100,000, if you think about how many is in the last battle, 100,000 is not that much. But if you have, because if I recall correctly, there was
I don't remember what the numbers were.
There was over 1 million people, I'm pretty sure, in the last battle participating, if I recall correctly, and that was all of Randland.
Could be.
And that was many years after Manetheren was gone, which means the population would have possibly gone up, obviously minus Manetheren. So at that time, 100,000 is a reasonable amount, even if I don't find the original fair enough. Time period. 1 million is not, it's not that weird for a massive kingdom. If each of those kingdoms had 1 million population, which again is not that crazy if you consider them being wealthy, high trade, all that kind of stuff, like everyone's kind of like, we're getting along because we're all fighting the Shadow. And the Charlotte Course lasted how long? A couple 100 years? 200 years?
I don't think that's specifically mentioned.
Let's find out. Charlotte Course
probably is right.
For nearly 2 centuries of the Trolloc Wars had ravaged the length and breadth of the world. So yes, 2 centuries. So 200
Okay.
years. So 200 years we got the Trolloc Wars going on. You need a massive fighting force. You don't want to cripple your economy, so you need a large enough populace that can reproduce and bring out enough. And being the best of what's available in Randland, aka the Westlands, to fight the Shadow, they probably take less losses, so they're going to have a larger military than those who aren't as successful, as we should say, in that regard. Logically follows. Doesn't necessarily mean that's the case, but it logically follows. Now, if you take that and you flip it and you're like, okay, let's give them 100,000. That's a reasonable amount. 1 million seems reasonable for an entire kingdom, not just a city, the entire kingdom. 100,000 would be 10% of that. And that's a large number. And again, when I was coming with the 7 major ethnic groups, phenotypes, I was saying I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm giving them more than ample enough. I'm giving them plenty to go with. Now, granted, when you think about the end of the last battle, the big battle being over 1 million humans versus the Dark One and his forces, and the Trollocs still outnumbered them. It's a big battle, but you're also taking part in virtually every free place all in one location.
Exactly.
If you took 100,000 from 10 places, you'd have about how many?
1 million. Wow.
About 1 million. I know, it's shocking. Now, also keep in mind that by the time Rand's there's already been wars. Thousands and tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people have already died.
Everything is in civil war. Exactly.
But they would have already. This is years on the road. Their populations would have gone up naturally. And every year after the breaking, the population would have inclined rather than declined. So 100,000 is being generous, but also it's within range of maybe.
Well, maybe not. Every year is probably a bit strong because likely there were population dips whenever the big events happened, right? So the Trolloc War killed a lot of people.
But that was thousands of years, and
sure, but
generations for that to explode.
There's multiple wars, right? So it could be like a
but I'm talking even like places like the Two Rivers, which are really small, hidden off in the nowhere. They got this farmstead with parents that has multiple kids that are multiply married. Kids. And they branch really fast, and that's like 3 or 4 generations on one farmstead within one lifetime. You do that multiple times over for centuries, thousands of years, that's going to branch pretty quickly, and it's going to grow exponentially. Humankind is notoriously horny, so it's gonna branch quickly.
True.
So in this, granting 100,000, granting the 7 major phenotypes of all various extremities, it says that the army is basically destitute by the last time, but then the citizenry of the city of Manetheren, which is going to be a large population, they charge to the front line, with exceptions of obviously the children.
And the
maybe some of the like 15 or 16-year-olds would go with them, but the younger kids would stay back. They'd obviously have women to take care of the infants and stuff. You probably have some of the older folks who couldn't hold a sword that could still take care of children. Blah 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 blah. But Moraine specifically explicitly says that a remnant of a remnant. A remnant is a very small percentage.
Yep.
Now, what's a very small percentage? We're presuming the lore based upon what the Aes Sedai, because there were Aes Sedai then.
True.
Remember, they're the ones who backstabbed him.
At what point did the library get raided?
The library was broken during the breaking. That's when they lost things. This is way
no. They also got destroyed at some point later. Well, maybe not destroyed, but stuff got lost.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily matter. Like even if it got sacked, which I don't remember. I thought the library was in a different place, but maybe it wasn't. Okay. But even if it did get sacked, they'd still have people of memory. Aes Sedai are old. They would have memory of it, so they could just write it down again. It wouldn't be unheard of for that to happen. I mean, the history, they learn the stuff in the tower in histories anyway. So even if the library was raided, it's not like every book necessarily would have been. The only time knowledge was extremely lost was the breaking.
3 destructive events. First, during the Trolloc Wars. Minor damage during the Great Fire of some random year. And arson during Hawkwing's time.
Yeah. But even that's the case, that doesn't mean everything was burned to the crisp.
No, but
Everything was
maybe
lost.
stuff was lost
But even if it was, there were still people alive who could recount the instances. Like, imagine a Brown being alive at that time and then being like, "Oh, these books were lost. Quick, use my memory. Write books as quickly
But they
as
don't have
possible,"
perfect
and then bring
memory, right?
Well, they have multiples of them.
Well,
It's the same. Oral tradition, still oral tradition, dude. It still exists.
yeah, no, I
And
get
it was
that,
just-
but
And that was as close.
that's
as
different from reading stuff in a book once and then
Yes,
you
what I'm
remember it
saying
fully.
is being as accurate as humanly possible is going to be a better, more reliable source than just guesstimating.
Yeah, sure.
And then just saying, "Oh, there was 100 billion people in Methrin." Well, obviously not. If there was 100 billion orcs to crush 100 billion people, they would have wiped out everybody anyway. So that little continent is not going to sustain that much. Like that's essentially like what Europe.
Yeah, but
and
wait a minute.
Partial of other
If
areas.
you start with equal percentages of all phenotypes,
again, the being generous.
yeah, okay, sure.
I'm saying seven major phenotypes, ethnic groups, whatever you want to call them. Indian, Asian.
Are we
Europe.
just talking about the fact that they blend?
No, we're
Or
talking
that they
about
blend into something specific?
We're talking about the extremities, and then the time period and how many generations pass in that time period. But we also have to account for things. A remnant of a massive population that gets obliterated. So a remnant, which is like teeny tiny amount.
Sure.
So it's like I said, let's be generous and say 5%. 5% is a remnant of 100%. That's 95% of the population gets wiped. Assuming this all happens. Now, obviously, there are some smaller groups outside, like near Gildon, on the side of Aradamon, Terabon, on the other side of the mountains and everything. Yeah, it's a little iffy. But if this happens, because I'm pretty sure part of Manetheren was, I think the city was on the...
City's in the mountain on the west side of the mountain.
It's on the west side of the mountains? Yeah.
I think so.
So they would have... I agree, but even if it was on the other side, it was still in mountain territory. So that this remnant, the 5%, and then a remnant of that remnant, so another 5%, being generous again, drops you down, down, and down. So now we're at a very, very
in
small
the middle
percentage.
of the mountains.
Probably. It's a trade center.
I mean,
so
the
it
main
makes sense.
land of Manetheren likely is on the same side, right?
Who
Likely.
knows? Again, it that ultimately doesn't even really matter that much. That's the funny part. It doesn't even really matter. If the city's in or around the mountains, odds are they're gonna get
It's
hit
likely
from
in the mountains since it's literally called the mountain home. So
makes sense. And the king is Thorin. Hey, look at that.
wait a minute.
Dwarves!
But why are they tall? That's
Could you kindly shove off? But
so
if
Manetheren people
if they
should
weren't
be
against-
short. That's
yes,
Yes.
they have big, great bushy beards and wield hammers, and great axes. But like, if the Trollocs were to attack them, they wouldn't attack from the mountains. They'd attack them from
they came from the north.
flatter terrain, right?
They
Logically
crossed the river
speaking,
in the north.
crossed the
That's where
river.
they came from.
They crossed the river, but did they go in the mountains and attack, or did they come from the wider
Well,
plains and
that would be
woods and
stupid.
attack?
They're not Hannibal.
Maybe they are. I
Maybe-
mean, they
well,
are
no, they're
stupid.
not
They are
smart
Trollocs. There's also dreadlords traveling, and
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't know if traveling.
Well,
I don't know if
I
traveling
don't think
existed in
dreadlords were at that point.
I don't think they had that,
um,
but from a logical military perspective, if you have
It's
a
the
massive
Trolloc Wars,
force,
right? Not the Dreadlord
Yes.
Wars.
well, the Trolloc Wars had dreadlords. They had
Not many, probably. I don't
not
think they
many,
could
but they
travel.
had.
because
don't think-
traveling was lost.
Well, I think traveling was lost in that time period, which is kind of funny considering the chosen / forsaken that were in and out of being free random at
Yeah,
times.
but
Didn't
I
bother
think-
teaching anybody. Why not?
I
They
think
could
that's
win if they
only
had that.
Shamel.
But to be fair though, Trollocs can't go through gateways, so there's that.
That's a good point. Yes.
Even if the Dreadlords could get there, they ain't taking the armies with them. So if you're a military with a massive army, you're going to take the place you could fit a massive army, which is going to be
Mhm.
plains, forests,
Yeah.
stuff like that. So if the mountain home was up against it, even if it was on the east or the west side, whatever side they're on, the mountains are going to be to their back or surrounding them. Which means the forest is going to be on the plain side, which means whoever the survivors are, they're going to have to cross the mountains. I believe it's on the west side because they cross the mountains to enter into the two rivers. There is a river on the other side, so it does make sense either way. But if that is the case, then that remnant, that 5% of 5%, so I narrowed it down to roughly 5,000 people survived, which makes sense because Manetheren was absolutely obliterated, and 5,000 I feel is being highly generous. I mean, even if it was 10,000, it would be extremely generous. But if that's the case,
How do you get
much of that?
5,000?
Huh?
You do 5% of 5% of 1,000,000, right?
I believe so.
Then you should have 2,500.
2,500?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said 5,000 is being extremely generous. I was giving the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
I'm giving you more rather than less. So 5,000. 2,500 still wouldn't make sense, and I'll get to that point. But 5,000 of how many of what type? Very few adults, lots of children. Unless the
But that
children were also
shouldn't
wiped out.
depend. That shouldn't have no effect on phenotype.
But I'm saying phenotype. I'm saying 7 different major ones. In
Do we
that
assume they all
5,000.
equally survived?
Again, I'm being generous.
Okay.
Here. Come on, work
So
with
that's a
me. Work
yes.
with me.
Yeah.
Generous. So of the 5,000, there's 7 major ethnicities, phenotypes, ranging from all different levels of skin color. They come over the mountains. Assumedly, some will die in the mountains. Old people will freeze. Kids will fall off cliffs. Who knows what happens? There's a bunch of
Cliffs
possibilities.
is probably not so likely in the two rivers.
No, in the mountains.
Yeah, sure.
Because it says they crossed over the mountains.
Did they?
Pretty sure
When?
it mentions that. But here's the thing.
Oh, to
either way
flee
they
away
have
from.
to flee from Manetheren and the
okay.
impending Trolloc horde.
But
If
they
it was on the
cross-
west side, the Trolloc horde would be up against the mountains. They didn't have flat plain. They'd have to go across the mountains. If it was on this side where the two rivers is currently, they'd have to flee across the mountains and then work their way back around, either way, to end up in the two rivers. So either way, they have to travel through the mountains.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and I said I'll be even more generous. I
It
said I'll
says
be even more.
Emmonsfield is not too far away from where the city of Manetheren once stood. The wiki.
Okay, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
No,
If the city-
it's just
if the
a
city,
side note.
if the city is up against
It
the
doesn't
mountain,
matter where the city is.
no, it does.
Well, only a
If
tiny
the city is on the east side of the mountains,
bit.
right? I mean, technically, if it's on the west side, it's still not that far from Emmonsfield. It's not that far.
No, the mountain is quite significant, actually.
No, I'm saying either whether it's on the east or the west side of the mountain, if it's up against the mountain, it's still close to the Emmonsfield.
Yeah, but the mountain range is quite wide. So if it's
in some parts more than others, I would assume. But my point is that it's still within range. If it is on the east side, which is closer to Emmonsfield, right? You with me?
Yeah.
If it's on the east side, where are the Trollocs? East or west of it?
East.
Probably east.
They're always east.
Where can a remnant escape to if the Trollocs are in the east?
But the Trollocs are all killed.
Not when they flee, though.
No,
Because
but when the army is done fighting,
the Trollocs are hitting the city
no, they're not.
because the men
The
stop
Trollocs are trying to cross the river,
and they cross the river, and they keep pushing them back, and they keep pushing them
No,
back.
they hold the river for a
For 3
very
days,
long time.
and then
And then
the
afterwards,
civilians
they
decide to
cross
join.
it and reach Emmonsfield, where they fight further. But then they get so thinned down that after the
Trollocs still
Menethri
outnumbered
are
them.
dead, they flee.
Well, they fled after the Queen goes super nuclear.
Yes.
But if you're going super nuclear, you're not going to want to walk towards them.
No, sure.
So you're going to have to go the other way. Because think of it like
So the
Helm's
Trollocs
Deep.
are going northeast to flee.
I know, but I'm saying the army's approaching. You don't go into the Y of Emmons Field and huddle down there and hope that your guys win.
No, of
You would
course not.
escape you escape naturally the opposite direction, which would be into the mountains. Okay, you remember like Helm's Deep. Helm's Deep has a little passageway through the mountains to go the other way. You
So if
start
they
sending
flee
them.
and cross the mountains from the city of Menethrin, that must mean that the city is on the east side, so that they have to cross to get away from it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is either okay if it was on the west side, the Trollocs would be in the plains, Almouth Plains,
Yeah.
pushed up
Pushing
against it. I'm saying if it was,
If it
they
was,
would
sure.
have to flee away.
So
Okay,
what does
Trollocs
this
on the
have to do with the
plains.
population?
I'm saying where they would have to travel could be perilous, and I was saying if it's perilous,
They
you
lose
could
people.
lose people in that time period
Yeah,
because
but they
it
have
could
to
be
cross the
cold.
mountains regardless.
That's my point.
First, yeah, but then it
That's my
doesn't
point.
matter
You're
on which
literally
side
getting
the
there.
city
You're
is.
there, but you're not understanding. So if it's on the west side, they have to cross the mountains to end up in Emmons Field. If it's on the east side, the Trollocs are on the east side.
Yeah, so they have
So
to
you-
cross anyway to get away and
They
then
have-
go back.
Yes, to end up in
Yeah.
Emmons Field.
So
they
it
go into the
doesn't
mountains and come
matter
back down.
where the city is.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm
So
not
we're
arguing about
back
that.
to where
I-
we were
No.
20
My point
minutes
is,
ago.
they would have to enter the mountains to safely escape the Trollocs.
Yes.
If they go south to the little Y where the two rivers are, however you say it, like this.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean with south in this case,
Okay.
because the rivers split. They go like that.
They split like this. You got the northern one, and you got the one that's south of the Mountains of Mist that cuts you off from Gildon.
Yeah, but there's like a massive swamp in between.
There's rivers, thus
Mhm.
the two rivers, the entry point being at the top where Tyrone Ferry is.
Hmm.
The two rivers cut you off.
Yeah, so why are we talking about it?
I'm saying, where would a remnant of a remnant lie?
Yeah, we already decided they go across the mountains 20 minutes ago.
Thank you. But you kept saying, but why the mountains? And I said that
No.
because regardless of where it is,
I didn't say why the mountains. I said, is the city on the west or the east? And
Yes,
that's irrelevant
I said if they
because they cross the mountains.
if they cross the mountains,
So it doesn't matter, right?
you have a chance of losing people through cold because
Exactly.
mountains can get cold. Falls because it's not guaranteed that the route they took was a safe route.
Hmm.
We already know historically from the Two Rivers folk perspective that the passes can get blocked. If the passes were blocked when they tried to flee, some of them might have died. Now, I'm saying that as a caveat, but then I say, screw that. I'll be generous. All 5,000 survived. All 5,000
Okay.
land in it. I'm steel manning it.
Yeah.
I'm building it up so it's in their favor. I'm giving them every possible combination of people, group, and everything. I'm giving them a larger number than they should be getting. I'm giving them everything better than what they should be. And
Everyone survives. 5,000 people.
If all 5,000 survive, mostly children, because the rest of them picked up something to go fight the front lines.
Yes.
Agreed? Okay.
Well, maybe old people also.
Some old people did, but some old people had to stay because somebody has to watch the kids.
Yeah.
The people who can't fight because they have to be in their wheelchair.
Yeah, they're
are going to the
definitely
front
there.
lines. So there's some old people. There's
Mhm.
mostly women in terms of the adults, maybe a few younger men that had to grow up a little bit quicker but couldn't hold a weapon.
Hmm.
That's roughly the age group, and then everything younger. Now, there's
Yeah.
also a percentage of that probably a lot of children got decimated in that fight as well. They couldn't escape, they couldn't flee, whatever the case might be.
Hmm.
So these people, 5,000 land, mostly younger, which does lend to be a benefit for them because the youngers can grow up, they can have larger families. We already seen how one farmstead in Emmons Field can blossom into a massive family.
Yeah.
Now, what do we know about the populations in Emmons Field in the Eye of the World?
The white. Wow. Slightly darker. Maybe.
There's three. No.
There's three.
There's,
Oh, you
there's
mean?
three
Oh,
villages.
yeah.
There's 3 villages. Watch Hill, Devon Ride, and Emmons Field.
Hmm.
3. What do we know of the population sizes of each of them?
I don't think it's mentioned, other than it being small.
Small. So, being generous, probably about 1,000 per each.
Yeah. So 2,000 have to die.
3,000. I'm saying there's 3,000 in current day.
Yeah. So 2,000 of our 5,000 have to die.
No, they don't. Because we also know the laws of breeding, man. They breed and they breed. This is 200 plus generations.
Okay, fair.
20,
A lot of them
20
have to
plus-
die. More than 2,000.
No. Okay. If there's 5,000, because remember, you were down to 2,500. If 2,500 plus people dying from the mountains, that gets to be a really small number, and they have to go up.
Yeah, but they can go up to 3,000 total.
But how many generations? That's 20 plus generations, dude.
Yeah.
20 generations. We saw one family.
Maybe that one family was just
And they
extremely
got
large,
freaking
right?
huge.
Maybe the average family is a bit lower.
But no. But think about it. No. Well, why would it be?
Well, I don't know.
Human-wise,
We have one example.
Human-wise, historically, they always get bigger. They don't get smaller. Look at the population of humanity at the beginning.
Yeah, sure.
It gets massive.
But it doesn't mean that the population has to grow extremely fast, right? We have one example of
it's not
7 people
fast.
in the farm.
It's 20 generations. That's
Yeah.
every 20 years popping out another kid.
But
But
that
they're also
is
popping out multiple kids who pop out multiple kids who pop
Yeah.
out multiple kids. So now,
do we take infant mortality into account here or not?
well, I'm getting there. We'll get there.
Okay.
So you got multiples of these family generations that we can see evidence in the modern era. They're not just all of a sudden, in the last 3 generations, we decided to explode. So we know there's roughly 3,000 population.
Mhm.
Now, 5,000 survived and made it there. The remnant of the remnant made it to this little itty bitty area known as Emmons Field, or well, there's 2 rivers, Emmons Field, Devon Ride, Watch Hill. Tyrans or the Taran ferries a little bit. I don't think they're actually part of this group. I think they're from another group that came to this group and kind of in between.
Could be.
But even if they were, it's much smaller. It's like a tiny little hovel. It's not considered a big village. So you have these 3 groups, 5,000 over 20 generations. What should happen?
That you have a million
It
again
should-
at some point.
It should at least doubled within a couple generations.
Yeah.
At least, which would put you around what, 10,000?
Yeah. If you have 5,000.
Now let's assume, again, giving big numbers for the benefit of the doubt, Steelman it, 10,000. Let's add it, infant mortality rate. There's nothing really spoken of the infant mortality rate because they have wise women and all that kind of stuff, wisdoms and stuff like that in the area.
Mhm.
It's probably going to be lowered. You also have women that were taking care of these kids that probably had some medicinal expertise when they were working in Manetheren, and they had to take care of the elderly. So they're basically
Yes.
nurses. And then they had to take care of youngins
Mhm.
through all of their sicknesses, all of their ailments, all that kind of stuff. Fix breaking bones, all that kind of stuff. So they had some medicinal, presumably, experience. Now, you take that 10,000, we'll add some more generations that should hypothetically get bigger. But even if it didn't get as exceptionally, let's say the 5,000 doesn't become 10,000, it only becomes 7,000.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the mortality rate was huge and 3,000 didn't make it, right? That's still exponentially bigger over only a couple generations. That's
Sure.
huge. So how does this over generations go up, up, and then just dive bomb to about 3,000?
Probably there weren't as many people in the beginning.
Probably. Now, even if there was 10 people over 20 generations, that's freaking a lot. It's going to grow quick. And we know it was not just 10 people because a remnant is a little bigger than 10 people. So we know there was at least, let's say 1,000 people got there. 1,000 people over 20 generations will exponentially explode. Just what we know off of humans, historically speaking. And remember,
but it does go with a curve that goes like, and then
it would be slow, but it would steadily increase per generation.
Mm-hmm.
Because we could see in one farmstead 3 generations in that farmstead. At least 3. It could be even 4. So in that one, we got the grandparents or the great-grandparents, their kids, and their kids' kids. That's in one farmstead in modern time, Emmonsfield. So now take that and be like, okay, that's a sharp growth in that time period. And that's only 2 people getting together with a couple others, marrying their kids together a couple times, marrying their kids together a couple times, and you got like 50 people out of that. And that's only a couple 4 generations at most. Yes. You've got 20 generations. That's going to grow from 1,000.
Mm-hmm. The problem is there's basically no way to get back to a normal starting point with constant exponential growth to a maximum population of 3,000 in 20 generations. If we assume there are more, or on average, more than 3 children per parents.
This is you steelmanning my argument. So we're getting there. All right. So now, assumedly, there's a massive population growth between the fall of Manetheren, which is like 1,000 years or so before current day Emmonsfield.
No, but it's like super extreme, right? From 3,000, if we assume every couple has 3 children, we go back to an original population of 0.9 persons. With exponential growth.
No. What I'm saying is that the 3,000 is where we're at.
Yeah, but so calculating backwards.
I know, but hold on. What I'm saying is that the number is going to be weird on purpose.
Yeah.
It's supposed to look weird. 5,000 turning into 3,000 is supposed to look weird. That's the point. Because it means that I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm building their argument for them saying, well, there's dark people, there's this, there's that. Okay, 20 generations. We already know from Ishara, from the Queen of Andor, down to Elaine and Morgaze before obviously Elaine. We know in that line, it goes pretty much exclusively white, pretty stinking fast. Now, if you have 7 ethnicities or ethnic phenotypes, all different varieties, in 20 generations, you're going to breed out almost all the extremities.
Yes.
You won't have African, you won't have European, you won't have Asian, you won't have Indian, you won't have any of them.
Because you just have mix.
You're going to have a mix, but the mix is going to be consistent.
Yeah.
So all the 2 rivers would be of the same ethnic or phenotype ending result.
Yes.
That's what it's going to be after 20 generations. So now,
assuming a small enough population to interbreed and not separate into different groups.
And not, well, yes, but if there were, but we also know from the history of the 2 rivers, they never left in groves. They left maybe 1s or 2s here and there. Like
yes.
Tam was kind of the odd one out when he went and got Kari Althor. That was an oddity, a very big oddity. So no one ever. They're practically, their motto is no one leaves the 2 rivers. That's their motto, and they're stubborn people. They have crop failures. presumably the population might decline in that time period, but
Mhm.
not tens of
I think that's
thousands going
essential
on that.
that it declines in crop
Yes,
felling periods.
but my point is that with the vast amounts of people, or with the less amounts of people, you went from 5,000, being generous, to 3,000, which means it's a decline.
Yes.
In some point between 1,000 years, it went down. Crazy things have to happen for that to happen. But in that case, if you have all 7 representative ethnic groups, it's going to breed out all the extremities. They won't be particularly European white. They won't be particularly African dark. They won't be Asian kind of mix. They won't be Native American. They won't be just Indian. They won't be these mixtures. They won't be these extremities. They'll become a mixture. The more notoriously known mix of this entirety is Mediterranean. Mediterranean has kind of a mixture that kind of hits from everywhere.
Yes.
Because it involves Africans.
Okay.
It involves
I see where you're
Europeans.
going.
It increased. Yeah, you're picking it up where I'm putting down. We're getting somewhere. It includes the Middle East. It includes a whole lot of places. And if you take the extremities of white,
So you're saying essentially they all mix into Mediterranean-like. Yeah.
it eventually will breed the extremities into a Mediterranean style. Who's an empire that bred into an extremity style that happens to land in a place known as Britain, which happens to be what Andor is based off of? The Romans.
Yeah, okay.
So the Romans being
I don't quite agree with your analogy there,
it's
but
a theory.
fair enough.
It's a theory, but I'm following historical events he follows. Manetheren was considered a great nation, even if it wasn't considered an empire. But they are of a Mediterranean type phenotype, would make the most sense for them to have dark hair, dark eyebrows, dark hair, a bit dark colored eyes, come from like a Greek Roman type era, would kind of fit in a bit more than probably any other possibility for them to be in that range of an area, but also be considered part of a Britain Empire. Would be kind of like the Welsh, which are kind of closer to the Roman side of things more than the rest of Britain, because they kind of held to the British thing as England broke up into like Northumbria and all that stuff over time. It's kind of weird because you think about how history kind of blends together. You're like, man, they had freaking matchlocks and they're still carrying samurai swords. It's like, it's freaking wild. But it's one of those things where it's not that far off because the Roman Empire went pretty freaking late.
Yeah.
And then by that time, things are changing quite a bit. So I'm not saying that's what it is exactly. I'm saying that logically makes sense from a historical standpoint, knowing that he took a lot of inspiration from historical stuff. It makes sense. Now,
I just looked up some population growth in the medieval era, which was probably the best example, right, for reference. The average growth seems to be roughly 10% per century. Oh, someone disappeared.
Based off of what?
Based off of medieval population records.
Well, I meant percentage-wise of how many.
Oh, of the base population.
Is this based off of like
every century you have? Every century you have a certain amount of people, and a century later you have 10% more, and then again roughly around the 10.
How many? What percentage is it? 10% per generation or per so many?
Per century.
Per century. So 100 years would have been about 5. No,
don't know
if it's well, it's a generation is considered
100
every
years.
20.
Every 20, then it's 5.
Okay, so every generation is roughly 20 years because that's roughly the time period. I mean, obviously in the older days, they might have gotten married like 16, 17 area, roughly in that range, because obviously younger time period, it's older. They did things differently. But let's assume it's 20 years, benefit of the doubt, given them random time. So if you have 5,000, I'm pulling this on a calculator, and five generations is a 10%. You're gonna have to do this math for me. What's
that's a 1.02 a growth rate per generation. 2%.
Oh, times
Almost, not
0.02.
entirely.
Okay, so that's 100 people? That doesn't sound right.
What? 100? What do you mean by 100?
5,000 times 0.02 is 100.
Yeah.
100
No.
was added
Oh no.
generation.
Yeah, 100 gets added on average
per
per generation.
5,000 people turns into 100 in one generation?
No,
You're
no.
telling me out of 5,000
5,000
100
people turns into 5,000 plus.
Yes,
100.
I'm saying 5,000 people
Seems
times
to
a
be the
10%
case.
increase. You're telling me
Essentially.
5,000 people, you don't
But-
have more than 100 horny couples? Are you kidding me?
It's based on the total European population in the
Doesn't make
medieval
any
era.
sense. They have
I
sterilized
didn't
people
make
or
up these
something?
numbers.
That just it sounds like
It goes from 62 million
Let's say
in
okay. Out of
1100
5,000,
to
how many
68 million.
married couples do you think would be there?
Probably most.
500 married couples would give birth to or 500 people.
Well, no, you need 2 children per couple for replacement rates.
Okay, so you're saying there's 2 kids per each. Wouldn't that be higher then? That'd be 200 people then, or 200.
No.
200 per generation.
Because the old people also
5,000
die.
people pop out. Well, there's the die and there's the living, but there's not guaranteed that everyone dies in 1 year, especially with that small.
Okay, but on average, right? If you have exact replacement rates, as many people get born as die.
Yeah, but we're not in that position because this would be a remnant of a remnant, which would have more kids than not.
Yeah, okay. So the early years it grows quicker, probably.
It might die off at some point, but when
But
you're
then
old, you can pop out multiples in your one life.
Sure, but they won't. Probably most won't survive.
Okay, let's see. 5,000. If you split it in half, be 2,500 couples. This is obviously assuming.
No, it's easier to calculate backwards. Right, so we go from 3,000 total nowadays.
But we can't do that with a percentages from the front end.
Yeah, we can.
Well, no, because if you have 5,000, you don't get the 3,000 by going back. You can't go 3,000 to 5,000.
We can see what's a reasonable starting number.
5,000 is the starting number.
No, a reasonable starting number.
We already know what the
get to 3,000.
I know. We start at 5 and we get to 3.
Yes, so you need population decline.
Somehow, but we also know that you should be getting population growth. So my
so our number is too big.
Remember, Sage, we're trying to steal man. So we're assuming the 3,000 is
right, but you can't steal man if it immediately breaks down.
No. I'm saying let's assume the 3,000 does not exist.
Oh, okay, sure.
We're breeding out the extremities.
Okay, 20 generations.
20 generations.
For 5,000, that would become in 20 generations. That is 7,500.
In 20 generations, it only goes up to 7,000, or it increases 7,000.
It goes up to 7,500.
It goes up 25.
Using the growth rates per century in the year 1100 in Europe.
How many kids per? Is this just 2?
This is well, not entirely. It's 2 times 1.02. So that's 2.04 children per family.
So about 2 kids on average.
Yes.
We already know that that's not the average for most of the families in Emmonsfield.
At the moment.
At the moment. So, again, horn dogs, odds are they have more than 1 kid.
Yeah.
They have at least 2. At least 2.
At least 2.
If you have multiple, like 4 generations.
What do we say is the average?
What do we say the average? The average of what?
Of surviving children per family.
Of what escaped or what?
No, what survives after the 5,000 starts doing their thing.
You mean after the 5,000 reaches Emmonsfield?
The 5,000 survive all the stuff that goes
That's
before
going
it.
to go from infancy all the way up to like 12, 13 for kids. But that's also going to be what
No, I mean, how many children per couple?
per adult, you mean?
Per anything. I just need a growth rate.
Well, I'm saying there's going to be a limited number of adults comparative to children. So it'd be like having one adult per 5 kids, and probably 40 or probably 20% of the 5,000 would be adults at most. Because they're trying to rescue what's of yourself, what of your thing.
So we have 5,000, and that's mostly children.
5,000, you probably
let's say
have 80% of that's
10
children.
years we don't do anything because then they end up adults, but that's hardly anything. We still have 20 generations.
So about
For that
4,000
calculation
kids with 1,000 adults, roughly.
Could be, but that's irrelevant. We just need to know how many generations and how many children get born on average in Emmonsfield per family.
Well, the only thing we can run off of is the current, which is
so that's 7.
One parent has 3 kids who have 3 kids who have however many kids.
Okay, so
on average.
On average.
That branch off of one family.
Yeah, but that's 2 parents. They get 3 kids, and then no more.
Which is higher than the average. Well, again, it's an average. It's not
assuming everyone survives on average, right?
Assuming everyone survives, the infant mortality rate is not a play in that. But even if it was,
let's say after
it'd still be going up.
2-3 generations, the old people start dying.
Well, it depends on how old. Again, if they're old and frail and infirm, you could probably assume 300 of them would probably die.
Okay, so let's start with the 4,000 children. Mm-hmm. They grow to adult age.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go, say...
Let's assume the 4,000's... Let's assume 4,200. 200 adults, and the 4,000 survive a couple years. Now, the younger kids who are in like the 13s or whatever grow up, and then they're in the 15s or 16s. For population purposes, they might get married young.
Yeah, one moment.
They might start farming.
Quickly go for a bit. Be right back.
Okay, I will try to entertain.
Yes.
So, assuming we have 4,200, 200 adults, 4,000 kids. Some of the younger kids become older in 2 or 3 years. Let's assume they, for population's sake, get married at a younger age. Because, I mean, even in the States nowadays, you can get married at like 14 or 16, depending on where you are. And if you have the parents' approval, blah, 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 blah. And this is even older than that. So it would presumably have totally different concepts of betrothals and marriages and stuff. But we also know that they have a custom of betrothals. So the younger, everyone was assuming that at 17, she'd marry Rand, or Egwene would marry Rand, but obviously extreme circumstances would put you at what? Let's assume they get married at 16 for whatever reason. Assuming we have a balance of boys and girls. You'd have, gosh, I hate math. I don't do. This is why I have Sage. He does the math for me. You'd have 2,000 boys, 2,000 girls, if it was equal. Benefit of the doubt. Out of that, let's assume you're probably going to have more infants than you are older. Okay, so it would probably start actually pretty slow the first couple. Let's say you have 16 years old. Maybe a couple hundred. I'd say 300 would probably be a safe number. So 300 times 3 is 900. So you'd add.
I'd have returned.
Welcome
Okay.
back. I was just doing some hard math, so you might need to correct me because I don't know if it's right. But I was saying,
Okay.
let's assume they get married at like 16, and that's after a
16.
couple.
Well, that's not important
Well, no. I'm saying after a couple of
because
years.
we're calculating in generations.
Work with me here. Assuming that they're all too young to
Okay, so
to go fight, and they're assuming there's about 300 or so of those who are old enough to get married and procreate, which would be 16, 17-ish. So assuming that's like 3 years, which is still within the 20-year range. Assuming they are capable of procreating, because obviously it's going to come in waves. So you're going to have a lot of waves in one generation time period. Assuming the first wave is 300 kids, equally balanced boys and girls. So you're probably at what?
Right, but
150,
it's easier to just merge all of those together into a single generation.
Well, I know, but I'm saying if this happens consistently, you've got 150 couples times however many couples for that up in the topper age. More than likely, they're carrying more infants and younger kids than they are older kids. More than likely. Because that's what you're saving. You're saving as little of the younger ones because they're the most innocent. They're the most.
Yeah, but you're making it needlessly complicated.
That's what I do. Technicalities, baby. That's what I do. So I'm saying on an average from this point on, you have now every 2-3 years about 150 new couples. And each one of those couples on average pops out 3. Let's say 3 because the Two Rivers is notorious. But even if they were only popping out 1, by the time you get to modern Emmons Field and the Two Rivers in general, you should still have 5,000.
What do we well, more.
No, I'm saying if you were averaging 2 to replace the 2 parents.
Yeah, okay. With 2, then it's
if you're
perfectly
equaling at the end, 5,000 should become 5,000. So something either has to drastically happen to drop it.
No, but we have a large population of children at the start, right? So the first few generations don't die off.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Assuming 1,000 older people. Yeah.
Let's say 4,000 young people, 1,000 olds. The young people are, let's say, all exactly 16 years old. And then we do steps of 20, right?
Really dangerous.
No, but that it basically, if you have a generation, right, even if you do it individually, you still have 20-year.
Considering Manetheren is multi-ethnic, they probably aren't as homogenous as most people would be typically. But even if they were homogenous, to hold on to those extremities for several generations, at some point, they would cease to have those extremities. Because at some point, they're not going to stay culturally apart from each other or ethnically apart from each other. They will eventually just I don't care. I'm attracted to that person. Boom. Solve that problem. Matt gets with Tuon, who's a black woman. They're technically polar opposites in that regard. Not extreme polar opposites, but mostly polar opposites.
But that's why you need cultural homogeneity.
Yes, but their culture was multi-ethnic, multicultural.
Multi-ethnic, but not necessarily multicultural, because multicultural, then they would likely split up into separate cultural groups.
But remember, that's kind of why the multiple places break up, because we know the end result is homogenous groups and kingdoms.
Yeah.
By the end, which means that they probably have to start that way 3,000 years prior. In human history, over 3,000 years, people stayed pretty homogenous after a restart.
Yeah.
Hittites, Egyptians, Assyrians, Persians, Babylonians.
And I'm going to calculate some stuff now. Do we assume 2 generations until people start dying, or maybe more? What do we consider the average lifespan? Is 60 too much?
I mean, how old do you consider Sen Bui?
Well, not
70?
quite as old as Loyal.
Well, no, duh. Loyal's 90. We're comparing humans, not Ogiers. But if he's
so in that case, I'd say 2 generations probably.
He's old and gnarled and wrinkly, which means probably 70 or 80.
Could be.
Farmers who work out in the open air typically have firmer skin, not droopy skin. because the nutrients they're getting from the sun, the foods they're eating, which are all going to be natural, there's not going to be pesticides and all that stuff, so they're not getting all the nasty stuff. They're keeping all the healthy, good stuff. Even if you went an all meat diet, still wouldn't even be that. So if that was the case, they'd still be healthy longer term than those who are probably drinking themselves to death in cities. Give or take. Like they have, what was it, honey mead? Is that what they drink in the Two Rivers for wine type thing? Honeyed wine or whatever?
Could be.
It's gonna be more of a natural, not so much a hyper processed, thus more alcoholic. They're not gonna be like drunkards per se. And specifically noting their conservative background, highly unlikely. But they also have betrothals, which has a whole other connotation to it.
Yeah.
And we already know that.
But let's say 2 generations survive in the first. So let's say the 16-year-olds. Let's make them 20.
Well, that's a jump
right.
for people who are in emergency population mode.
Well, no, it's just 4 extra years, right? We can weight the calculation a bit.
I mean, I suppose, but if you marry
So
somebody,
let's assume that the 20,
years to
right?
have a kid.
The 20. At 20, they're all 20, 4,000 people. They get some kids, right?
Oh my God, at the same time.
Yes, they're all 20. Then they get
See, now you're
3
just trying to
children.
populate Manhattan and Rebecca up at this point.
They all get 3 children, but they do that in couples. So for every 2 people, you get 3 extra.
Well, 4,000 would be 2,000 couples. 2,000 couples populate 3, so 2,000 times 3, which would be 6,000.
So you get 6,000 extra people in the first
generation,
provided all the children survive on average. So that would put us at 10,000
that's a
after
pretty
1
fast
generation.
Incline. Yeah, that's a pretty fast incline. Now, if you
Yes.
reduced it to only a couple hundred, let's say it's 150, for the benefit of the doubt, you have 150 couples.
So 75 couples. 75 times 3.
No. 150 couples.
Yeah.
So that's
couples. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
150
150
turns into
couples.
150. 150 times 3.
That's 450. So after
450. What's that incline? That's a reasonable benefit of the doubt.
Sure. That would be that becomes 600 total.
600
It's an
for
increase of 400%.
But if there's also other children that are not too far behind from marriage age,
Mhm.
they're not. You don't have to wait 20 years for that next generation.
No, that's why I'm all merging them into a single generation of the same age.
Oh gosh. Well, if you're doing that, then holy frick.
No, see, it's exactly equivalent.
I would say to be safe, take half of that 4,000, so 2,000 at max, in the same generation. Because if some of them are infants, they're not going to even be able to procreate. If we're waiting until 20,
fair enough. Okay, sure.
Infants not going to be able to, and if they have a lot of infants,
see, we're doing 20-year steps.
Yes, I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. So I'm trying to give them more of a. I'm trying to steel man their argument. So somebody claps back with, "Well, there'd only be this many." Well, even with that many,
it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. We can just.
But I'm saying all 4,000 wouldn't be moving in times 3 because only some of them would be able to be old enough to procreate.
Okay, sure. We can do the first.
So 2,000.
Let's say 2,000 20-year-olds and 2,000
1,000 couples.
Yeah, so that would be 3,000.
The rest of them, let's just say
the rest of them go the next.
Beginning is 20s. Yeah, the next 20s would be the next 2,000, plus whatever is on top of the 1,000 couples. So the 1,000 couples would be 3,000, right?
Yeah.
For 20 years. So 3,000 plus another 2,000, populating 3 kids on average.
Mm-hmm.
Turns into what for the next generation, the next 20 years?
Let's see. One moment. I lost count. Okay,
3,000 kids.
So 3,000 extra, and then the next one gets 3,000 extra. Sure, but then
3,000 plus 2,000.
But now you complicate it by
it's
doing
5,000. How's that?
I'm for the next step, right? We need to know how many are 20 years old. at
Well,
the point of the
5,000
next
would
step.
become in the next 20 years. 5,000 would become 20.
Yeah, but
talking
not
about
all of them.
Toddlers and infants, plus what all the kids from
I'm
the
going to
the
get a
kids.
piece of paper. 1 moment.
Notepad on your computer, dude. What's wrong with you? So you
No,
have.
that's it's easier to write.
So if you have, I'm gonna have to name this Gatekeeper Chronicles plus genealogy. But okay, if you have
Well, it's not genealogy; it's population
population growth, whatever.
growth.
If you have,
So we have
well,
2,000.
genealogy. You have 2,000 that have become 1,000 couples.
Yes,
1,000 couples populates in one go
but
3,000 kids.
1 moment. They do in one go 3,000 kids, but those
Well-
kids are the same as the other 2,000.
They're in the same next 20-year bracket.
Yeah. Okay.
They're not going to be the same exact. Some of them will be obviously a little bit older, but that they're going to be not, because the toddlers are not going to be 20 until the next following. But if
Yeah.
these
So
older
we have
kids,
5,000 total, and then
Mhm.
from here we can just do normal steps. Right. So that's one generation. The
So 5,000
2,000 people are now 40.
if 5,000 marry, that's 2,500 couples, correct?
Mhm, yeah.
And then if they each have 3 kids, becomes, let me see, 2,500 times 3,
That's
7,500
7,500.
on top of what you already have of the older folks
Yes. So let's
who are about 40 years old at this point, roughly average.
Yeah. And then 60 is what there will be at the next step. So that's 7,000 plus 7,500. So that would be
1450?
14,500.
14,500. Which is going to grow again, which will grow again, which will grow again for 20 generations. Is not going to ever land.
The next step is a bit more complicated because the 2,000 starting people die.
Okay.
After 2 generations. Or maybe
So
we do
14,
3 generations.
14,500
Average
drops to 12,500, 12.5.
So the 2,000 starting people we had are 20 in the first step, 40 in the second step, 60 in the step after. So there would be 80 in this step. Let's say they die at 70.
Okay, reasonable.
Okay.
As an average, of course.
Yes. So then we get, let's label those steps. 2,000 die off. And we have 14,500, but only 7,500 of those get married. Let's grab the calculator.
7,500 get married?
They get new children.
I know, but that would create 3,750 couples, which would then multiply by 3 to 11,250.
So that would be 24,000 new ones.
No. 11,250 is the new.
Never mind. There wasn't extra numbers in my calculator.
That's a problem. 3,750.
1,100.
Yeah, 3,750 couples.
250
kids per each would turn into 11,250.
Then
you have however many die.
The 14,500 old people, and we do minus 2,000.
Minus 2,000. Would it still be 2,000, or would it be higher?
No, because the 2,000 starting people die off.
I already took those off. We were at 12. We were at 12,500.
12,500 new people. 14,500 people from the previous step.
We had 14,500. 2,000 died. So the 12,500 is what we have.
Okay, yeah.
How many of the new kids had kids? It's just going to basically exponentially, because it's going to be more than 2,000, and the next generation is going to die.
Mm-hmm.
How about this? Mark on the side how many you get per each year or per generation, and then after so many generations, those are the exact numbers that are dying off.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so that should be easy calculations then.
Yeah, but the numbers
You
get
have
big.
all the data. Let's just input it.
Did I? Yeah. Okay. Minus 2000.
But at the
So
rate we're
then
growing,
we have
you're not going to get to 3,000. You're not even going to get to
no. We're already at 23,000.
23,000.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is my point. How does this make sense?
It doesn't.
Exactly. The remnant of the remnant gets there, somehow shrinks even further than what is reasonable to what a size would be.
And that's
And
because
then-
the average growth normally, historically, is only 1.02 factor increase per generation.
Yeah, but here's my point though. My point is that with a small number,
Mhm.
even 3,000,
You need
over-
500 with the medieval growth rate to reach 3,000.
assuming there was 500 and they were all of marriageable age,
Mhm.
and there was no old people dying off, and there was
Yeah.
no middle-aged
Well,
women,
no, that's
middle-aged men.
that assumes a perfectly
You're saying a 500
distributed.
500 populatable group, correct?
Yeah.
So the 500 could include some older people and be higher than 500. So it could be like 1,500, and then 1,000 of that's older folks and middle-aged or whatever.
Well, no, in that case, you need slightly less than 500.
Okay.
So
Regardless, the remnant of a remnant wasn't going to be that small.
Mhm.
It wasn't going to be. But my point is that with that small number, they're going to breed out the extremities within 20 generations of those 7. And they will all, at the end, result in the similar, but they would end in that result much sooner rather than later.
Sure.
Because by the time we get to current day, they don't recall any other type of change, except for Kari Althor. And Kari only had, allegedly, one child. And that one child was Rand. And then we know Rand is not her child. But
Right.
because she had red hair and he had red hair, nobody thought twice about it. That's the irony and the convenience of the story. So it's like Kari Althor has brown hair, Tam has brown hair, red haired baby. What happened? But there's a familiarity of how they react when they interact with different people. They have not interacted with people from Arad Daman because they find them particularly ooh la la la, especially with the transparent robes and stuff, but they found them very shapely, so we say.
Yes, that's
Very seductively. The Arad Daman's women were notoriously seductive. Then you have pretty much all the other groups that have their own version of seductive women and different cultures, different types or whatever, but they didn't find anything crazy out of whack when they visit Caemlyn, when they visit Kyrian. There's certain times where they're like, oh, there's a black guy who's a merchant or something. Like they see somebody there that one off, not a consistent, so they're probably from somewhere else, is usually the logical conclusion. But overall, there is a majority of homogeny in each of the places they go. All of the Tyrans are in Tyr. They're all Tyrans. You can tell by looking at them. All the Kyrian are in Kyrian. They all look like Kyrian. They all have the freaking same similar height status, and they're all kind of short. You have all the Andorans, which are much taller than the Kyrians. Then you have all the different borderlands that have all their different types as well. Shinar's kind of Asianish. Saldea's kind of Asian Middle Eastern kind of mix because they got the slanted eyes and everything, and the boulder nose. Then you've got Kandori has their little thing. There's a little bit of here, there, a little bit here, there. Arad Daman and Terabon are notoriously different. Altara's considered different. Gil'dan's considered different. Like they're all like each country is considered different. You don't just start out multicultural and become homogenous in such a unique way Because if they all had the same system that Manetherin had, they would, by default, would you not agree, by default, become all mixed race, would all blend into one particular race, just like the two rivers would.
Mhm.
Nowhere would be unique
Yep.
unless there was some homogeny involved. Now, the Manetherin had that unique situation of having even 7 different ethnicities, which is giving them way more options to work with than just less. Because if they had less, they'd blend it out way quicker than that. Like with Ashara. Ashara blending them out pretty much instantaneously and basically becoming white from there on, despite being notoriously dark-skinned. Not light dark-skinned, dark-skinned. Not darker-skinned, dark-skinned. That's why anytime Robert Jordan says dark and darker, one of those is not like the other. Darker does not equate to dark. It equates to darker than what other is being recognized.
Mhm.
Rand is pale underneath because he's a ginger.
Yes.
Pale is the highest form. Everything under pale is darker.
Mhm.
Logical conclusion here. So, them having darker of hair, but not black-skinned, they're not Asian skin, like yellow type skin. They're going to have closer to a Mediterranean skin if you blend all these other types of nations together. Like we said in prehistory stuff, the Mediterraneans is kind of the melting pot, because that's where like the known world was. That was the blending spot for basically all of these major continents and major people groups. It makes logical sense in our history. It makes logical sense if we apply the same type of historical inspiration that Robert Jordan takes, but it also makes sense because Robert Jordan's world of the Wheel of Time is our world. That was confirmed, despite me not liking that. It is what it is. My wishes cannot override that of the author.
Why do you not
That's how
like
that
it?
works. Because it was too fantastical, and the way things set up and everything didn't make much sense. How did magic appear in one era and then disappears and comes back another era later on when it comes back around the wheel? A lot of things didn't make sense lining up in that regard.
Sure.
But he's like, hey, here's some antiques. Here's some stories about Moscow and America fighting the Cold War, etc. And here's all these different things like the little mercury plastic. I don't know what's plastic. It should have been. I guess I thought they were metal, but I guess they're like a hardened plastic for the little insignias on the front of the cars. I thought they were metal, but that could be just me. But they're described as a plastic symbol and everything. And we know it's a mercury thing. We know that certain things are dinosaur bones and this, that, and the other. Like, there's a lot of things that are related to our world. And he states, apparently in something, because I fought against this for a long time until he just blatantly said, it's our world. I'm like, okay, well, there goes my argument for that. And so it's our world. Thus, it follows our logical occurrences of biology and everything else.
Yeah.
Everything follows. And if he's pulling from our history, and if he's pulling from how humans behave, which he's a good author, so I'd assume he would, maybe he didn't calculate everything intentionally this way, but that's how it ended up anyway. When the breaking happened, tribalism happened, people went to what they felt comfortable because of what they're familiar with. If somebody has a similar phenotype to you, you feel more safe in their company because somebody you don't know, because again, it was shuffled. It doesn't mean that everybody you knew at the time is still nearby you. Somebody else could be completely off. And also the population got dropped dramatically. So you're just you're latching on to what you understand and you comprehend. This is the way in the ancient world. It's going to be the way every time a reset of humanity happens. It's just naturally what humans do. The whole melting pot thing didn't happen until modern era. Sorry, that's just the way it is. Like, what is it? The 1700s would have been the earliest a melting pot would have started?
Probably, yeah.
And you've got, what, 8,000 years
Well,
of recorded history before
1500s
that?
maybe.
Okay, 1500s, whatever. I was trying to give like Christopher
not too
Columbus
different.
time period. Well, Christopher Columbus area, even that type of thing, wouldn't have been
Yeah,
blended
but
enough.
that's only when you went to America. But
Yeah,
the
well, I'm
melting
saying
pot only
America.
happened earlier because we sailed all the way to East Asia and Africa before that.
Well, just because we went there doesn't mean it began melting pot.
No,
That's the thing.
they
I'm talking like a whole
do you
nation
mean-
became multicultural, bringing in people.
Oh,
from all over the
yeah.
world. America's kind of the beginning of the melting pot, and America's only 200 years old. But let's go a little bit further to like the birth of it. But to say, okay, well, we had Canadians, we had Native Americans, we had, well, I mean, I should say the French that become the Canadians. We have the Native Americans. We have the colonies from the Netherlands, notoriously, like the Dutch and Holland and all that stuff, coming over with the Pilgrims. You got all that stuff. That would be the earliest kind of recorded melting pot point in all of ancient history.
Fair enough.
So anything before that's like
Rome, maybe.
Well, Rome conquered everything, but Egypt stayed Egypt. Greece stayed Greece. Rome
but the people traveled through.
Yes, they.
Rome.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Is that they are conversing, but the entirety did not melt in.
Fair enough. Yes,
they still broke off. Egypt retained its.
But that didn't happen in America either.
No, like what happened is here it's pure interracial. Like everything culture-wise hit all over the place. We have so many interracial, biracial,
cultural, sure.
But the phenotypes and everything blended. We're called the melting pot for a reason. We have a little bit of everything from everywhere in one location where people can do whatever they want in terms of who they want to marry, which is fine.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, before that type of period, there wasn't a whole lot of actual like breeding together on a consistent level to where an entire nation would be so multicultural. The reason Shanshan's so multicultural is because they conquered multiple places that have homogenous places. It's considered the America of the story.
Yeah.
But instead of, it's more like Rome than America because it's not a very old place. Like when they went over and made like Shandar and everything, when Hawkwing's son left to go over there to explore or whatever the end result was, they became a small portion of a whole bunch of countries. And eventually by little did it like an Alexander the Great and took over all these other places and eventually made one giant nation. And that's once they began to stabilize that, which took even a long time after that. Then they decided to come back with a multi-ethnic, multi-phenotyped armies and militaries and stuff like that. It wasn't bred that way. It started out it'd be like what happened. What would happen if you take Terabon, Eridamon, Tyrans, Kyrian and Andorans, Ilioners, Mirandians, Gildonans, Altarans, Amadisians, all these people from their own little tribal groups, blend them together. You take a long time to get an American status. Couple hundred years at the earliest, and that's if they're all doing it. But obviously they weren't because they were notoriously homogenous. We know this because when you go there, you see a person, you say, they're from this place. Well, why do you know that? Because they have the appearance of that person from that place. They have slanted eyes, they're probably from Saldaea. They're short, they're probably from Kyrian. They're kind of abnormally tall, they're probably from Andor. They have kind of slightly darkened European skin, they're probably from Tyr. Like there's specific things in those areas, but then you have the people like what's her name that marries the innkeeper in Altara? Help me out. It starts with an S, I think. The one that helps the girls meet the circle.
Sanduin? No, that's not.
I'm struggling. Regardless,
something.
There's those people or her marrying into a family that were kind of like more local, but then you have those like the one in Ilion that Moraine was staying with during was it the Dragon Reborn? When they're trying to follow and they get hit with the Dark Hounds or whatever, she tells her to up and leave because they got like married into the family type of thing. And so they're like, well, my husband's fishing ships and all that jazz. So they're like, they're branching off because from one person from someplace else coming here and marrying somebody, which again happens, accepts that it happens, but it's not the overall population.
It's Julian Sandar, I think.
Julian Sandar's the thief taker.
Yeah, that's the one who helps the girls, right?
Yes, I was talking about the innkeeper, the female innkeeper from Altara. That introduces them to the circle of women that were like the ex Aes Sedai people.
Okay, so
Remember,
what are
they
we talking?
flee. They flee right before the Shanshan hit,
Yeah, sure.
and she married that lady. Married into that family from another place. She's not
Oh, into the
originally
Shanshin.
Altaran. No. Okay.
No, what are we talking about?
Before the
I'm
Shanshan
confused.
attack Ebu Dar, there's the
Yes.
lady that's the innkeeper. Her husband
Mhm.
has a fleet of ships,
Yeah.
and he's a fisherman.
Okay.
He's gone when the Shanshan attack out fishing.
Okay. Yeah.
She's running as the innkeeper,
Mm-hmm.
her little innkeep tavern thingy, whatever that's got going. Matt frequents it a lot. That's where Jolene ends up staying while they're waiting. Like, she remember they stay on the floorboards underneath the kitchen in the cellar?
Vaguely.
That's where Jolene and her two warders stay, and Matt has to get her out. So this lady, she's not from Ebu Dar. She married into Ebu Dar and into Altaran from somewhere
Mhm.
else. I don't remember where she's from, but she's not from there. I think she's like Ilion or something. Like she's from another country. She got married and went to this other culture and basically melded into the culture. But Ebu Dar is still all Ebu Dar. It's not mixed. It's a homogenous place. The exceptions do not make the rule, because at this stage, all these places are on site. You're this thing. The second way you can identify them is by how they dress or what type of things they have there for their buildings and stuff. That's one way you could do it, but it's not a guaranteed way to do it. Make sense? You with me?
Yeah, I'm looking up names. Is it Setal?
Satala Anan, thank you. I'm trying to remember. I remember how to spell her name at least. If the
Former
website.
Aes Sedai of the Brown Hunter.
Well,
Occupation
she was sent
innkeeper.
away. She couldn't channel.
Yeah, burnt out while studying Terangrial.
Yeah.
It says here.
Why is this game? What is with this website not letting me use the search function? I don't like it.
Oh no.
All of a sudden, the website's just like dead. Oh, there we go. It bounced for whatever reason. Search. Oh, bollocks. Oh my gosh, why is everything freezing? There we go. Satala. It's, oh my god. Wiki pages. In Ebu Dar. Martin Yanara. She's a borderlander. She's a borderlander that ends up in Ebu Dar marrying an Ebu Dari.
Yep.
So she's proof, which we already knew existed, that people from one nation go to another nation and become part of that world, right?
Yeah.
So we know that happened.
Sorry, was this controversial or?
Well, people think that every place was multicultural, multi-ethnic.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's the argument. That's the argument I'm countering by saying there's so many people from 7 major ethnic places from Manetheren, they'd still blend out the extremities and they become something else.
Mm-hmm.
That was my argument about the multicultural Manetheren. But we already know that all the other places, like Aradamon, Terabon, Tyr, Ilion, blah, 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 all the other nations are homogenous nations. They are distinct for the way they are. They did not breed out their extremities. But they didn't all necessarily start as multicultural. And again, I was saying 7 ethnicities. We don't know how many ethnicities were in Manetheren. It could have been 3, it could have been 2, it could have been 1. It could have been just like the Tar Valon of the era, where just everybody from every nation comes there and creates a nation. Because if you think about it, it makes sense that there would be multicultural there, because by the time Perrin takes over, he has a multicultural, multi-ethnic group of the 2 rivers, where people from all over being refugees. He's got people from Radamon, Terabon, Almuth Plains, Amadisia, Gildan. He's got people from everywhere. And he essentially creates the next Manetheren. And it's like turnabout fair play. It makes logical sense that he ends up that way because of how his Tavira nature works, and he basically recreated Manetheren.
Yeah.
It makes sense. But all the other nations around are heavily misogynized. All the other nations are heavily misogynist. No, they're not.
No.
Especially Aradaman. But basically, every other place is homogenous because of how we have things set up in that regard. How you explain that, how you say Kyrianan are short, this is how they dress, this is their appearance, this is their skin tone, this is the way they deal in the game of houses, this is how they treat people that are outsiders versus insiders, all these things, paragraph and paragraph of detail, and be like, no, there's lots of black people there. There's Asians, there's Indians, but they're not though, like, because that's how it's described. There are the exceptions, but they're not Kyrianan. They're outsiders coming into Kyrian to make deals, possibly move in, but they're not main, quote unquote, mainland nationals or whatever. Like, anyway, point being, it's a crazy number, which I'm presuming you haven't figured out yet.
I'm only on generation 13.
What do you got population-wise? Because it's got to be pretty big.
It's pretty big, yeah.
70,000 people. How close am I?
Not very.
Was it bigger?
It is much bigger.
Oh crap.
Currently, I'm on 1.15 million.
What? Holy crap.
And it's only growing.
And how did we get to 3,000 from this? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, no idea. I mean, we did take a pretty crazy growth model.
We were generous. We were generous.
Yeah.
But that's based off of what we know of them at the end at 3,000. If they can pump out those numbers,
it's based on that, sure.
Based off of that, that's how they should have grown, roughly. So it makes no sense that they would be like, what number? If you went backwards from 3,000, what would your end result be? You said 500.
That's with a much smaller growth rate, though.
So 500 with a small growth
rate. I think I can sort of,
because we see in 4 generations, three to 4 generations, just in the Eye of the World era, the vast amount difference of growth in one particular 20-year period.
Anyway, the last few generations, it seems to be stable roughly with a growth rate of 1.5 per generation. So I'm going to just quickly take that number and do the last 7 in one go. So that would be 1.40 million.
We'll probably wrap up this wonderful talk, since everyone's going to love the fact that this is a mixture of 2 different videos. All this to say, people, gatekeeping.
Yeah, so that would be 1.5 to the 7th. Let's see.
Now you're talking math in my language. I don't deal with the math in that regard.
375 times 1.5.
I paid my dues. I let other people deal with the math.
To the 7th. So that would be, yikes.
Yikes, that's a good number. Was it 6 billion people?
That's 19.5 million.
From 5,000?
From 5,000 in 20 generations, if every generation had 3 children on average per couple.
But you were saying if it was at 1.5, because 1.5 is a loss.
1.5 is extreme.
Extreme loss?
Extreme growth.
If every 2 people has 1 to 1.5 kids.
No, okay. That's from 3 children per couple.
No. I'm talking like if you had a parent, like 1, 2, mother and father, had 2 kids, is that a 2 times growth or a 1 times
No,
growth? If they were married to
that's
2.
1 times growth. So that's basically the population stays exactly the same.
Okay. So what if you did 500, but at a slight increase? So 2.5.
I'm also going to quickly do a 5,000 start with a reasonable growth rate.
I'm saying 500 plus 2.5. Will that ever reach 3,000 in
1
20
moment.
generations?
1.0. That's a minus. That's not supposed to be there. To the 20. So with normal growth rate, based on medieval Europe in the year 1100, 5,000 people would grow to 7,429. If we had 500, that would simply be 743, probably.
In 1 generation, or at the end of 20 generations?
Did I calculate this correctly?
You tell me.
Yes. Okay. I'm just going to put it in my calculator, see what comes out. 20 generations would bring us to, 743. If we
After how
start
many
at 500.
At how many generations?
20.
So
With
20
medieval
generations, you go up 250 people?
with medieval growth rates, yes.
That's a 2.5?
No,
To replace plus have just slightly more. Not 3, but like
that's
Like-
2.04. I can do 2.5, sure.
I'm saying, like, if you were to have a father and a mother, have 2 kids, to replace the 2 to give equal growth, and go slightly higher than that, which I would assume is 0.5 or third or whatever. 500 going with 3 kids would end up with how much in 20 generations?
With 2.5 children average, that would be with 500 starting.
Yeah.
That would be 500 times 1.25 to the 20th, which is 500 times
Assuming no mortality rates and all that stuff.
no mortality rates. That would be 54,000, roughly.
54,000?
Yes.
Oh wow. Okay, so even if we included mortality rates, it's still gonna be a freaking huge number.
No. See, that's why the average growth, the average children per couple in medieval times is 2.04.
Well, but that's what I'm saying, is that if we know historically they have up to 3 kids, 2 to 3 kids that branch out to each have 2 to 3 kids, that branch out to have 2 to 3 kids in one 60-year period, because obviously the grandparents, the parents, the kids, and potentially those kids, we see that kind of growth in a short time period. If
Yeah.
you're getting 500 turning to 54,000 off of a 2.5,
Yep.
you're either having no growth, which does not match what we have as an outcome. You're having a massive mortality rate, which might happen through, starvation, crops not growing, animals dying. But we know they have animals at the end, so they had animals. Whether that, I mean, hypothetically, they could have bought some as the merchants brought in, but unlikely that happened because that would cost the merchants a lot to bring over, at least more than once, and they're not going to be wealthy enough to be able to trade for that, at least early on. So they have enough to have horse traders come into town. So they had to have horses, they had to have donkeys, they had to have sheep, pigs, cattle, whatever it might be. I mean, that's a freaking exponential growth.
Yeah. So
There's 500, which is a remnant of a remnant of a remnant of a remnant.
so let's say we take a growth rate of 1.1. That would
So a
equal
decline?
basically for every 5 couples, 4 of
So
them
many
have 2
five.
children, and 1 of them has 3.
Okay.
That would give you a maximum end result of roughly 3,363
From 500
from 500
and 20 generations.
in 20 generations. Yes.
And that's way smaller than a remnant.
Yep.
And even smaller than a remnant.
Okay, if we calculate backwards from the 3,000 that we expect, we instead divide by, let's say, standard medieval growth rate to the power of 20. So that would be the 2.04 children per couple, which is a weird number, I guess.
This is a weird number, guys. This is a weird number.
It would give you a starting population of 2,018. Actually, 19 maybe. Yeah. So 2,000 is roughly what we want to survive to get to 3,000 in 20 generations with the growth rate of the 1100s in Europe.
You said how much?
2019.
2019 with a really low growth rate?
With a really low growth rate, yes. Well, I say really low, but I mean the growth rate of Europe in the year 1100.
I mean, that's really low.
Yeah.
Which is
I mean, it seems fair to assume that the two rivers would have a growth rate similar to medieval Europe, right?
I mean, I guess, but even I'm more shocked with
And the fact that you end
like
up with
you'd
19
have
million.
to have such a small percentage of people, and in that percentage, you probably wouldn't have many of each of the extremities of the 7 types, which means you're less likely to have them. So like it's even more in my particular calculations,
Is
even
what
higher.
my notepad looks like right now.
Your poor notepad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't see how you could possibly have a place as diverse as what the TV show shows us.
You can't. It's simply impossible.
It doesn't make sense.
Anyway, that seems like a good point to end it, probably.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty intense for people. I might have to cut this in the second one. I'll do the whole thing as one giant one, and then I'll be like, here's the first half, gatekeeping, this is the second half. But the ultimate point to people, since this is going to be attached to the gatekeeping thing, is that when people are trying to impose their personal opinions of how things should be onto things that don't follow that rule of thinking or line of thinking, this is what you get. Nonsense. It doesn't make sense according to any of the calculations you come with. Even being hyper generous, it doesn't make sense. So that can't be how it came to pass, and that can't be how it came to be. So you'd have to do some crazy finagling to get that to happen the way they want it to. So
I mean, the population numbers could work out if you go
perhaps,
with 5% of 5%.
but not with multiple different ethnicities. after 20 generations.
No, not multiple different ethnicities, but at least we can get to 3,000 with
Yes,
standard
but from
medieval
what's
growth.
considered, what even with standard medieval growth, even with that, the remnant of a remnant, that's even to get that, you have to be even smaller than that remnant would even be possible.
No, if you take 5% or 5% of the total population,
You're
right?
not going to get to
Remnant of a
500.
remnant, that gives you 2,500. Then
Yes,
they need to cross the mountains, so like 500 die.
But remember, they need to have. This is the point. I get what you're saying about getting to the 500, but you have to kill a lot of people. Like a lot of people. That's 2,000 people
sure.
have to die, and 500 have to survive to breed.
No, we start with 2,000.
I thought you said 2,500.
No, well, it's 2,500 is the result of the 5%, 5%.
Yeah.
But if 500 die, it's 1 in 5, right? It's still big, but could be possible. I don't know.
It's still big, and that's the thing is how does that number not?
That
get
number
exponentially
changes
bigger over
a
20
lot
generations?
if, say, we start at 1 million and we do 4%.
Because this is what is it supposed to be?
4%.
Is it 2,000 years?
I don't know.
I think it's 2,000 years after Manetheren falls is when we get to where we're at.
So how many generations is that? 2,000
20
divided by 20 is 100 generations.
Or no, it would be 1,000 years then. 1,000 years. Well, because
That would be
Manetheren
50
falls.
generations.
1,000 years is 50 generations?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's even bigger.
50 steps of 20 years.
So it's only going to get bigger. How does this happen?
So 20 generations, if we assume 20 years per generation, is merely 400 years.
I don't know how that happens.
Well, we need to start with a lot less people.
Yeah, but what's the remnant of the remnant? It has to be that.
Okay, so quick calculation. With 50 generations, we would get a starting point of roughly 1,100.
If you went backwards, you mean?
Yeah. If you start with 1,100, standard medieval growth, overall 50 generations equal, which is probably not very likely, but it's an assumption. You go back to 3,000. However,
and that's being generous.
If we divide that number by 1 million and then do the square roots, that would mean we need to do somewhat a thing like 3% of 3% as the remnants.
Which is even smaller. But again, even if you were to manage to end up at the 3,000, and again, 3,000 is an estimation based upon
it's
the
an
population
estimation,
of everything. Sure.
You need a small number of starting people. A very small number.
You wouldn't have multi-ethnics ending. And that's the thing, is like you can have one or the other. You can't have both.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's all over the place, dude.
And of course, in 50 generations, it's going to even be more mixed.
Well, it wouldn't be mixed. All the extremities are bled out.
So they're all homogeneous at that point.
Homogeneous, yes. Which is how all these other groups. But if all the groups start tribalistically homogenistic, which is what happens typically when a reset happens or a beginning of a culture happens, they typically are homogenous. Yeah. Not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying that's just what happens when humans do things like that.
It's neutral.
It's just how humanity is. And if the world were reset right now, it would probably go back to the same way. Like if we took this, what are we at? 7 billion now?
8 billion? I think we have 8 already.
So we're 8 billion people.
I'm
Let's
not
say
entirely sure though.
7.5 billion people died.
Oh no, we're
From
not quite
what-
there yet.
Well, hypothetically, let's say we have 8 billion. Let's say 7.5 billion die. So you have 500 million, which is what, 500 million in the world?
So what?
500 million is 500 million, correct?
Well, I mean, it's a bit awkward when you start talking higher than million because different places have
100
different.
numbers.
So,
are
for
nothing.
example, yeah, but billion means a different number in Europe, mostly.
Well, here it means 100 million times 10.
Times 10? Okay, yeah, sure.
That's numerically what a billion is.
Yeah, but the name changes because we have mostly non-English here. So we call it milliards.
Numerically, it's a million is 6 zeros.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd add 4 zeros.
No, that doesn't seem correct.
Or no. It'd be, let me pull up my numbers. I hate numbers. All right. So 1, that's a million. That's 12 zeros. No, that can't be right. Hold on. Yeah, that's 1 million. It's 9 zeros.
So billion is 9 zeros.
Yes.
Okay, because it could also be called milliards
I don't know
instead
what
of
that
billion.
is.
That's
We have
9 zeros.
We go from million to billion. That's the jump. There's no in between.
Yeah, over here it's million to milliards.
Freaking weirdos. Point being, folks,
And then billion
we
is 10 to the 12.
we gatekeep because we care about the lore, we care about the story, we respect the author, we respect how his world building or her world building is in play. If we can't, and we just start letting people come in, they start retconning things. It's not because we don't want other ethnicities or whatever. There's plenty of ethnicities in the Wheel of Time. There's a lot. There's pretty much everyone is accounted for. But it's written in a way that seems historically accurate if the world were to reset in the same way, the same populations. And if you're trying to push modern sensibilities onto that, in a world reset, modern sensibilities would not survive. They just would not. Because survival is greater than. Just like Warhammer, when everyone in the universe is trying to wipe you out, you're not worried about progressivism. Blech. So you're trying to survive. So you're just like, pump out as many people as I can throw in the meat grinder to keep us from dying. That's basically what you're doing. So gatekeeping wise, don't let people just destroy your favorite hobbies or whatever just because. Let them in, let them play, but the moment they try to put something into the mix, be like, nope, not allowed. Don't let them play in your groups. Keep them out. Make sure everyone that you play with that's of similar mindset is not buying the new books or the new access to whatever the stuff might be that promotes that whatever concept they're trying to bring into it, because the moment you do that is the moment you lost your own fandom. And then that's that. Because odds are, at the rate we're at right now with Wheel of Time season 3 coming out whenever it does, a couple of years, 3 or 4 years,
I assume
whenever
it's
that
going to take a while.
it's going to take a while. But assuming that happens, we're never going to get another Wheel of Time series in our lifetime. So we're screwed. We don't get to see our favorite series, one of our favorite series, on the screen. So don't let somebody screw up your fandom in that regard, whether it be Warhammer or other things. Thankfully, Henry Cavill's a big 40K nut, so him being executive producer, working with Game Workshop, odds are it's going to be
It
true to the
certainly
nitty-gritty.
seems promising, yeah.
It seems promising. thank God Jennifer Salke's not part of that.
Well, there are enough other people that can screw it up. Who knows?
Yeah, true. But that's the point, guys. I know we got a bit off of a tangent once Matt left because that's what we do. Sage, if you can ever if you watch through this, or skip through it, you find the spot where it splits, I'll cut it out or something. But
Yeah.
I don't know what time it was. But yeah,
I don't remember either, but it's probably around 2.5, 3 hours.
Probably. I think it was under 3 hours. But thanks everybody for hanging out. I know that might have been a bit of a bore. We definitely went longer than I was expecting.
And to be fair, the last bit was maybe not that exciting.
I mean, if you care about Wheel of Time, it's exciting.
Sure, it's a bunch of calculations, a bit of a circle discussion, I guess.
It's definitely a world-building conversation.
Yep.
Yes. Might be for the Wheel of Time stands. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sage, for hanging out longer than Matt did, because, he had to be somewhere else. It's too cool for school. You don't got anything going on because you don't have a YouTube channel because you're a loser.
Exactly. Yep.
And don't you forget.
Such is life.
But yeah, if you guys ever want to see Sage again, it'll be on this channel at some point. So like, subscribe, comment, leave all your hate mail in the comments.
No, I'm also sometimes maybe elsewhere.
Where?
I did a stream with Lady Balefire about the Lord of the Rings at some point during Christmas.
Look at you going up in the world.
That was New Year's, actually.
Christmas, New Year's is like a week apart.
Yeah, it's basically the same.
Basically. So that's cool. Well, maybe you'll get on more of those.
Who knows?
And if we ever do get to our
recently,
if we ever do get to our D&D system of whatever we can do, we'll have some Tolkien here. I'll be ecstatic for it. Also, if I ever get around covering the Tolkien stuff, which you and everybody else in the Council of the Light are more than welcome to join me for, but I know you guys are busy sometimes.
So like what? A review when season 2 comes out, or?
Oh no! This is Tolkien Society. This isn't even the show.
Oh, it's worse.
This is not even the show.
Oh,
it's
God.
worse. Oh yes. So we'll talk about that in Discord. But yeah, but yeah, if you guys happen to see him in Lady Balefire, give a shout out and be like, "It's Sage!" Let everybody know you're from the Questioners because you're cool like that.
Yeah, I told them about this channel when they did shout out at the end. I
appreciate that, but I was meaning more of the people who watch.
Oh yeah.
Let them know, like, hey, we're here from the Questioners.
I mean, I'm not really planning on doing more streams, so
if it comes up and you're like, yeah, sure, why
exactly.
Not? There you go. You'll become the most popular YouTuber that doesn't have a YouTube channel in no time. Although Gadfly might beat you, although I think Gadfly started his. I don't know if he's got anything on it, but
I don't know.
You and Arterian are gonna have to fight it out. Whoever's more entertaining and more interesting. So, may the best. I don't really know what to call you because he's like a totally different genre than you are. It's like he's armor, history, and you're over here physics, science, and smarts. So there you go.
Well, armor and history is also somewhat smart, right? The history part, at least.
It's a category, so I can't put you in a battle of the same thing because you're different. You're not homogenous, is what I'm saying. You guys are.
May the best Dutchman win.
Well, he's Belgian, or no, he's
Dutch. But he's basically he pretends to be Dutch.
Pretends to be Dutch. You're just a poser. Anyway, let's we'll end it there.
So that's an automatic victory for me, right?
I suppose. If you guys would like to join the Questioners little Discord group, I'll leave a link in the description. If you made it this far, you are a total and utter Chad. Unless you're a woman, then you're not. You're the female version of a Chad, whatever that is. A trad?
I don't know.
You're a Chad or you're a trad. I don't know.
I don't think that's correct, but who knows?
A Chadette. How about a Chadette? You'll be a
Chadette. That probably fits better.
A Chadette and a Chad. Whatever you might be, you're a Chad or a Chadette. But there'll be a link to the Discord where you can hang out with us a little bit there. Love to talk to you, hang out with you. Love to hear your comments about how much you hate long form content and how much you hate our mindless ramblings. It's what I do specially because I enjoy the topics I typically talk about. So if you like to hear people who are passionate about the topics they talk about, you're in the right place. If you have any ideas of things you want covered, feel free to comment them as well. You guys sharing our content is what helps us get to other people and potentially grow, and we greatly appreciate that. We appreciate you for subscribing, liking, or even just watching, even if you don't subscribe or like. We definitely appreciate you visiting. Yeah, we'll go ahead and call it there, and then we'll see you in whatever next one we are. So remember, my friends, walk in the light.